The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The top of the standings are getting crowded at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Following a disappointing round 4 draw, tour leader Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did not mess around, demolishing the world champion to jump into co-first. Levon Aronian finally heeded his own advice, simply playing faster and better, which did the trick, grabbing his first win to rejoin the pack. There's a trinity leading the way. Will someone be able to pull ahead? Day 5 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 5 of the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic, held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We are in front of the National Art Museum. On my right is the European Contemporary Art, and on my left are the national pieces. Well, the players are ready to bring their own artistic view to the world in today's games. Let's go to the studio and start day 5 action with Yasser, Peter, and Nazi.
There are now 3 players leading the GCT Romania Classic. Can anyone break away from the pack? We'll find out today as day 5 from Bucharest starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and
Nazi,
Peter Svidler.
Peter, welcome. Pleasure to be with you both as always. Hello everyone, welcome to our Grand Chess Tour coverage. And I tell you, the games, the fights have been intense. All the rounds have been great, but we have a 3-way lead at the top, and 2 of our leaders will be playing in round 5. Nazi, do the honors. Tell our viewers the standings.
Let's have a look. As mentioned before, there's 3 players sharing first. They are Fabiano, Caruana, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, and Praggnanandhaa. Then 4 players are sharing fourth: Alireza, Firouzja, Levon, Aronian, Wesley, and Bogdan-Daniel, Deac.
I can't help but notice the Gukesh, our world champion, at the very bottom of the table there. Tell us about the format for this Superbet Chess Classic.
Well, it's a 10-player round-robin event with a classical time control. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a standard scoring system with 1 point for win.
We know there's going to be 9 rounds of play, but tell us the schedule.
Players are playing round 5 today. Tomorrow they get a rest day. Then they will be back for 4 more rounds, and if they're still tied, we will see playoffs.
All righty. And Peter, tell us how our 3-way tie the players got there.
Let's take a look, and it's been a different road for the 3 of them. Once again, let's take a look at our top ranked players after round 4, 2.5 out of 4 plus 1 for all 3 of them. But their road to that score has not been at all the same. Starting, let's say, with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And as you can see, he began by losing a very painful game to his compatriot Alireza Firouzja, and then went on a bit of a tear. He won 2 out of the remaining 3, and could have won the one against Levon Aronian with the black pieces in round 3 as well. So a very, very good comeback for the Frenchman. A must-see-day tournament for Pragg and Fabi. They both of them made 3 draws and won in round 3. But Pragg began by playing 3 games out of 4 with the black pieces, meaning that he has 3 whites in the remaining 5, which is obviously an advantage. And the same line score for Fabi, but Fabi played 2 with white and 2 with black, and he began with black, so he will actually have more blacks in the remaining rounds, putting him at a bit of a disadvantage, I would say. But still, he is very well acquainted with Romania. He keeps winning these tournaments year after year, likes Bucharest very much. And on the topic of liking Bucharest, we like Bucharest and we like the people in our Bucharest studio. Welcome to Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 5 here in beautiful and sunny for today, Bucharest. We've had an amazing tournament so far. So many highlights, so many decisive results. But in fact, one of the highlights came yesterday after not a decisive result, a draw between Wesley and Alireza Firouzja. You were there. Tell us all about that.
Exactly, Cristian. This game could finish differently if Alireza would have found some precise moves, and he had great chance yesterday to score. But the game finished in a draw, and it was very nice to see both players analyzing like more than 20 minutes their game. And of course, many chess fans were waiting, quietly and respectfully until the players will finish to analyze the game, which was, of course, very interesting, full of adventures. But all of them, they were waiting. You can see so many kids, and I think there were like more than 50 people. I was passing by, and I thought that all the action was over, but suddenly saw this huge crowd in the playing venue. To be a chess fan, you need to have a good nerves, right? Because players can play for a long time. And then, depending on results, sometimes they sign your board, sometimes not. Depending on the mood, this is what can happen. But I think both players, after the end of this short analysis, they signed the autographs. They were very nice with chess fans. You can find all these videos in our Grand Chess Tour social media accounts.
And I have to say, Anastasia, it's so inspiring to see all of those kids gathered around the players and the players analyzing over the chessboard even after the games are done. They are friendly, but when it comes to those games, they're so competitive. And Alireza had a decisive advantage yesterday against Wesley, almost a decisive advantage. Now, today he will be facing Levon Aronian with the black pieces, and that is my highlight of the day, because Aronian yesterday, what an incredible victory with the black pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Right now, we have 7 out of 10 players that have scored at least one victory. 2 points each, 1 win, 1 loss, and a lot of draws as well. And we know Levon, he's such a creative player. Whenever he feels in the right mental space, that's when he comes with all of those brilliancies. And it's the same for Alireza as well. So this will be the highlight matchup of the day for me. Now, let's go to the studio and find out all the pairings for today. Back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here to give you all the updates and interviews throughout the day.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. Indeed, tell us the pairings for this round 5, Nasi.
Let's have a look. We'll have Levon Aronian playing Alireza Firouzja, Praggnanandhaa against MVL.
That, for me, is the marquee matchup, as two as our tournament co-leaders go head-to-head.
We'll see if world champ can come back. Gukesh is playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
That is actually a big match in the sense that both players need a victory to climb back into the hunt.
It's going to be an exciting fight. Then we have Nodirbek playing Bogdan-Daniel Deac, and then all-American matchup, it's Wesley against Fabiano Caruana.
Another fabulous matchup right there on board 5. The players are fighting hard, Nasi. What are they fighting for?
GCT points and a lot of money. First place winner gets 100,000, second place 65, third place 48. It's great prizes for everybody.
Absolutely, and you finish in the top 4 of the Grand Chess Tour, and you get into the playoffs at the end. You see the players going through the security check. No electronics. No electronics.
No watches, no pens. You can't bring in anything.
I wonder, do they have to take off their glasses? Because now you think about it, right?
For female players, they test our jewelry as well.
Your jewelry,
yes.
Did? Oh, wow.
Glasses, I don't think so.
And some male, I'm retired now, but some male players as well.
Yes.
You check your jewelry.
Yes.
Nice. Dennis Rodman should not take up chess. That would be tough.
We'll have, I think, 3 ceremonial first moves today.
Okay. I did see that Zurab Asmar-Parashvili, the European Chess Union president, will be one of those 3. He's a long-standing president of the European Chess Union. That's differentiated from the FIDE, the World Chess Federation, as the ECU really just takes care of business in Europe.
Yes, and I know him from Georgia because he's Georgian, and he also used to be president of Georgian Chess Federation.
Exactly. Also the organizer of the Olympiad there, right? That was held in Georgia. Batumi.
See Prague and MVL. both co-leading this event with Fabi.
Exactly. For MVL, I mean, Peter mentioned that he's been involved in 3 decisive games. Easily could have been 4 decisive games. That's a bit of a roller coaster by comparison. Prague drew 3, won 1.
More solid, but to be fair, Prague had 3 black colors out of 4.
Exactly.
So a fantastic result for Prague. And he already played Fabiano and Gukesh.
Exactly. He's had a tremendous start as the public announcements are being made.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 5th round of Superbet Chess Classic Romania. Today we have few special guests for the first editorial move. First, Mr. Jan-Krzysztof, a famous football player. Welcome. The first move, football 4.
Another former Romanian footballer,
Abdusattorov,
Dumitrescu.
Good job. Will he go for the E3, D3?
We'll see if he's a goalkeeper or
or a striker?
or striker.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
He
whoa.
must be a striker.
Yeah.
Like left wing striker.
Yeah. Charge. Nicely done.
Thank you. Next guest is Mr. Zoran Asnai-Parashvili, the president of the European Chess Union. Welcome.
And that's Zoran Asnai-Parashvili. He used to be a very good chess player.
Oh, definitely. Top grandmaster.
He's not going to play knight c3.
No, I don't think so.
For Gukesh.
What would you like?
Probably ce4. The players always tell them any move you like. There
Exactly.
you go, e4.
Well, Zurab, and especially, he was a specialist in modern defense, Perk defense, if you prefer. He liked fianchettoing his bishop, so I would have expected him to play g3. I mean,
g3 immediately.
yes, true to form. And our
The next
third,
guest is Mr. Cristian Chirila, the CEO of Easy Insurance, who will make the first move at board 2 for Praggnanandhaa damage babu.
Cristian Ionescu, CEO of Easy Insurance, is what I heard.
yes, one of the tournament
Sponsors.
sponsors, yep.
He's going to make a move.
Knight c3, oh look,
They love knight c3.
yeah, the colleagues. Thank you, one and all. As we get ready for this, the round 5, yeah, we'll take the knight back. Thank you very much.
Are we going to start with the game of Prague against MVL?
Yes, tournament co-leaders, absolutely. Reminding our viewers that today is the 5th round in a row. Tomorrow will be a free day.
Rest for the players, rest
For the commentators. I think we demanded it most.
Yeah, players are ready to play every day.
Yeah. Peter, if I can invite you in, your mindset. You've got a free day tomorrow. You know that you can really go all in. Was that ever part of your thought processes?
I don't know. It's difficult to judge because I'm pretty sure we even had stats on the screen during one of the previous runs of the GCT. We asked our statisticians to provide a breakdown of the most decisive games of the classical GCT tournaments. And I think round 5 is middle of the pack. I think somewhat
It didn't stand out.
Yeah, I think somewhat surprisingly, the most decisive day of the 9 rounds of the standard GCT tournament was day 1. I suspect we still have that graphic lying around somewhere. So
Right.
if
We'll have to update it.
yeah, if any one of our miracle production team could find it, would be good. Yeah, but my admittedly faulty memory seems to suggest day 1 was
Stood out.
Yeah, an outlier. Day 5 is just like any other day. I think it very much depends on what you get out of the opening. Because yes, you can absolutely maybe extend yourself a little bit more, knowing that you will get a day to recover. But I suspect people are still going to be objective more than anything else.
Nasi, weigh in. How about yourself? Do you have that in your mind that tomorrow is a free day, so I can go all in?
I definitely do, especially when I was younger. It didn't matter because energy is
Right,
limitless,
galore.
right? You feel limitless. But yeah, as you age, it does make a difference.
Kind of confused. I focused in on the one board where no move has been made. Commentators curse.
Some players like to take a minute or so before they make their first move.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen the young man do that. Vidit was a very obvious example of this for many, many years.
That he paused on move one.
He would always wait until the clock is started and then go into like a half a minute pause.
In this way, I could actually envy Al a bit. He knows when his opponent's playing e4, he's going to play Najdorf. That's easy.
These days, he plays other stuff as well. So I'm very happy about the Najdorf today because
exactly,
it's a fun opening, and also I get to watch maybe some of the stuff that we looked at together with Prague in action. It would be a fun experience.
So if you were to guess, Peter, what variation of Najdorf do you expect?
I honestly don't know. The young man is
capable of everything, right?
First of all, capable of everything.
Whoa, Fischer, what the Soviets called the Sozin.
Yeah.
But Bobby Fischer really trailblazed this at the top. Bishop c4 and a3. That was my question.
Yeah.
How do you follow it up with a2,
This
a3?
is, I think, a very modern. I mean. All the modern things often are well-forgotten old things, and I'm sure people used to do that in Fischer's time as well. But for the longest time, I think the way people you played this line was you play bishop b3, and then you play for a 4 or 5 as quickly as possible in most cases. And I think a3 is signaling this idea of playing a kind of a mix between the Fischer-Sozin and the English attack, because we are sometimes going to just be playing bishop b3, f3, queen e2, castle long, g4, and so on.
Right.
So we're playing a very English attack type position in spirit, but with the bishop on b3 or a2, as opposed to f1, which I'm not entirely sure how I feel about, because very often that bishop will be kind of restricted by the black pawn chain. If you're not playing for a 4 or 5, the bishop on a2 is often
I'm a little bit confused.
not a very useful
hasn't
piece.
made a move, but they both left the board.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry to interrupt you, Peter, but the moment MVL left the board, I assumed he had made a move. So I'm refreshing my board, and I can't. I don't see the move. And like, okay, he obviously adjusting something. But okay, a3, bishop c4, a kind of a modern twist on a decades-old idea. Let me just again emphasize to what Peter was saying is that in the old school, if you will, you would very quickly play bishop to b3, queen e2, f3, g4, or g4, g5 right away and launch an attack. One of the things, not in this particular position, sorry, a3, let me do it another way. Bishop b3, bishop e7, one of the tactics that exists in this line. Bobby Fischer would famously sacrifice his bishop on e6, collect a lot of pawns.
I remember I walked into this when I was 6 years old, and never again.
Really? It left a searing impression, did it? Okay.
Lesson learned.
Lesson learned.
Playing the Najdorf at 6.
Yes, that was my first opening, yeah.
Not even a good old Joko piano, two
Never
knights
played
defense.
E5, no.
Oh my gosh, terrible. A2, A3 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm going to go to the other co-leader, and that, of course, is Wesley, So, and Fabiano. Fabi, look at this. He's
also a bit of an unusual pause here, because you play the 4 knights. You would expect you know what you're going to do against knight db5.
Right, because you know, you do have the choice of bishop b6 or the Sveshnikov proper, if you will, d7, d6.
There's also the snake, I want to say is called, the bishop c5 here.
Bishop c5 snake.
It's played d6.
Yeah, but we're not expecting that to happen.
No. And we are expecting bishop f4, e5, bishop g5. Lots and lots of theory, but of course, Fabi is famous for playing it on the white side, not necessarily on the
In
black
the World
side.
Championship match
Yes.
in 2018, that was a topic of heated discussions,
Exactly.
which I think Magnus generally came out on top of, on the black side of it. I think he kept on getting very nice positions.
Very, very, very much so. A7, A6. And I remember when I first saw the Sveshnikov, I was really, really shocked because Bobby Fischer, in his 60 memorable games, had spoken about a position where black had an extra tempo, Tigran Petrosian, and he still despised the position, if you will.
Yeah.
But thanks to modern engines as well, it's completely
Not even engines necessarily. I think the attitudes began to change way before the engines became all powerful as they are today. I think already in the mid-90s, people felt that this is very, very playable. I'm very happy about bishop takes f6, by the way, because I was about to say that we no longer really see this at the top level very much. Everybody goes
right?
95, bishop takes f6 in that order. And those positions are analyzed into absolute dust in many cases.
Both c3 and c4.
Yeah, and appear to be leading to equalities. I don't think white, as theory stands right now, is supposed to be better here either, but it's just much sharper and much more fun to look at.
Great. We can expect that both players will get an additional time on their clock. I'm just looking and I see that Wesley has blitzed out his move, whereas Fabi has a slow played it a bit. Oh, f5.
F5, yeah. And now, of course, if we really wanted to have fun, bishop takes b5 would be my move of preference. But I don't think it's. I think the engines aren't very on board with it. It's playable, but it doesn't really give you anything.
Do they also play it, or am I mixing it up?
Yeah, this is more dangerous, actually. Yeah. FE4 is not the way to go.
Exactly.
I think for this reason, potentially.
And I think it was like Alexei Shirov showed the way, just for our audience, a very, very nice looking pattern that you don't see very often is this one. Check. King d7, what do you got? This is why Peter says you don't play f takes e4. Queen g4 is awkward.
One of the reasons, for sure.
Peter, turning it over to you, what has caught your eye?
We have another Sicilian on one more board.
Ooh, which one is that?
That's Levon against Alireza.
We expected that was going to be a barn burner of a match.
That's what I used to play against every single Sicilian when I was a kid, when I was switching from being a Cole player. I couldn't even call myself a d4 player. I was playing d4 in every single game, but I was playing the kinds of lines which, I don't think you belong in the club until you begin playing proper d4 stuff, like the Queen's Gambits and the Nimzas. But then I started kind of relearning other options. And to make life simpler, I think you gravitate towards playing g3 against every single Sicilian because it cuts down on the amount of work you need to do to begin with. And specifically against the Paulsens, it's actually not that bad because Black often has to burn a tempo on playing a7, a6. And if you play sort of naive chess here, which I guess is the most naive way of playing this would be this, you are actually, I think, not equalizing. And I have a very warm memory of beating Grandmaster Vladimir Yepyshin in a simul with the white pieces in this position. He was very upset with me. He was a grumpy man in those years. Maybe still is, but definitely was in those years. He didn't like losing to kids.
Who does?
Yeah, but obviously this is very obliging. After bishop g2, you have a lot of other options. These days, people are playing all kinds of funky stuff, like Castles h5 has become a very serious option. If you want to be slightly more circumspect, you can go d6, castles, bishop d7, specifically trying to avoid those lines with e5. And also after rook e1, we are not getting hit by, like here this would be a problem.
Awkward. Yep.
Which is why they play bishop e7, and it used to be quite popular to do this with white. provoking h5 and thinking that, okay, now black has problems with castling. These days, I think people would laugh you out of school if you did this with white, because you're just, everybody does this anyway,
Right.
and you're giving black too tempy to do it. So I don't think this is any good, but it used to be a topic of discussion. And there's also, of course, the absolute main line that has some Fischer games in
Exactly.
it. The very famous Fischer Taimanov, I think, endgame, which d6, yeah, that's hanging, yeah, queen d2, and there's been some development. I think this is still sort of the central line of g3 variations with the queen on c7. Black is supposed to play h6, rook a d1, e5, bishop e3. And in this position, there are options. I think these days they're trying to make a draw of the bishop b4 as well, which used to be less popular, but now I think has reappeared. But the main move, of course, is bishop e6, after which white generally does this. And, well, you have a passer in the center, but this bishop is currently somewhat killed off, and it's not horrible for black. It's definitely a playable position.
A ringing endorsement. And it's not horrible. That's the title of my new book.
It's not horrible.
And it's not horrible. Okay.
Opening book, right?
It's not great, it's not terrible, as
It's
the
not.
quote goes.
And that, of course, again, is Levon and Alireza. We're going to go to, again, I referenced it at the top of the show, Gukesh and Duda. Both gentlemen are looking to bounce back. They're in the cellar. They play against one another, and both need wins. But a loss means goodbye. That's it.
Pretty much. And both had very painful losses yesterday. Gukesh lost quickly, and Duda just suffered for a long time.
Before losing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a Queen's Gambit declined with Bishop F4. What is this thing called? I mean, it was popular from Magnus and
Harvitz, apparently.
the Harvitz?
Not Horowitz, Harvitz, it says on my
Harvitz.
screen.
Okay,
I have
Bishop
no
F4. Fabiano Magnus from their 2018 World Championship match.
And many matches.
And many,
yeah. Anand Carlsen had heated discussions. But b6 is not a move I'm particularly familiar with. People tend to autopilot the move c7, c5 here.
Right.
Or you could make an argument, of course, for knight bd7, which allows white to play c5, and then all of these positions exist. But b6 is, I think, much rarer. Let's check this for a second. Yeah, c5, more than 3,500 games. Knight bd7, second best. And b6 actually is a massive move of its own. Almost 2,000 games starting from here, so much more popular than I suspected. And the way modern players approach theory, I'm pretty sure the idea is to give up on c7 here for some counterplay with bishop b4 checks, because if you do take with the pawn, I think white is instantly kind of happy. You play something like bishop d3 after bishop b4 check. I would maybe even consider playing king f1, but knight d2, of course, is still very much playable. And in these structures, you kind of regret having played b6, right? You would much rather it was on b7.
Yeah, the backward pawn on c7.
So it feels to me that if white does play c takes d5, which is, of course, not the only move available in the position, you can play bishop d3, you can play bishop b2, you can... Sometimes they continue making waiting moves so as not to commit with the bishop to any squares. But c5, to my eyes, appears to be the critical choice. Gukesh probably a touch surprised by the move b6, judging by the fact that Duda is still accumulating. Duda is above his starting 90 minutes, and Gukesh is now thinking for about 10 minutes here.
Right.
Let's see what he comes with.
Thank you, Peter and Nazi. How do these two players match up? We're telling it's a big match, but guess what? We need more data.
These players don't know each other well at all. They've only played one classical game, and it was a draw. It's probably the same tournament last year. Right?
I'm just...
or maybe one of the GCT tournaments for sure.
Yeah, that seems like a safe bet, yeah.
Yeah. B7, B6. We'll keep an eye on this one. One game we haven't seen yet, Nodirbek versus Daniel Deac. This looks like one of those Englishes with an early exchange of the dark square bishop.
This is c4, e5, g3, which is a very topical line. knight f6, bishop g2, c6, d4. A somewhat interesting factoid here is that I played this myself against Nodirbek in Malmö last year, and he played takes, and d5 against me, which is one of the absolute main lines. But it's interesting that he is now switching colors and trying his hand at the white side of it.
Right.
Bishop before check is also a very important move, but I think there's been a shift away from this, because the positions you get here, while quite healthy, are generally, here black doesn't aim to equalize sort of by force out of the opening, whereas in the e4 and d5 lines, very often you are trying to solve your problem sort of move by move. Whereas here, I think you often will be accepting slightly worse positions, but they're quite healthy. You've traded away a bishop which maybe would have been somewhat passive on e7. You have some pressure in the center. The big choice will come after what I expect to happen. I think b3 is by far the main move. We are not really very interested in killing off our bishop by playing d5. So b3, and here black does have the option of doing something like this.
Switching,
Yeah, trying to actually solve the problems concretely. cd5, probably knight takes, c takes d5 also exists, but you are not getting the d5, d4 break as quickly as possible, and then you might end up with this isolani. If you start with knight d5, if white takes, now you can do this, for instance. And it becomes a bit awkward, because if you play queen d2, you are not going to get an isolani at all, because there's rook d8 in the end.
Cute.
Yeah. So this is sort of the basis of this idea, because if we could force black to go c takes d5, we would be very, very happy with this endgame.
Yeah.
But we're not getting it, and that means that you either have to play b3 before, which provides a target for black to play against, or you have to play something like this. And I don't know, these days I feel if you give this to a good player with the black pieces,
they'll hold it every time.
A good player will stop thinking here and will just make a draw by hand without really engaging the brain anymore. It's just very, very safe. It seems like there's an isolani, but it's this particular material left on the board doesn't give white much in a way of advantage. So interesting to see. First of all, b3 hasn't been played yet. I don't know if Nodirbek has something else in mind, but I expect b3. And then very curious as to which approach Deac chooses, because you can play slower. You can play knight bd7, you can play a6 with some b5 ideas, but ed4 and d5, I believe, is the most critical.
Thank you, Peter. And statistically speaking, Nazi, who's going to win?
Well, let's take a look at our pie charts pre-tournament. There was Gukesh who was favorite.
Now, this is based on 15,000 tournament simulations running the same group of players. Gukesh scores 17%. Statistically, that wasn't a good bet, now that I know what's happened after 4 rounds.
And you can see MVL had less than 6%.
Right. And
after
then
round 1, Wesley and Firouzja.
Where both those two players won their game, they got into the 20s.
Right. Gukesh remained still on the top at 14%.
Right.
After round 2, Firouzja took a big lead. He was a sole leader.
Right.
So that's no surprise. Gukesh still increasing his chances.
See, Caruana's, Fabi's sneaking up there a little bit, but suddenly, bang!
All it takes is one win.
Right.
And then Fabi jumps to the first place at 27%, Pragg at 25%, Gukesh still at 12%, and let's see what happened after
big drop.
round 4. Now we see Gukesh just drop down to 2%.
Wow.
Caruana, Pragg, and MVL made a big jump to 19%.
Great. Okay, so our 2-time back-to-back winner, Fabi, trying to make a three-peat out of it, is now the clear favorite after 4 rounds of play in bishop e6 on the board.
Yeah, but he has an important match today. He is with black pieces against Wesley.
Let's see if more developments have taken place. For those of you joining us late, it was a Sveshnikov. And, well, I want to say it's nice to see a Sveshnikov old school.
Old school Sveshnikov, yeah.
Yeah, where you give up the 2 bishops, but you rupture black's kingside pawn. bishop g7, very important move because
We're talking about f takes e and bishop takes b5.
Bishop takes b5 is a sacrifice you really don't want to allow. Bishop g7 simply preps evacuation. Takes on f5, takes on f5, knight from a3 to c2.
Typical Sveshnikov move, knight's going to e3.
Exactly, where not only does the knight reinforce its colleague, but it does so with a gain of a tempo.
Tickles the f5 bishop.
Yeah, hit the bishop. I think this is also worth noting that even though you're not going to play bishop e6 takes d5, the bishop is actually, somehow it's more flexible here.
On e6, yes.
Yeah, bishop g6, it may look good, but you're actually inviting h4.
Because white does develop g3, bishop g2 quite often.
Yeah.
And h4 comes naturally.
Exactly. So bishop drops back to e6. Again, this is all tabia, very, very standard stuff. Bishop d3 with a huge positional threat, I want to say, of queen h5, which could cause some serious issues.
Serious damage on the king side.
But f5, and now black says, wait a minute, I raised the ante. I'm ready to play on a good day. e5.
Yeah, queen h5 is still playable here for white, but black responds with e4, like you said.
E4, yeah. And are we caught up? Peter, they're going down the dustier parts of the chess library.
Absolutely.
Where does it lead them?
I'm trying to remember if this is the line. Probably not. It feels vaguely familiar, but I would need to consult my records. I don't have them at hand. I had this with white a couple of times in the mid-90s. These types of positions.
Certainly.
This is still a massively theoretical position, almost 1,000 games from here, with castles being the main move, queen h5 second best, and a kind of a little preparatory move, bishop c2, kind of sidestepping e5, e4, maybe in some cases getting it over to b3. But mainly, I think, expecting e4 to happen anyway and making your preparations first. Those are the three moves people make in this position. Nothing else really makes much sense. Yeah, these are very fun positions to analyze. For white, you want to play queen h5, you want to castle, the rook comes in via g1. For black, you generally want to play e4, knight e7 to challenge the knight on d5. Of course, you would prefer to play f5 or 4, but this always, not always, but often will lead you to getting mated on the king's side. Although, I have a feeling I've seen this before, and I have a feeling this is playable. Or at least it used to be considered playable when I was looking at it 30 years ago. Because, yes, we're giving up on h7 with check, but we have attacked the knights in such a way that it probably will cost white some material. This would need to be analyzed. Yeah, it says rook a7 here. I don't really.
Wow.
I don't really know. Yeah, currently, yeah, it says it's losing, but people have tried this before.
Very brave people.
Yeah,
very
brave people. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be working out move by move. Bishop g6 is quite strong. Queen g6 is quite strong, and bishop f5 even is playable. So I guess it's not here. But yeah, normal play would be e4. You can throw in, and you should throw in knight f4 here, because if the bishop just departs, you are now allowing f5, f4, and you will not enjoy this.
Right. So
you can throw in knight f4, drive the bishop away to f7 or d7. The engine currently on my screen says d7 is more logical, I guess, to protect the f5 pawn. And you get these very, very dynamic positions where black has the two bishops. Black is very much hoping eventually to
dislodge the knight and play f4.
Get this pawn chain running towards the white king. But for the time being, you know, I can secure it quite nicely. And we also want to break the black chain with f2, f3. These are not forced moves. You can definitely improve on many of these things. Like it doesn't really play e4 here. It starts with king h8 if you ask the engine. For now, it's just an all-round useful move. Maybe the bishop will go to g8 later.
In this specific position, Peter, I mean, I'm always worried about e4 and f4. I mean, so I start thinking to myself, maybe I should play f4 just to take away your
Definitely
f5.
an option, but then you get challenged in the center, and let's say you play bishop c2. even knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and it goes a6, a5. And shockingly, because I wouldn't think we're doing so poorly, but black starts playing against your queen side here, and it's a nice-looking knight, but it's not really doing very much. You're also somewhat tied down to its protection. a5, I think, an additional idea of a5 is to be able to kick away that bishop if it supports the knight. We have a very strong idea of rook c8, c5 in all of these positions.
And you've got the two bishops still.
This, the machine tells me, we haven't equalized with white. We're like we're actually worse.
So no f4.
No, f4 is not great. Queen h5 or maybe a4. Of course, this is another topical idea in these types of positions, trying to play against the black queen side. It's just that you have to watch out for b5, b4, and then if you take, e4 becomes much stronger because materialistically you can maybe just pick up on b2, but maybe even more importantly, it starts creaking, and now there's an additional threat of the d pawn starting to run if you let it. Knight f4, and this move now becomes playable, which wasn't available earlier. And some very...
We do have queen h5 on the board, by the way.
Queen h5
a move you've already mentioned, Peter.
Queen h5 is a very, very main line.
Yeah.
I think here you are supposed to play e5, e4, because queen d7 feels a bit slow. Since we're probably still playing e4 later.
Not g4 is ridiculous.
G4 still I mean, black's play is quite formulaic often. You know, we are going to do this one
whether you like it or not. That's all right.
E4 already played. The bishop pretty much always goes to c2. Now the choice is between king h8 and knight e7. e5 looks like a nice square for the knight, but after knight f4, it's a bit awkward.
Are we castling?
We might be castling queenside in some rare case. It's kind of nerve-wracking to consider, but maybe there are some positions in which you can castle queenside.
Wow. And if you don't mind me asking, statistically or according to the database, how does the position
white
run?
is ahead, but you get 28% of the games won by black, and the rest is draws, and white wins, split kind of evenly. So white is definitely somewhat ahead, but as is often the case in the Sveshnikovs, black is okay. If black knows what he's doing, should be fine. Knight e7 is by far the main move here, seemingly.
And bishop c2 has been played, by the way. Cool, we'll keep an eye on this. Tell us how these two match up, and I'm sure they played each other a lot, and they have.
Yes, 39 draws and only one extra win for Wesley. It's 7 wins against 6 wins.
Without boldly stating the obvious, there, Wesley must have one of the best scores against Fabi for anybody who's played 10 games or more against Fabi, because again, he's competed against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match and fought to a standstill. All the games were drawn in the classical portion. Bishop c2 on the board. Knight e7, as explained by Peter, is still the main move. They're still in theory. And who's played faster?
Wesley has played faster, but Fabi's also playing quite fast. He's only spent 10 minutes maybe choosing which variation of Sveshnikov he wanted to play, the early f5, for example.
We know ourselves that some openings can go dozens of moves. So far, we haven't seen those incredible theoretical battles that, you know, they just blitz out move 30. But this looks like one of those positions, Peter, where, I mean, the players could easily have prepared another 10 moves from this one because it's just so sharp, actually.
Yeah, and the interesting detail about this is that you generally, I think, suspect players who aim for the Sveshnikov with black to be extremely well prepared against everything and to be, you know, to have it all at their fingertips. But I guess what happened here is that Wesley plays every single first move, whereas for Fabi, he already kind of indicated that this is his intention. He did this in round 1 against Prague.
Right.
This line, not Prague, against Duda, right? There was this knight takes e4 temporary sacrifice.
Right.
So he's already indicated that this is his repertoire for this tournament.
Sicilian,
and not even any Sicilian, but specifically this Sicilian. And Wesley decided this gives him a very nice opportunity to do some targeted prep. And he clearly is, of the two of them today, the better prepared and the one who has the freshest idea.
Right.
So Fabi, despite it seemingly being his choice to play the Sveshnikov, he is having to consider his options much more carefully. Right. Should still be okay, though.
Thank you, Peter. And let's toss it to Cristian in Bucharest.
Ooh.
Well, I was talking to some people before the round started, and they were telling me, grandmasters in the audience as well, that they expect a much more peaceful, much more quiet day today because it's the day before the rest day. And I told them, are you sure about that? Generally, before the rest day is when the players are trying to show their stuff. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. We have a lot of Sicilians on the board. I did expect that, and specifically for Levon, I talked to you before the games started that this is what I expect to be the marquee matchup of the day, the big creative clash between Levon and Alireza. And as you can see, Levon brought something very special to the board. Sure, a Sicilian with G3, probably a bit more peaceful, but this one is going to explode. But take a look at his shirt. That's a dragon shirt. And right now he's trying to spit some fire on the chessboard. I have to say, I believe this one is going to turn into a big, big critical clash. And of course, the game between Wesley and Fabiano that you guys, there it is right there. That's the dragon in the middle of his shirt. That's, I mean, if you're Alireza and you're seeing that in front of you for the next 5 hours, it has to be a bit intimidating as well. Wesley so versus Fabiano, that's a big clash, big American clash. And Wesley has prepared something. I'm very curious to see when the opening preparation will end in this one. Guys, for the moment, back to you, and I will be here with all the updates and the interviews later on throughout the day.
Thank you, Cristian. And let's answer this question once and for all. Our viewers want to know. The day before the rest day, what is the decisive
do the
factor?
players fight harder?
That's what we want to know. And the answer is?
Okay.
These are performances. On the day before the rest day, prior to 2024.
Wesley's had a great performance.
28-51, that's impressive.
Wow, that is Magnus Carlsen. So Fabi plays pretty good. MVL plays good. Firouzja. But this is actually kind of the ratings. Deac, by the way. Hey, don't forget about me. I may be a wild card, but I can
very solid
compete with these guys. We were actually looking for the decisive number, but it's nice to see. And
after the rest day drops.
After the rest day, things drop.
So it looks like Wesley does way better in the first half of the event than in the second.
This is actually a very interesting start, but not what we expected. We thought this would be decisiveness, specifically round 5.
Right.
And this is a split between the first half and the second half.
Right,
so.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
there we go. More than we asked for. But thank you to our graphics team. Interesting things just suddenly happened in the Prague game, MVL Prague, but you also have the Levon. Levon came up with a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm honestly a bit torn because
where to go?
Very interesting Sicilians everywhere. But yeah, this is the Paulsen in the game between Levon and Alireza. Normally you would play knight b3 here. I guess the bishop drops back to maybe e7 because if you put it on a7, you might be forced into some very uncomfortable contortions after queen g4. So I guess it goes to e7, and you can play something like a4 and switch to a positional type of a game where, honestly, with black burning a full tempo on bishop c5, bishop e7, I suspect white is a bit better. But Levon had completely different ideas. Knight takes e6, d takes e6, and now not even queen g4, which would have been quite a logical move, to be honest. Maybe even forces bishop f8. Shocking as it may sound, your choices aren't pretty. Maybe bishop d4 is playable, though. But Levon wanted to play e5.
Wow.
And this is a full pawn sacrifice for, of course, the continuation is knight e4. Seems like you're losing a piece. No, you aren't. And bishop f4 is going to be the next move, trying to land this knight on d6. And I kicked it around a little bit while we were looking at the stats.
Sure.
The most central line, but the line which I think is going to be a challenge for Alireza to play, starts with knight f6. And after bishop f4, you can actually go full greed.
Because you have a queen c3
Gordon
check.
Gekko style, yeah, because knight c5, you have queen c3 check.
Right.
The strongest move here is rook b1. You have to play queen d4 now. And white has immediate equality with knight d8, knight d6, knight c8, and rook takes b7, but black is also completely fine after something like king f8. You're not going to have any issues here with black. You're still a pawn up. Yes, there's a pair of bishops. Yes, there's an active rook on b7, but the king is almost home. The critical line and the line I was curious about, sorry, rook b1, queen d4, I was wondering about this. Because if we don't do this, then the previous play kind of doesn't make much sense. But the engine is very much not in love with it. It goes queen c3 check. It says if you, let's say, play king f1, then it's unclear why you're supposed to be so happy about this. It goes, I'm not sure what b7, b5 is all about. Maybe we're trying to castle queen side. I don't know. Maybe it's just taking the sting out of the rook on b1.
Right.
And if you play queen d2, I mean, I guess queen d2 is just not very exciting in general with 2 pawns down. We're trying to offer endgames. And you can even try to get a better version of it by playing knight d5 first. But as I said, knight f6, queen takes b2, if you've never seen this before, you might be trying to play kind of safer, and you might want to start with bishop b7, but then let's say castles. You can go queen bishop f4 first, but then queen a5 check maybe is okay for black with e6, e5 to come. But we can start with castles. Now if knight f6, bishop f4, that looks scary, because in a similar position here, the king is on g1, and that makes a massive, massive difference.
Absolutely.
So yeah, very excited by this, because by move 8, we have a position which, once again, it's been a long while, but I have been playing e5, g3 against all Sicilians all my entire youth, and I've never seen this before.
Right.
So by move 10, we have a completely new position on the board, and a very interesting and a challenging position.
If you don't mind, Peter, this position, because it caught my eye as well, and I was attracted to knight f6, bishop f4, bishop f2 check, which is incredibly bad. I know, but exactly. If you can't take with the knight,
actually, I wanted to say, I was going to suggest maybe even this, but this isn't good.
This is not good.
This isn't good because, you know, the king can be lured further up, and then after e6, e5, it maybe gets really good.
You may regret your...
Yeah, but king f1 is very strong.
Yeah, the enterprising value.
King e2 also played?
King e2 is also strong, yeah.
Oh, king e2 also works.
King e2 works just as well. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly, yeah.
All right. But bishop f2, there was
it's a fun
something
move,
cute
fun move to
about
consider,
that.
for sure. Yeah.
Turning our attention to our tournament co-leaders,
very interesting game.
Prague and MVL, a lot of developments, Peter, and this move, queen e1, okay, please, from the top.
No, queen e1 is not really the surprise. Surprise came earlier. MVL played bishop b7. As I said, we're not really playing a full-blown Sozin now, we're Fischer. We are playing this weird kind of a mixture of everything. And a very interesting moment came here. Black goes b5, the bishop goes away, black goes bishop b7. And white goes, do not need to protect any pawns. And MVL actually, he paused for quite a bit here, and he did not take on e4, which is very playable. There's nothing, you're not losing to any tactics. The main line here appears to just be h2,
it's always
h4.
h4.
Yeah.
The answer is always h4.
With the idea of just getting it over to h6, using the fact that black burns through so much time. I guess if you play knight c6, then you might have some issues, because knight d4, bishop d4, and then h4, h5. This is what we did this for.
Bishop g6.
Among other things. Yeah. And if the bishop retreats back to b7, we go h5, and here the point is if you play h6, we can already start considering bishop takes h6, knight takes e6 types of tactics. And queen g4, simple queen g4 is also very, very strong here. So MVL, wisely perhaps, the engine doesn't say it's unplayable to take, but when your opponent is blitzing all of this out, it's maybe wise to finish development. Yeah, queen e1 is completely normal here. You cannot allow rook takes c3.
Exactly.
Yeah, queen e1 is the move that absolutely needs to be made.
We do have knight e5.
We played knight e5, and now you can play g4, or you can throw in king b1, because finishing with king b1, until you play king b1 in these types of Sicilians, you have this kind of each going on, right? You're not done on the queen side.
If you don't mind me saying, this is, I think, not a Sicilian dream, but the idea that you, white, have castled long. I've castled short, kings on opposite flanks. you're going to go g4, g5. I know. I don't even have to tell you what you're going to do. But I already have the half-open c-file, and therefore, as a Sicilian player, you're kind of feeling that you're first in the go after the king sweepstakes.
Yeah, but these days I think people have begun to realize that, in particular, these setups with a pawn on a3, your counterplay isn't as fast.
G4, if you like,
Yeah.
like knight c4. Let's go. You're taking.
Actually, yeah, it doesn't take. It goes king b1.
Right.
This is why I was sort of in favor of starting with king b1, because I want to at least have the option of playing bishop c1 here.
Right.
Which
This
the
is
engine
kind
actually
of
hates after queen b6.
Yeah, this was my question. Like, you're going to go g4, g5, I know, but aren't I going?
Seems faster.
You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like
Who-
Black
who's
already
faster?
started the attack.
Right. Yeah,
Black
like,
is faster.
and
So I'm actually sort of
It's great
I
stuff.
think I'm misunderstanding, and this is my internal bias is very much shining through, because I find it very difficult to part with bishops, and in particular I find it very difficult to part with this one because it's just so beautifully positioned on e3. But it seems like in many of these cases
yeah.
we are just ignoring it.
And
This is the one I'm letting go. This is the one I'm letting go if I need to let go of any of them. And while it's still on e3, it's much harder for black to play queen b6, of course. So if you want to play queen b6, you need to do it in this fashion. And now without the knight on c4, I'm much less worried about b5, b4 happening.
I see.
So we can just play g5 and be reasonably happy about things, apparently. Now, this
Somehow I feel like the game is still starting here. I mean,
Of course, yeah.
We're hardly out of
And
the-
I agree with your sort of broader point that if you're unhappy with this as a Sicilian player, you probably shouldn't be playing this as
You've got what you want.
Yes, but it's not one-way traffic at all. Yes, white currently still has pawns on g2 and h2, but they get to good squares fast enough.
This looks like a Donnybrook in the making, which is exactly what we hope for with our tournament leaders. I just want to check in once again with Wesley and Fabi. Interestingly, the move queen h5 after e4, bishop c2, queen h5 came, and it was a slow-moving.
Yes, Fabi has been
Fabiano
taking
went
his time. He has
95.
25 minutes less than Wesley.
Again, this is all standard fare, according to Peter. They've played this quite often in the past.
And he played knight e5, which is the second most popular move, but there is a huge gulf between knight e7 and knight e5. Knight e7 is like 200 games, and knight e5 is maybe 30.
That's
And
a
this is-
very,
we
very,
see
very big gulf.
Wesley's actually starting to think now, so he was probably prepared against 97.
For 97, mainline fare. If you don't mind, Peter, kind of tell us the outline. What are the two players, their trumps and their worries, their concern? After knight e5,
Knight f4 seems very logical.
knight f4. Now the bishop's hanging.
Yeah,
you don't want me to take it and play bishop to b3. So you more or less are forced to go.
No, and the engine actually goes queen f6 as far, so
Queen
far on
F6.
my screen. We have knight c4 in the end there,
Ah,
which is the top line on my screen currently. Bishop b4, knight c4, and then castling. I'm assuming short.
right.
If it's long, I am going to be very, very surprised.
Agreed.
These black pawns are coming
Yeah,
in
but
center.
f5, f4 is happening.
Yeah.
I guess maybe we like. Let me check this because I don't quite understand
I'm
it.
starting to not like
Knight
white in
f4,
this
queen
particular
f6.
position.
Like you feel like you're the one under
Yeah.
It actually is long castles.
long castle.
Shocker.
Who's afraid of the big
Yeah,
bad bishop
with
on
the idea
G7?
of meeting f4 with queen d5, and the difference is now that our b2 pawn is not hanging, so we are actually better in this endgame. Let's say king h8. Why are we so happy about this with white? I would be so worried something will happen to the king on c1, but apparently we're just in control.
Maybe because we can always close the C file by taking on C4
Yes.
at some point.
Yes, but that opens the b
B
file.
file, true.
That opens the b file, and the bishop on g7 appears to be incredibly strong, but rook a b8, it just goes rook e1, e2. I'm trying to figure out what we're threatening because, yeah, it's just so confusing. Black plays a5, and we continue making kind of slow moves. Like one of the top suggestions is takes, and just g2, g3 to make sure f5, f4 doesn't land.
Now here
But then I guess we go rook e d2, and we start putting pressure on this entire complex. But
wow,
this is very, very non-obvious to me that white is doing even well at all, let alone much better than black. You know,
wow.
I would not know how to evaluate this position at all if I had it in game.
You talk about your bias. Me too. I like dragons, and I would dragon Sicilians, and I would have thought in that position in particular with the open diagonal. You know, I was doing well with black, not that.
And maybe black is actually doing okay. Like the evaluation seems to be dropping, but it's you have to play precisely.
Wow.
Rook e2, for instance, now bishop e5 is apparently a massive mistake because then you will start losing material after queen e2, apparently. But you can.
Dang.
But you can finally go for. I don't know. But now things are actually hanging on the other side, and this works out somehow.
I've got bishop takes c3 ideas too in case of rook d2.
It's close, more or less equal.
More or less equal, yeah.
Triple zeros. Right?
No, not triple zeros. But I also like that the way to deal with these threats is to play queen h5, h4. And we're not even playing rook d8. We're playing rook 1, d5, and then running.
Oh, stop it. That is the combination of queen g8 and...
Yeah, and now it comes in, yeah.
Oh my gosh,
bizarre.
that's terrible. Here's where these two players are in the standing. Wesley's looking for a victory, trying to leapfrog.
Right, there's no big score difference yet between the leaders and the rest. Only half a point ahead, Fabi, MBL, and Pragg.
Wow. Yeah, they're closely bunched with this three-way tie. Wesley, very fortunate, I want to say, in his game against Alireza yesterday. That game ended in a draw, but he was on the back foot in that game. Where would you like to take us?
With the world champ. Let's see how Gukesh is doing.
This was Harrod's Queen's Gambit decline, b7, b6. A move, well, not popular.
We already
c7,
have somewhat
c5.
of a new position on the board.
And we don't. I was about to say we're going to get
hanging pawns.
Hanging pawns, but he played bishop to d3 at once. Did Gukesh? Are we still on terra firma as far as theory is concerned?
Almost completely fresh. I think one game reached here previously, and bishop d3 maybe not the most precise, but choosing between bishop 2 and bishop d3 in all of these positions is very tricky. I think allowing black some kind of knight 6, knight b4 counterplay might be the reason why the engine ever so slightly prefers bishop e2. Here knight c6 currently, followed by bishop a6, appears to be the preference of the engine, meaning to meet c takes d5 with bishop takes, and sorry about that. And in this position, maybe knight b4 is a useful intermediate move. Intermediate move with maybe knight b takes d5. Because my feeling is it's not really ecstatic about playing these types of hanging pawns specifically, because they're instantly under a lot of pressure. This is an absolutely ideal setup with bishop g5 maybe to come in next, and g5 is very, very weak. So black is, I think, intending to take with the knight on d5 in most cases, unless white absolutely forces you to take with the pawn. And even here, I think it very often will take with the knight.
Interesting.
And it seems like a2, b2 versus a7, c5 should give white a little bit of an advantage. But this is a kind of a well-known structure. You get it in a lot of Queen's Gambit positions, and it's not that bad.
Right.
Considering it's Duda, considering he's very ambitious to begin with, and also not doing particularly well in the tournament, maybe he just does something like bishop b7, knight bd7. Then he will play hanging pawns if white ever takes on d5. That doesn't equalize nearly as firmly as some other stuff, but it gives you a position you can play. And we keep on returning to the fact that they're not having a particularly nice tournament.
Yeah.
And I think when you're doing kind of poorly and you're playing against somebody who is also doing poorly, you would like for it to be more of an open game.
Misery loves company, and
Nazi.
I mean,
they're only 1 point behind the leaders.
That's the shocking thing. Yeah. What a victory could mean for either player. Really bounces the trampoline up.
Yeah, the important thing is to not lose 2 in a row in an event like this, because then coming back.
Duda does play knight c6, which I felt was probably the best move.
Yeah, because as you were saying, that lure of going after the bishops makes a lot of sense. By the way, I mean, I needed to really double check. Why is he allowing d4? Why allow d4 and takes? And if we're forced to move our knight, we have bishop b4 check. We even have queen a5 check. But there is a trick. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and oh, how many times has that happened? Give me the queen. Discovered attack against the queen. Cannot play d4, and now knight c6. By the way, that is now, I would say, a very powerful threat. c6, d5, d4, virtually forcing c takes.
I'm not sure. I think we can
castle
still.
now.
I think
Are
we
you
can still
sure?
castle. I was showing this line, and the engine isn't playing d4. I think because of knight e4, probably.
Knight e4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Although bishop b7, I think it's playable for black. Yeah, I wonder why the engine isn't more interested in this.
I was thinking we're going to take on d4 and at least have 3 pawns against 1 on the queen side.
Or takes
Oh,
knight e4, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
Like
Nazi.
this. So you've got this beautiful majority.
Right.
But,
I'm playing
but-
bishop b7 anyway.
but if I ever get in
Yeah.
e5,
If
I'm playing bishop b7. I'm always meeting a3 with a5. Oh, this is. I mean, if this happens, I'm so happy because this is just going to be such a mess.
it's totally 3-result mess as well. Also, if I'm a tour player, I'm thinking of the game of Nodirbek and Bogdan. I'm a tour player. You're the wild card. Wild card is ahead of me in the tournament standings. I've got to win, especially with white.
Yes,
I feel that I really have to play hard.
And Nodirbek is sharing last place with Duda and Gukesh. So he's one of the players who absolutely needs a win to come back
Absolutely.
in the standings.
We were, and by the way, here's the standings for them. And this is why I'm saying for Nodirbek, a win gets him at 50%. He will be in that chasing pack, you know, where
A big jump.
whereas, you know, if he makes a draw, he just kind of like his tournament could fade before it even starts.
Yeah, and there was an interesting turning point
Yes,
a moment
Peter.
ago because I was kind of
B3.
Yeah, I was autopiloting the move b2, b3 here, and
Right.
Nodirbek found a way not to play it for now. He played rook d1, and Deac responded in a very natural fashion. Obviously, if you take on c4, your
Oops.
queen on d8 is very vulnerable to this X-ray. This is not good. So knight a6 seems quite logical, but there was another option, and a kind of a fancy one. He could play e5, e4 here. With the idea of meeting knight takes e4, for some reason the engine really dislikes doing it in this order. I guess because bishop takes h7 exists and then queen c2 check. But you can and should take on c4 straight away, changing the structure into what I assume in a moment will be some kind of a strange Carlsbad, in which the bishop really
Why did we
should
put it-
be on g2.
It should be on d3.
Yeah, this seems quite healthy for black, to be honest. Knight g2, I don't know. You can go rook e8, knight e4. You can even play it slowly. I don't think we are in any kind of a danger here with black.
No.
And if white throws in d4, d5, we can take, play bishop f5. And then we are very interested suddenly because it's not even if, it's when our knight lands on e5.
e5.
You start preferring black. d5 is kind of unplayable, and if you play b3 here, black once again is extremely happy about having secured this
Wedge.
very nice wedge, yeah, locking out the
Yeah.
bishop on g2. But now after rook d1 and knight a6, we can play b3, and we're a lot happier because that line I was showing with d6, d5,
Knight
the
is
knight
on.
isn't coming to c6 anymore, and
Right.
also we made a very useful move.
Right.
So in this position, I guess black plays queen a5. We can go knight g2, but maybe even stronger is to play queen d2, once again trying to take some sting out of the d6, d5 ideas. And it very much depends on whether black can land d5 in a good fashion. Like if you maybe if this works out, if this has no tactical refutation, then black will probably equalize. If we find some way to maybe not allow this, then we will be at least slightly better with white.
Very, very nice.
B3 not played yet, which is kind of curious to me, by the way. What else can you even do? Maybe he's considering knight f3, but I think black is very happy about something like this. This feels like it should be completely fine.
Lovely. Nazi, coming into today's game, what is the win probability. We've been averaging 2 victories per round.
Well, today, best chances for Nodirbek, 36.7%.
That's
to
a
win.
big, yeah, I see 9.8 for Daniel.
And rest of the players are under 30%. Gukesh at 28, Pragg 27.
I'm surprised by the Prague MVL percentage. That, I mean, I wouldn't have said coming into today's game he's the,
Favorite?
well, 2-1 favorite. You know, if I can put it like that.
Well, the white pieces do confer an advantage.
Yeah.
And
but
also,
2-1?
I don't know, I often kind of feel I need to gripe about these numbers and that they don't feel right. But specifically because of the repertoire, I feel it's maybe okay to assign a higher probability of a decisive result for this game in particular, because MVL plays very fighting openings. I don't know if this is being factored into the simulations, but today I think is a very good illustration of why that game outside of Nodirbek versus Deac was the highest win percentage in general than any other game of the round, because we have a Najdorf with very kind of free-flowing game and a lot of chances for double-edged play. Very enjoyable round so far, by the way.
Let's take a pause here in St. Louis and toss it to Bucharest.
Well, speaking of that game and all the games and all the Sicilians in general, and I want to talk about which position, in my estimation, is the most dangerous for the player with the black pieces. And I have to say, I think MVL is in some practical danger right now. I'm seeing that the engine is saying, sure, everything is very balanced in pretty much all of the positions so far. But this could become something, right, for white. And it's obvious to my eyes that Praggnanandhaa knows the position and knows the plans much better than his opponent right now. And I was just in the playing hall and I was looking at the body language of the players. Pragg is moving around very confidently. On the other hand, MVL was not looking confident at all. It felt like he was trying to remember what he needs to do in this one. And I was scrolling through the lines as well. And if you play, for example, after h4, he didn't play it, but if you would have played something along the lines of d5, which makes a lot of sense in the position, you're already much worse, right? After bishop to g5. There's a lot of pitfalls in the position, and I think knight to d7 is a great move by MVL. It shows that, you know, he is a Najdorf player. He does understand these positions very well. And by the way, guys, in about 15 minutes from now, we will have a very special guest, an expert in the Sicilian and in the Najdorf in particular. Garry Kasparov will be joining us once again, so stay tuned. I will be joining with him in about 15 minutes from now. For the moment, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. Looking forward to it. We've got great games across the board, and starting with Levon versus Alireza. Levon sacrificed a pawn.
Alireza took it.
E4, E5. I think it was Wilhelm Steinitz that said the best way of refuting a gambit is to first accept the gambit. E5, queen takes E5, knight E4, knight F6. Having said A, you must say B. He's followed it up with a second pawn sacrifice,
Alireza's
bishop
in a deep
F4.
think. He's down to 55 minutes, and this is only
he has
move
options.
11.
Yeah.
He's thinking about queen D4 as well as queen B2, Peter?
Yeah. We looked at queen b2, so we don't really need to
Refresh.
go over the ground again.
Right.
Let's mention queen d4, which absolutely does exist. And there are two options here for white. You can go for this position, and now perhaps castles, because if you play bishop d6, black can actually remind you that your king is also still in the center. It's playable for white. Bishop a3 with the idea of queen d6 is playable. Queen c1 with the idea of queen g5 is playable. This is interesting, but you could also castle, because of course e5, bishop takes e5 is completely unplayable for black. Black probably needs to play knight d5. And now we can go bishop e5, castles rook e1, and we get to kind of a typical, feels, you know, vaguely like a Slav gambit. Right?
Yeah.
Where we gave up a central pawn for the bishop pair, for the weaknesses on the dark squares. It's not really immediately obvious why black should be so unhappy about this, but there's definitely enough compensation for white. And there is also an option which maybe is less attractive originally, but might not be bad at all. Takes and long castles with the idea of landing knight on d6. The engine says we can just allow it.
Wow.
And, well, white looks gorgeous, but black is a pawn up and has no weaknesses. So I guess we want to play knight d5, maybe we want to play rook d8. Ends up being around level. And I think knowing Levon probably will not spend too much time on this. As soon as he realizes there's no win for white straight away, he will prefer to keep the queens on. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there is queen takes b2, and this is the reason Alireza is still in the tank here, because those are very different options. And in particular, when you take a second pawn in lines like this, you have to make sure you're not being too greedy.
Right.
But I think it's stronger. I think queen takes b2 goes further in towards completely equalizing.
Nazi, thank you, Peter. From your perspective, you've sacrificed a pawn. You got the two bishops. Your opponent's king is still stuck in the center. Do you feel like you got enough, though?
Yes, unlike you, Yasser, I love giving away my pawns for any kind of initiative.
Why? Why am I? I'm just a material boy, you know. Knight d5. I think you really need the castle, but you got to worry about bishop d6. Knight to d5. Peter was giving a pretty nice explanation here for the pluses and minuses. You like giving away the pawn. Why?
Just the initiative. I like playing with the initiative, active pieces. Of course, if it fizzles, then I regret my choices.
Like, what am I doing here? What's for dinner? So, okay, you like
I do. How
the
about
pawn.
you?
I like the pawn. I like provoking my opponents and forcing them to provide an explanation for. Our viewers need proof. However, the current position, I'm also a pawn grubber, and if you're going to play those positions with the two bishops, then taking a pawn, like if you did something like this, we're getting the same thing.
Yeah,
only I've got an extra pawn. So
yeah,
let's start with queen takes b2.
And we also provoked bishop d2, which is a
horrible move.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that, not at all. So I'm with Peter. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let me take the pawn as well. Queen takes b2. I think you were showing us
Rook b1, right?
Rook b1, queen d4, and you can gamble, but you probably won't be very happy with it. Knight c5. The way to immediately equalize is knight d6 check.
This is right. This is what you had told us, that after king, that was supposed to be knight d6 check, king e7, you were telling us we should take the pawn on b7, and as you explained, we're almost home. King f8, we're one move from home. And you kind of feel like
we'll have to trade queens. And
this will be a bit of a miserable choice for Levon, because he created over the board this very imaginative way of sacrificing a pawn by move 8, and then by move 15, a lot of material comes off. He, has to develop some black pieces for them. You have to trade your.
He's reaching for the pawn.
Over the b2 pawn.
Yeah. It doesn't look like queen d4. Alireza is so very young. I can't imagine they have a long history between them. But what's their overall score in classical chess, I mean?
Well, you're right, Yasser. They've only played 5 classical games, and it's very evenly matched. 1 win for each and 3 draws.
Yeah, can't get closer than that. But the fact that they have 1 win each goes to show that they respect one another. And again, this is a crucial moment right here. Alireza has taken some time, whereas...
Levon has only spent 13 minutes this whole game. I mean, they're on move 11.
11. But it's kind of fresh ground that they're covering. And rook b1 came immediately.
Levon is blitzing.
Yeah.
Like he said, if you can't play well, at least play fast. I mean, he's doing both at the moment. He's playing fast, he's playing well.
But I like what the build up there.
Is giving him enough time to think about things. So he is doing the right thing here by using his opponent's time to figure things out.
Right.
Queen d4 now strictly the only move. Everything else is very bad. Queen a3 just loses to rook b3.
Don't want to go there.
Yeah, and bishop b4 check doesn't look right. You're not going to be happy about king f1, but you particularly not going to be happy about this, where the bishop just drops immediately.
Ouch.
You get 4 pawns for it, but you're still not going to be happy about this at all.
No, Too many dark square weaknesses.
So we expect queen d4, and this is the point where Levon will have to make a decision. You can continue gambling with knight takes c5, but the engine isn't happy about it. The engine says takes, let's say castles here, knight d5. We are no longer really getting bishop d6, and there was definitely enough compensation for one. There's not going to be enough compensation for two. And if you start with bishop d6,
Queen c4.
Both queen a5 check and queen c3 check are very strong. Yeah, we can, we can trade queens or deprive white of castling just by forcing moves here.
It was funny because a moment ago you showed a position where queen c4.
Queen c4 was
stopped,
but there was still a pawn on the tool,
right.
which made us, require tricky moves. Whereas here you can blunt force it.
And queen d4 on the board. The current standings for these two players, they're in that pack.
They are the ones sharing fourth place. Yes.
They're just on the outside of the first place, 50% going into the free day. By the way, Firouzja Alireza did play queen d4, the only move, but a good one. And
yeah, definitely. That's why he used a lot of the time on the clock.
Well, you're just not used to a top grandmaster, any top grandmaster, just sacrificing two pawns
so
early in the game. And so if you're in Alireza's shoes, your opponent's just gone e5. You took it. He's forced you to take the pawn on b2. And it's sort of like, is there an explosion? Yeah. Have I stepped on a landmine? Am I lost?
If they end up in that endgame position we're looking at, where white takes the b7 pawn,
right.
Alireza is not going to need too much time in that position to figure out what to do next. It's going to be a pretty simple position.
Knight d6 check, king e7. This is the it's funny to me. As I got better at chess and became what I would call a chess expert, 2000, I always loved it when I had a bishop on c8 or f8. My opponent spent like 4 knight moves to take a piece that I never developed, and then suddenly I had an edge in development because they spent 4 moves going after the bishop on c8.
I was about to say exactly that. It's such a miserable feeling. Yeah.
Why are we doing this?
Right. I mean, the bishop never moved, right? And now suddenly black.
We're doing all this just for a pawn.
Yes.
Just to get the pawn on b7.
Yeah. All right. Well, keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go back to the game of Prague and MVL because
pawns on h4.
I feel like both players are just building up to a marvelous clash.
Absolutely. This is looking very promising. Now we're going to see if Prague's okay allowing knight takes e3, exchanging the bishop for the knight, or if he's going to drop back to c1. I expect him to move bishop c1.
It's all about the h6 pawn, bishop c1.
I think the engine was kind of reluctant to allow queen b6. I think you probably, and for me, in a blitz game, my bishop would already be on c1.
Yeah.
I can tell you this much.
Right.
In a blitz game, this happens so quick, you don't see me move.
Right.
But having looked at this for a while today and having consulted my screen, it seems like you probably need to keep it on e3, and getting the pawn to g5 is more important, denying black all kinds of bishop f6 counterplay.
Only because Gary is going to come up on a show, but it's absolutely one of the most marvelous Sicilian games I ever witnessed from Linares, where Gary on the black side of a very sharp Sicilian, where both players were castled on opposite flanks, he managed to put a bishop. I mean, literally, Mickey played g4, g5, g6. And the moment he played g6, it went bishop f6, and the bishop was defending and attacking, and it was an absolutely, absolutely marvelous game that Gary did win. Knight c4, shall we play g4 or should we play
Let's try g4.
Well, there is bishop h4.
I think we're welcoming that pawn take, because then we have the open h-file.
Are we so welcome?
I know you're not.
I mean, at least I think about these things. Bishop takes h4.
Start with that. Maybe bishop f2 here.
And then a3 is hanging.
Okay, I'm giving away way too many buttons.
I'm taking them, but
to do that.
I don't know. I mean,
bishop h4 sadly for Yasser, straight up loses to rook h4, knight a3, knight e6. And after f6, bishop takes e6, king h8.
Oh, beautiful.
Specifically queen h1 somehow.
Knight f6?
And you just get mated.
Or g5 at the end.
And I just get mated.
You get mated. Yeah, I didn't see that at all.
Knight takes e6. Yeah. By the way, a very, very standard thematic idea. Whenever this knight on c4 leaves the board, Peter was telling us, I'm giving up the dark square bishop. I'm not giving up the light square bishop. Yeah. Pretty much because of tactics, like you've just shown
very
us.
much. I think the inclusion of the knight fd7 changed something in the position, because now it definitely does play bishop c1. I think bishop c1 and g4 are about the same in terms of evaluation currently, but we had a position earlier which looked very similar, but white didn't have a pawn on h4 and black didn't have a knight on d7. And here, after queen b6, with the idea of following up with d6, d5, and then perhaps b5 before later, the engine disliked it quite a bit. With the inclusion of h4 and knight d7, as in the game, it is currently saying bishop c1, queen b6, and g4 is very playable, because bishop f6 can be quite comfortably met by knight c2. Yes, we are allowing d6, d5, but we get to play g4, g5 ourselves. It's still a very messy position. It's still a very messy position.
Absolutely.
I think you're hardwired as a Sicilian player from either side to feel that if black achieves d6, d5, and you haven't really gotten anywhere yet on the king side or in the center, black should be fine. But this is we are containing the counterplay on the queen side quite well for the time being, and we are about to play h5 and g6, so we're not that far behind. I would be, like, if you tell me black is better here, I will believe you. If you tell me white is better here, I will also believe you.
But you might argue a little bit.
Yeah. It's completely unclear to me why you should prefer one side or the other, but it's just fun to watch. I'm very much enjoying this, because I think this will be a very, very interesting game to continue observing.
And yet, when you look at this visually, you would say black is better, because look, white's pieces are all on the first rank. I mean, right? You've got one piece on d4.
A5 before's coming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A5, and the way the engine plays this, you really have to wonder why it likes this for white, because it's not even playing g6, it's wasting, well, wasting is a very strong word, investing another tempo into supporting our things along the fourth, and it goes b4, a4, allowing knight a3 check, by the way, which, I mean, I'd be terrified here. And already the only move you can make is knight d4. Everything else loses. Knight b3 doesn't lose. Yeah, rook c2, rook takes d. Neither player over there, much respect, yeah. Somehow this works out.
We're going to pause our fun and toss it to Bucharest with Cristian and a special guest.
I see you guys are having a lot of fun with those variations. We've been having some fun with those as well. Gary, welcome back.
Thank you.
Tell us, you must be quite excited. We have 3 Sicilians, but this one, I mean, in particular, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's... it just somehow goes against, what I learned when I was a kid, or even when I was a professional player, because, I mean, how come that white bishop was on a2?
Exactly.
Yeah, because it has to be somewhere on f1 probably in this line. So, but there's so many new Sicilians now that is just, that's, again, they just go totally against the conventional wisdom of the days where I was learning how to play Scheveningen and Najdorf. And because when you look at this, I mean, this to imagine that somebody plays bishops, now bishop c4, e6, a3, okay, but to play that bishop e3 and then queen e2 castle, the whole idea that play a3, which is, by the way, it's a very popular move these days. I mean, very often white plays a3 before b5 as a prophylactic. So so thinking that maybe this is the line with b5 is not as good, and just now black cannot play knight c6, but still it feels strange.
What is the point of a3? You were starting.
No. The point is very simple. The b5 before, because this is one of the main ideas in any form of Najdorf Scheveningen is to push actual knight from c3. Because it's a very important piece. So that, yes, it protects pawn on e4 and also creates, just for black some counterplay on the queen side, whether white castle short or long. So of course, if it goes long, that's most important. But again, somehow this is the idea that you can play a3 and then castle long because it exposes the king. But now computers prove that for black to play before after a3, it takes time, and white is typically white is a bit faster, playing just g4, g5, not just h4, h5. So.
What are the pros and cons of this idea, bishop c4, bishop to a2? Because as you mentioned, the bishop usually is on f1, right? You don't tuck
but
it
it's
on
then,
A2.
but it's I guess there's a pressure. So this is potentially after knight somehow if knight bd7, you all have to count bishop takes e6. For instance, that's, I don't know, just something like this. This kind of ideas you have to count. Yes, of course. Yes,
exactly.
So and also bishop on a2 is another piece that potentially protects the king, and also bishop on f1 does very little. So they think that's bring on the a2 and then organizing the attack. So it's again there's plenty of it's common sense behind it, but still again the combination of these moves, and I think that's MVL did well. So okay, he just made most natural moves. Of course, probably taking here is probably bad. Yes.
The engine is fine with it, but I'm sure Prague has something here.
Yeah.
Even h4, it just says simple like that.
That's not very human. That's
crazy.
Because I said why it's bad, I don't know. This is something that you wouldn't do without computer preparation, because you sacrifice pawn playing h4. I mean, okay, that's the. I used to play without material, so sacrifice some material, but still this is very abstract. This is more like AlphaZero kind of game. Yes. And it's interesting because d5, then the bishop is trapped after d5. So d5 f3. So that's why you cannot. So and if you don't do d5. Again, this is the knight d7, then maybe something, I don't know, just knight d7 is, it's odd.
Just h5, yeah.
Okay, come on, that's I don't know. It's still,
the question is why, right? Well, apparently just bishop a8, and now you start looking at this type of ideas.
And then h6, yes?
Yes.
Take, king h8, h6, yes?
Yes.
Oh God! So this is
As a Najdorf player, what's your reaction when you start seeing your opponent play fast moves like this? You have the opportunity to take.
I had the luxury of playing, just a long time ago, and nobody considered to do that. So that's why, for me, it's just very, very new opening. And again, it says the MVL. How much time did he spend on knight b7?
He spent quite a lot. Well, he spent quite a lot all the way until, I believe at this point, f3, queen to e1, knight e5.
So he played f3?
Yes.
He played f3 here.
Finally.
It's funny, okay, this is the, he'll play h4 if he just, okay, but probably but now he wants to play rook c8 and rook takes e3, yes, so that's why f3, rook c8 and queen e1. That's okay, they're learning now that rook taking, if black is allowed to take on c3, that's not good, so that's why, so queen e1. But again, do you seriously think that you can just get in an advantage for white with playing queen e1, so this is knight e5?
I think at this point, I looked at it, it was an hour and 30 minutes for Prague, close to that, and an hour and dropping for MVO.
Look, I think black is fine. So
yes.
But it's still interesting. So this is okay, white will continue pushing the pawns. So I think Prague is now thinking whether he should give up the bishop. So maybe he's thinking of bishop g5, maybe even. Maybe he's thinking about sacrificing the pawn.
Why not? Maybe. Especially after king b1, right? Let's see.
Maybe.
Bishop g5. That's definitely a move.
Yeah.
Take.
Maybe now, I don't know, g4.
G4, rook h5, maybe.
Yeah, this
rook h5, queen h1.
As an idea, yeah. So this is, So that's one idea. So that's another one is to simply go on c1. But then it's this.
e1 is doing a good job.
Yeah, but
if you go, probably this doesn't work. Yeah, knight d5.
I'm not sure. That's maybe what you can. If you start with knight d6, maybe. Still, it's a bit difficult for black too.
What do you do? Do you give this bishop away, or do you keep it there?
I don't know. This is the. No, my next move is my idea was let's say g4, play queen c7, spreading knight takes h3. I want your knight to move somewhere, and then I will play d5.
Let's say, try to defend like this. It's ugly. But
that is ugly. There are many interesting moves here. So of course I can shift my knight
to make it prettier. But I already have my pawn. Okay, so here I will go f4.
No, f4?
Rook h3.
But f4, wait, after f4 I would think for maybe. f4 is...
I really didn't like my rook on d3.
Yes, but f4, also possible, yes.
It's an interesting position, right? Very rich
position. All the pieces aboard, so it's don't quite say. Huh. I think I should probably get this. Yeah, Queen C7, Rook H3.
D5. And D5. I probably have to go E5.
D5. Then B4. Eventually.
Have to take.
Take on B4. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. With the knight coming to A4,
yes, yeah,
somehow it doesn't.
Somehow also. Okay, you're here, I'm here.
I don't feel safe. That's all I can say. I don't feel safe right now. Maybe even knight A3 is an idea, right?
Knight A3, King A1. So it's not. But knight A4 is probably stronger. So
maybe I have to defend like this.
Can I just stop pushing the pawn? A pawn?
Certainly can. Yes. Where's my counterplay?
Okay, you have to play A5 eventually.
I guess I have to.
Yes, you have to play A5.
I have to go.
This is the yes, and it's not. I don't know. The machine just thinks we're still almost equal.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. With 3 moves, by the way.
Yes.
Rook F8, Queen takes E5, and Knight A3.
Exactly. This is still you know. That's again shows that the chess made such a huge progress. So that's what we're learning from computers. When people say machines killing the game. No, actually, many things we learned. So that's and I. You know, I feel it. You know, just it's enriching. You know, our ideas about the game, and it's never late to learn.
Do you feel this type of progress that the machines have been helping us achieve is going to continue exponentially?
It's not exponentially. It's this, but there is always a progress, and it's again we learn more, which I like. I like the idea that we're learning.
Yeah.
So it's this. There's so much we can learn, and again, this is you look at this position. I mean, somehow I feel it's very refreshing, because imagine this kind of position, just 50 years ago, they would be writing articles, debating, and now you know the outcome. Yeah.
You would be writing the analysis in the notebook.
There's a notebook. No, there will be debate. This is in the magazines.
Who's better?
Yes, exactly. Yes. I remember these days. When just you had this is like famous game of Tal Larsen. I think one of the games where Tal sacrificed a piece, and then there were debates. I remember Nikitin Shamkovich. They had a debate in Shachmat of SSR, chess in the USSR. So this is writing articles, analyzing. So this is whether it was correct or not.
Have we lost that aspect of chess, the debating aspect, and even the post-mortems, right? Because nowadays, you're going back to your hotel room, you see the engine, you see exactly what the truth is.
There's no free lunch. So yes, of course we lost some beauty of the game that was just analysis, and but again, in exchange we got a very just nice compensation. It's just we know the correct evaluation of the position.
Yep.
So again, I don't want to sound nostalgic. Yes, I would prefer old-fashioned analysis, but it has its own beauty.
Let's talk about another Sicilian.
Okay.
Let's go to Wesley, who came in very well prepared in this one.
No, I recognize this game. I recognize this position.
Knight to G6.
Let's start with this one. So this is what move order? This is
from 4 knights with E6. I think it
was Fabiano, yes. It started with E6, yes. Okay. B5, take, not A5, C3. Okay, that's the take. That's theory. That's theory. Yes. Yes.
Still theory.
But I think did they play castle here, or just what is the
castle is an option, yes.
The castle is an option, yes.
Castle is
another option, yes.
Yes, I think he played Queen H5, right?
Yes, I think Peter is on the other end. But remember, in 1998 we played game online, so just without knowing this opponents. So I played black. So this is one of the games. So Queen H5 is I have to remember the theory. Did Caruana play quickly Queen H5?
Yeah, no. He was actually thinking all the way to this point. I think he started thinking after E4.
Because Queen H5 is not, I think the castle is more popular.
Yes, castle by far. Well, not by far, but
yes. But castle was more popular because it's
a bit more popular.
Yeah, but what's 3%?
43% for white, 24 for black. Queen H5 only 37 versus 29.
Yeah. Yes.
So
yeah.
But Wesley was blitzing out his moves.
Was 95 is the 97, yes.
97 is the main line.
The main line was 90, or before, yes?
97.
Before was not good, yes?
Then knight to e5 and then b4.
Yeah. Actually, king h8 seems to me that's the most. Yeah, this is
Scoring very well for black.
Scoring very well is king h8, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Wesley started thinking after knight e5. So he wasn't ready for it. He played rook d1 and knight g6.
Okay, but he doesn't want, just for white knight to go on.
This seems to be the.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. So it's the eventually play g4. So this is
no more castling at this point.
So
right.
No, you don't need to castle. I mean, what's the point? Because you have to destroy the structure. You have queen on h5 is attacking, and you have knight on d5, and black is just a little bit behind.
Yes.
I don't know, knight d5, knight g6. I just feel it's a bit too slow. I mean, Sveshnikov would be happy.
Fabi hasn't played that many Sveshnikovs in his life, right? But he's engaging with the Sicilian much more nowadays.
Yeah, but Sveshnikov is a special Sicilian, so it's very, very special Sicilian. So that's the. Did he play g4?
He has not. He has not.
He has to. He has to play g4.
Yes, he's thinking for a very long time.
He has to destroy this structure. So what was g4? So after f4, knight f5, yes?
Yes.
So and if he takes queen h4, sorry, queen h4, then we take
the pawn.
Yeah, that's only rook e8. You cannot.
On f4.
On f4, yes? Yes. This pawn. The rook takes f5.
And then knight e6. Starting to look at d6 as well is hanging. Okay, that's the engine's recommendation. I guess it's very, very concrete, right? I guess take, and if you go d5, maybe just bishop b3.
Yeah, bishop. Yeah. No, that's bad. Yeah, not good. Not good. But g4 is a very natural move. So it's the
another move recommended is
f4 it's another. But here probably I play b4, yes? It's instantly. That's my instinct. Immediately, because if you play b4, because knight before knight f4, so you have to open this bishop, so create weaknesses. Yes. No, that you cannot. Yes. So otherwise you have counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it's instantly. You always have to look for b4 option. So it's just to.
Knowing Wesley, what's your take? G4. Is he going to go for g4?
I think he should play g4. This is how. Very surprised if he doesn't. It also doesn't seem very risky for white. So it's just that's
g4.
Yeah,
b4 too slow.
No, before you they take on f5. So that's why, and this structure is solid, and this one is being ruined. So I think white is out of risk. So
what if I go here?
Take on f5.
Yeah, and if this is probably bad.
Oof. Yeah.
It's over.
No, g4 is the. So that's why again it's the instinctively, just it's 95, 96. This is not the way you play because it's the Sveshnikov requires something very dynamic. Oh, by the way, I think castle. Yeah, I Vichy. Yeah, I also had a game with Vichy. I think in 2002. Yes, correct. This is off the castle.
I cannot see the game.
I think I play rook a7. I think I play rook a7 here. I think I saw. Yes, this is. I'm not sure, but that's the.
It's definitely one of the moves.
Yeah, that's the. Yeah, but that's the. We can't see the game. Yes,
we cannot see the.
I think Vichy. Yes, it was in 2004 probably. It was a Petrosian Memorial, so in Moscow. So was the so. It was a draw. White. I had a very comfortable position, but it was just a draw. So it's the so I played this line with black, but after queen h5 again. This is the you can't. I mean, it's 95, knight g6. This is not the way you play. Exactly. Either you have to attack this knight e7, or just you have to play. I mean, something, but not. No, okay.
Next Sicilian.
3 Sicilians. No,
yes,
okay.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. Good day.
This is very odd Sicilian.
It's a good day. Yeah, let's see where it started.
That's the
queen c7 and
g3. Okay, Fischer. Yeah, Bobby. So this is that's.
This is Levon versus Alireza.
Levon g3.
Great victory, by the way. Yesterday.
Wow,
you saw that?
Excellent, beautiful game.
He played a nice game.
Old-fashioned. So yes, but very, very high quality game. Very creative, and it's the
when he knitted, he found the most precise moves.
Yeah, really good. Yeah.
Well-conducted game.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop c5. So did Firouzja play bishop c5 quickly?
Yes. Unfortunately, we cannot see that. But
Because that's okay. Bishop c5.
he was thinking already after g3. So probably bishop c5 was not played fast.
So, okay, but of course the question is, what happens after bishop b3? Queen b6? Because this is queen b6, yes?
Queen b6 is one.
Yes.
Here,
No,
queen
that's
a5,
queen a5.
c3.
No, that's the bishop a7 maybe? Oh, no, bishop a7 not good.
Bishop takes c6 apparently is
Yeah.
very powerful.
Yeah.
Just take.
Take.
We get this position, maybe even e5. Makes a lot of sense.
Queen b4, take b5.
Yep.
Take b5.
Yep. That's the line. Slight pressure for white, but not much, it seems like.
Yeah, it's not the game. Knight b6. Knight takes c. Interesting, actually.
Let's see if it's has been played. No, never.
No, it's this.
Yeah, he decided
So
to take on
he took on c6.
Yep.
Not c6, yes.
C6.
d6. e5, yes.
Very creative.
That's, that reminds me of my game is Pologaevsky. Yeah, so, yeah, but he has to do something because if black plays e5, then just white has nothing. So bishop on g2 is useless, and then black has very comfortable position. So then this bishop on a7 controls this diagonal. Bishop goes on e6, and potentially white is worse. Yeah, so
He's playing in the spirit of the position with this e5.
yeah, you have to just to create something. Otherwise, you will. It's easy game for black. Just imagine it's like castle e5, and so what's next?
Exactly.
What's next? So
Bishop
my
e6.
My next rook, bishop e6, knight
f7,
f6.
f6.
Maybe not f6, So this is, and then rook goes on d8. So white has no real counterplay.
Yeah.
So okay, maybe if knight a4, bishop a7, and then you can almost c4 because bishop goes on d4, back on d4. So that's not. Yeah. So this is
Not enough.
No, not. And otherwise, there's nothing you can do. So e5 is, yes, it's giving up the pawn, but it's still logical.
Took it, knight
Knight
f6.
f6. And here he took on c5, yes?
He did. Apparently, knight d6 would have been a bit more clever, at least according to the engine. King e7, I would assume knight takes c8.
Rook c8, rook takes b7, king e8, king f8.
And we get this position.
Black is fine.
Yeah.
Black is
Black is perfectly fine.
probably better no. Okay, take on d4. I have to take, yes?
Yeah.
I think I have to take.
Give another check.
Probably I'll give a check and probably play c4 here or castle or king e2. I don't know.
Yeah. All of them seem to be quite good.
Maybe. It's
Good enough for equality, more
It's
or less.
equal, yes. I think it's equal. King e2.
You have enough compensation.
Yes.
for
This
pawn.
is yes. This is yeah.
But he wanted more. He wanted to keep the game going, it seems like. Knight takes c5.
Queen takes c5.
Queen c5. Let's see what he played.
Castle. Knight d5.
This is what we have.
Can I count the pawns?
Yes.
7 versus 5. That's not good. That's not good. So 2 extra pawns. 2 pawns is a little bit too much. Yeah.
So I guess, let's see. Do you go bishop d4? Like, how do you continue? How do you get c4? I guess queen d3, maybe c4. What's the continuation?
I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm just trying to figure it out. So what can be done? But you have knight c3 is a threat, by the way.
Knight c3, knight takes f4.
No, they probably cannot go bishop with bishop. I mean, too far. So why did he go the pawn? It's the second pawn.
Yeah, he could have taken that pawn on b7, but again, he seems to want more.
More. You call it more now, yeah?
He seems to want more, yes. Which could be less, practically.
I'm confused. Totally confused.
He's struggling to find a continuation right now as well. He's been spending a lot of time.
He had to think about it before.
Yeah.
Before just playing knight takes c5. I think he was probably too, overexcited by his great victory yesterday. It happens, You just, you lose your objectivity because you just feel, your powerful wind, just blowing into my sails, and so I can do whatever. Time-wise,
52 versus 47, very close. 52 for Levon. Seems good for Firouzja. Did you see the game, Firouzja versus Wesley yesterday?
Yes.
And that rook e2, knight d3, the miss.
Tactical
miss.
He did miss it.
He did miss it, yeah. I was in the playing hall immediately. He started
position was very
good for him.
position was so good that even after missing it, he was still a draw.
He still survived.
He still survived. Yes. Missing an exchange. Knight d3. But that's nice shot. Yes. Yeah, but I think after king g2, he was much better. Yes.
He was better.
Yes, because then it's the not king g2. Assimilated something like rook d1. I think yes.
Yep.
Knight f7 f4.
King g2.
Yeah, no, king was ready on g. Yes, rook d1, knight f7 f4.
Exactly.
And it's knight g5 f5. Yeah. I think it's very dangerous with pawn on h6.
Yeah.
But yesterday the great game MVL played. Oh, very, very good. This is rook h4, f3, rook f. This is brilliant.
He finished in 2 hours.
Yes, but brilliant game. This is very, very it's Scotch.
The Scotch wins. Scotch wins. Let's see how the world champion is trying to recover from that. This is what we have right now. He's playing against Duda. 2 players that lost yesterday, obviously looking to recover.
b6, rook c1, c5, d5, bishop d3. Okay, now let's see. No, looks like white is probably better. Probably. No, I don't think so. f6 now, yeah? Yes. F6, logical move.
Hasn't played it yet, but yes, f6 makes a lot of sense. Rook d1, let's see.
Queen e6, yes. Just to cut this bishop. So, yes, the pawn.
So go something like this.
Okay, we play rook b8 or rook d8, I don't know. b8, d8.
Yeah, I actually don't see.
Knight d4 doesn't work.
This bishop on g3. I have to be careful with that bishop. Any sort of end games are really not going to be fun. I think black is fine.
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. This bishop is horrible. The rook shall not before push the queen. I could almost probably play rook d8. Exchange. This is. But rook b8 is a little bit more natural. I think it just starts.
Yeah.
But black has nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Nothing to worry.
Yeah.
Bishop is terrible on g3.
So, it does seem like the difficulties for the world champion continue. Didn't get anything out of the opening. And
so
finally,
the local game.
Local hero, Bogdan, who's been doing tremendously well so far. I'm not sure if we have the right position. I'm not sure if we have the right position.
Before I look at the position, I look at the valuation. So this, okay.
Okay, now we have a completely different position.
Okay, thank you. Slow. Okay, thanks God. So what was the game? So CG. Okay, I understand. Yes. Okay. Let's take d6. Where he's playing.
Nodirbek.
Yes.
Some pressure. Knight coming to c5. How do you stop that, in fact?
Do I have to stop it?
Take.
You have to stop it? Okay, be my guest.
Hide on c8, right?
Yes. Okay, fine.
Let's go.
I'm not sure that's
c8.
I'm not sure that was a good idea.
Seems fine. Seems fine
no,
for black.
I'm not sure, yes. So what's your next move? e4 or what? Because castle knight f4 or knight c3.
Oh, that's
knight
nice
f4.
Let's show
knight
that.
f4.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Actually, it's over. It's over after this one. Wait, how is it over? Let's see.
Yeah, but then take on g2. I think take on g or maybe it's bishop f5 here. What is this? No, knight takes e2. No, knight takes to b6. No, that's b6 and bishop a6.
Oh, this is how it's over.
Yeah. So no. But otherwise, so what's you're not better here.
Yeah.
I think it's roughly even.
Yeah, slightly better for white, but not much. No, that's
yes.
Not much.
Yeah, maybe yes, get knight d4. Yes.
Seems
Some pressure. Some pressure.
Close to equal.
Yeah, but it still is. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Should survive.
So Nodirbek is putting some pressure. 34 minutes for Bogdan right now.
That's Bogdan's main problem. Just this wasting too much time. Yes. But this moves are natural thing. Actually, it's probably here the d5. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go back to MVL.
I knew you.
Yes, of course. That's
you will want to go back to that one. Bishop f6. Played after a pretty long thing, in fact. Close to 15 minutes.
But that's interesting because
okay,
now.
So what's the idea?
The idea is
b6.
No. The idea is to now go with queen on b6 to attack the knight.
How do I defend?
That's a good question.
I cannot move queen f2.
No, because
knight a3.
Knight a3. So the knight is.
So I guess
back.
I don't know.
You sure?
I don't know. What else? I don't want to move my knight, right? Because then knight a3 is coming. Maybe knight e2. Maybe actually.
No, but knight e2 actually then we start something. Maybe something will happen here.
a5.
Yes, that's the idea. So that's exactly. No, bishop a3 is a good move. Yes.
It's a problem.
No, this is the. No, it's the. So I should. So maybe white is better even. Maybe. So take on e3, queen takes e3, and they're advancing. Yeah.
So let's see. You go b4, take, right?
Yeah.
You advance.
g5, but that's.
It is coming fast.
Now with bishop on it. This is dangerous.
If you go back, I think you can even take, right?
You can take on e6. Yes, this is yes. No. Bishop a6.
Over.
Yes. So that's why you we want bishop here. So bishop e3, yes. Yeah. So g4 you must play queen b6. That's actually the best line.
The idea you had.
Bishop g5 here. And that's there.
You did lose a tempo with bishop f6. You were getting my pawn, but at least you lost the tempo.
Interesting. Yeah, but.
Which one would you say is more
spirit
of the position?
Yeah, but it's after g4, queen b6. No, why? It's not queen b6. Bishop e3. I think I have to take, and I have to take this knight.
Okay.
And now probably I will start using your.
Let's see. Yes. Am I missing something?
I'm not missing anything. So I just want to.
Now we go
I just want to play an endgame. But it's.
Feels like you're going to suffer a little bit with black, but
probably
Probably
it's not the end of the world. So my king goes on e7, knight goes on c4 somehow. Yeah, I think I may actually amazingly computer requires b4. B4, just prevent knight going on c4.
Such a tough game.
King a7, king b2, yes. The white is clearly better. So yes, clearly better.
Yeah.
The old conventional wisdom that all the endgames are good for black and Sicilian. No,
space advantage, right?
Not all of them.
Right. Yeah. It does look like white is a bit overextended, but the space advantage seems to be overwhelming right now.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I think eventually you have to play a5 at one point. At one point you have to play a5 and sacrifice the pawn. But it's...
Your prediction for some results. You don't have to give it if you don't want to. But how do you see this one player? We've had so many decisive results so far. 2 out of 5 games every single day. I mean, it could have been more.
Okay. Seems that Aronian is in trouble. Yes, it's this. 2 pawns are 2 pawns. I mean, maybe he created a miracle, but I don't know.
This one that we just left from, Prague versus MVL.
Prague versus MVL. I would say it's a draw.
It's a draw. Okay.
I would say it's a draw.
Gukesh, Duda.
Draw.
Nodirbek, Bogdan.
I don't like timing, so this is the. Oh, I played knight before. before.
He did play knight before, yes. Knight e2 was just played.
Knight e2. Is white to play or black to play?
It's black to play now,
D8.
yeah.
Rook d8 still, that's interesting. I think Nodirbek can probably win. And
Wesley played g4.
Wesley played g4.
He did play g4.
I think Caruana is in trouble. So let me say this: there will be probably 2 decisive games today. We will stick to the.
We're continuing the trend.
Yes, we will continue the trend. So this looks like we have enough for 2 decisive games. Oh, he played queen e6. It's okay. And Gukesh played h4, by the way.
Yeah.
You still have to play f6. That's the problem. But why to play the f6 anyway? So now he's probably played h5, but we'll go soon. Yeah, black has a very comfortable position.
Gary, today is your last day here with us at the Superbet.
But I'll keep watching from a distance.
Of course, of course. What are your impressions of Bucharest and the organization here? Is it getting better every single year? Is the question.
Yeah, there's more experience. There's their attention to details, but it's nearly impeccable. There's no perfection in this universe, but they as close as possible, and I think the players liked it, and somehow maybe as a suggestion, that's maybe the way they play is just it's a form of compensation for the organizers. So basically, paying back to the organizers with aggressive, creative chess.
Gary, as always, complete pleasure to have you here in the studio and with us here in Bucharest.
Okay, we'll be watching from flying and just traveling around the world.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Stay tuned. We will go on a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome to Romania, Prague. You had a very nice tournament in Warsaw, finished third. I don't know if you consider it like success or like what is your assessment of this event?
Yeah, I'm myself not sure how to assess that because there was one person who just ran away with the tournament, but still I think second place would have been better than third. But comparing where I was like 4 rounds before the finish, I shouldn't complain about finishing third. So yeah, overall I think. Comparing my play, I think third place is a good finish.
Do you have some special moment from this event, like which you try to forget, or maybe still try to remember for many years?
No, there are many moments to forget. Many moments where it backfired. For example, game against Alireza, where we were just repeating, and then I decided to play on and just make a blunder in the next move. So it's not something good. And yeah, there were many such moments where I was just leaving points on the table and where I could have scored more points. But those are the experience that you learn from.
Absolutely. And now you had a few days between first and second leg. How did you spend them? Did you have time to recharge the batteries?
I was just chilling, and I got here in Bucharest a few days earlier. I was just going for small walks and just basically trying to rest and be ready for the next event.
What is your idea of the perfect day for the chess player? How can you describe it?
If you win a game, that's already a perfect day, I think.
That's it. This is what you need for the best mood.
Yeah, you're generally happy after, especially like a well-played game. If you play a good game and if you win, and it's already a very good day for you.
What kind of moments make you feel more alive? During the game, during the preparation, or between the tournaments at all?
I think the most alert will be during the game. Yeah, that's when you're like most alive, like you're in the zone, like trying to figure out things. Apart from those, you're just I'm more like chilled guy, so.
Speaking about the time between the events, how many hours per day do you still study, and do you feel you still have a lot of things to learn in chess, or you have already big base of knowledge?
No, I mean I don't think anyone has full knowledge about chess. There's so many things that just keeps coming and surprising us. So there is a lot to learn from chess. I think, at least for me, is that I don't know much, anything else apart from chess as well. So at the end of the day, I'll always be coming back to chess, looking at some chess or playing some games, or it'll be about chess. Like there won't be any day where I won't be looking at chess.
Wow. So, and now, let's say after finishing the Warsaw event, is it kind of simple for you to adjust from rapid and blitz to classical? What exactly you are doing to kind of change your mindset?
Yeah, the time control is different. I think by now we are all used to like different time controls, because even in classical we are playing like, I don't know how many time controls are there. I think it's very important to look at the time controls before every event, just to make sure that you know what you're playing. And about adjusting, you can, as I said, by now we are used to it. In the break, I was just trying to get into the tournament zone. One hand you want to relax, but also the tournament is coming, like tournament is in few days, so I was trying to manage both.
What's some of your short-term goals of this event, and like long-term goals, considering the whole Grand Chess Tour and this year?
Yeah, to win this event and hopefully to win the Grand Chess Tour as well. Yeah, this year there's also going to be GCT finals, so in the first 4 events it's just about finishing in top 4. So that's, I think that's what we're all looking for.
Absolutely, and it's going to be an interesting fight for sure. And thank you so much for this interview. I wish you all the best of luck in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 5. We have 5 very exciting positions already on the board.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at our current pairings. It's Levon Aronian against Alireza Firouzja.
Will the two-pawn sacrifice pay off? Ooh.
We'll see. And then one of the two leaders, Praggnanandhaa and MVL, facing each other. It's Gukesh against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Nodirbek is trying to get his first win against Bogdan-Daniel Deac. And All-American matchup, Wesley against Fabi. Great games,
Wesley, Peter, I'm looking at Wesley. So, great games across the board. 5.
So far, very exciting round. 3 Sicilians, which is always a treat. And we just had Gary, his eyes must have lit up when he saw 3 Sicilians today.
Right.
And, this is absolutely his home. And just continuing the theme of these tournaments are always very enjoyable, but this year in particular, I feel like we got the lineup and the mood people are in is just fantastic.
It's in the water. If you don't mind, I'm just going to jump right into the round and the game between Prague and MVL, 2 of our tournament co-leaders, going head-to-head. And we actually have a full, all the pieces are on the board. Kings are on opposite flanks. Everybody wants to go after everybody. Knight to c4, bishop c1. So far, so good. Kind of expecting queen b6. Not bad, not unexpected. Bishop f6, but bishop g5. How did that move come into being?
We were just discussing this with Nazi in the break, that compared to you actually taking on h4,
we were both trying to give it away.
I was saying to Nazi that this move would have occurred to me. I don't know if it's good, and the engine doesn't really love it, and MVL very quickly says yes, please, and. Honestly, the speed with which MVL took on g5 twice, to my eyes, suggests he also considered it from the white side, because normally you would pause a bit.
Opening up the H file,
seeing this sacrifice. But MVL took maybe 3 minutes to respond to it, which I think to me indicates that he considered it and thought this is the best reaction. But you do get kind of long-term compensation for it. And another thing I will say is that now I think we're very interested in bishop takes c4, because this structure, without the dark square bishops on the board and with the h file open,
d6.
Yeah, we're kind of okay with whatever happens on the queen side. We just want to get rid of this this knight and play on the other side of the board. It's a very unclear position. I think a very normal move like g2, g4 was probably stronger, and now black has queen b6, which transposes to the lines we were already showing, and Gary was also showing on his screen.
Enthusiastically.
There's also this interesting little move queen c7 with the ideas of knight takes a3, but the engine apparently says you can sort of ignore it, because if you take without taking on d4, there is knight takes e6 in the end, as is often the case in these types of positions, winning the knight on d7. And if you have to include bishop takes d4, we're just not that unhappy about it, I guess. But yeah, bishop g5, not unreasonable. Maybe not the best, but not unreasonable. And it does lead to very interesting positions.
But if you don't mind, Peter, when we go bishop on e3 to c1, now we've committed our bishop to c1.
This is obviously the interesting part about it, because if you want to play bishop g5, you can, of course, play it here, and black probably reacts in the exact same fashion.
Right.
My guess is Prague was playing bishop c1, first of all, with a different plan in mind, and secondly, black has a number of
counters.
I mean, queen b6 exists, queen c7 immediately exists, bishop f6 exists.
Right.
So what I think happened here is bishop c1 was probably played with the intention of continuing with g4, g5.
Right.
And then after specifically bishop f6, the young man probably saw something he wasn't quite happy with, and decided to look for other options, and landed on bishop g5 as an alternative to something which was his initial plan. It seems a little bit illogical to do it, but it actually doesn't change very much. It just gets you one move closer to move 40, which is obviously not a particularly serious consideration. I'm joking.
Right.
It's true.
It does.
On the other hand, it's true, yeah.
Get them closer. Why is this game so important, Nazi? Because they are the tournament leaders, right?
Yes, they are. They're on top of the standings. MVL and Prague share in first place alongside with Fabi. Absolutely critical match.
What a victory would mean for either player. It really propelled them. Because at the moment, I don't know if Fabi is happy with his game.
Not at all, no. And this is the one we need to switch to, because we left it here Wesley played Rook D1. I think this is when we switched to listening to Gary, as one does and as one should.
Right.
And I was paying particular attention to what Gary was saying, and I also asked our production team to alert me if he is going to mention a particular story about this, because I understand we have a round in progress, but I very rarely can restrain myself from telling strange stories from my youth. I had a feeling I've seen this position before, and in the break, I did check with Vachier in a production room and his trusted computer. And there is a story connected with this position and Gary specifically. In 1998, when Internet chess was just coming into being, we were supposed to play a match. There was a kind of a strange-looking match where I think Moscow was playing against Jerusalem.
Okay.
I have no relation to Moscow. I'm from St. Petersburg, and those towns, if you know anything about the relationship...
The competitor,
yeah, this is
rival.
This is not a friendship, yeah. Putting it mildly, this is not a friendship. And Gary had no direct connection to Jerusalem, but he was playing board 1 for Jerusalem, and I was playing board 1 for Moscow. The suspicion was that Gary, being who he is, doesn't like being in minus against anybody. And at the time, I was on +1 against him, and it irked him, I think, a little bit.
Right.
So this was organized, but neither of us have ever played internet chess at all prior to that moment. So we had to train ourselves, like just using the software. It was played on the old ICC server.
Mouse click and everything.
Getting used to playing with a mouse.
Yeah.
And I created an anonymous account, and I was trying to train myself a little bit. And then at some point, I got a challenge from an account which says GM in brackets, but I have no idea who it is. The name is not a name, it's just a word.
Right.
And game 1, I'm playing black. Bishop b5 checks Sicilian. I misplay the opening horribly. I lose in like 20 moves. Okay, happens. It's a grandmaster, happens.
Right.
Game 2, I play white. It's some kind of a pulse and very sharp position. I outcalculate my opponent in some complications. I win. It's 1-1. At this point, I think, okay, I lost game 1. Game 2, I won. Okay, somebody who is good, but somebody who is manageable, right? I mean, we can deal with this, right? And then at game 3, the person on the other side of the screen switches from e4 to d4, plays the symmetrical g3 Grunfeld against me, wins a positional masterpiece. I'm thinking something is not quite right. Because like, it's not that I don't lose games in the Grunfeld. I don't lose those games in the Grunfeld very often, where you just like, you get squeezed properly. You don't feel like you have a chance throughout the game. Like,
right.
And then game 4, I go e4. And prior to that moment, I think in Madrid in 1998, I think that was May, I played a game against Pablo Sansegundo in this line, a Spanish grandmaster. And castles, I didn't play queen h5. Castles, rook a7 was supposed to be a very important move there. Queen h5, rook a f7. And I think my novelty was I was planning to play g4, e4, bishop c2. And that game against Pablo Sansegundo ended in a draw, but I was pressing. And game 4, instead of the Paulsen, the person on the other side goes into the Sveshnikov. Okay, I have preparation. I just played it in a grandmaster tournament. So I go for this line. Black goes knight e5. I go knight f4. I think he played bishop d7. Here, bishop b3, f takes g4. Knight e6 takes, I think, takes, and king h8. And it turns out that white has to fight for equality here, and I get beaten again. So I lose this match 3-1. And we both accounts are anonymous, so no idea what's going on. And then sometime later, it turned out I was playing Gary.
You both needed a little training.
So I actually had this exact line against Gary 27 years ago. I was wondering if he'll remember. I'm pretty sure he remembers, but maybe he didn't think it was relevant to today's show. I can never resist these stories.
That's hilarious.
But coming back to the game, yeah, rook d1, I don't know where knight g6 came from.
The fact that you remember it was exactly this line 27
I had a feeling. No, I wasn't sure. I needed to go in and check. I wasn't sure at all. Yeah, you can play queen d7, you can play king h8. The engine also gives this move knight c4, which is not immediately obvious to me either. But knight g6, first of all, I'm not entirely sure what we're planning. But secondly, we are allowing g4, which is, I mean, Wesley immediately sprang into action. And Fabi's been in the tank for what feels like 40 minutes. I have no immediate way to check.
He's down to 17
He's
minutes.
down to 17. This is move 20. And
do you have a way of checking that? Do you know how long he spent on that specific
we can probably ask production, yeah. But it's definitely more than half an hour. I'm willing to say it's more than half an hour.
A third of his time.
Yeah, and he's just in trouble. It's not more than half an hour.
28 minutes.
Still a very, very serious
And
time.
what is he facing? Tell us.
Well, the issue is you would like to play f4, but what the move g4 does is that it gives you the f5 square. And yes, you can play takes and queen h4.
Okay.
But after simply taking, and machine goes knight takes f4, rook takes f5, knight e6, like everything is hanging. d6 is hanging, e4 is hanging. You have to worry if the knight comes back. You have to worry about rook g1. This is just one check, which does absolutely nothing. Maybe if you play really, really precisely here, like the machine goes rook f6, bishop b3, king h8, and says maybe we are surviving this. But it's not clear that we are.
No.
We are seemingly just a pawn down. Yes, there are some checks, but they seem to be just
minor. Yeah.
Minor annoyances.
Yeah.
Alternatively, you can play something like knight h4, gf5, bishop f5. And now, seems like the biggest problem is this move knight f4, which is maybe not that easy to see from afar, but we're creating, just to illustrate what we're trying to do with white, I think the biggest threat probably is this.
Some kind of smothered
Although,
mating.
yeah, machine says this is not actually all that great because rook f8 comes in. But it's difficult to make moves with black. It goes queen f6, which is understandable, but now once again, knight f5, you can take with the queen, but then we are back in familiar territory. We had this via a different move or in a different line.
In the current position, is immediately queen h4 playable? Or is it also transposed?
Queen h4, you
I'm blundering.
you allow knight c7. Yeah, you can't really do that. No.
Yeah.
That just collapses on the spot. So yeah.
Ew. Now I understand why rook a7 was included. You want to stop these knight e7 and knight c7
all the
tricks.
forks are ruled out, and also this rook very often joins the defense via the 7th rank. Yeah.
So basically, what you're saying is Fabi is facing some serious,
very serious issues, and also
yeah.
the combination of choosing knight g6 and not having an answer to g4 is not great.
Not great.
Not great.
And only having 15 minutes for next 20 moves.
Wow.
Very tough situation for him.
And still thinking.
Still thinking. It's above half an hour now, yeah.
And for Wesley, this would be a remarkable change of fortunes. Again, yesterday he drew a game where we felt that Alireza was going to actually win that game.
He had a significant advantage, more than +2.
Exactly. And and for Wesley, you know, he would love to change places.
He wants to go back to leading the event.
Exactly, which he once did. So he's in the chasing pack, but only a half a point. And sorry, Peter, we want to stay with our tournament leaders, Prague and MVL. Much happened there? Not really.
G4, knight f6. Knight f6 is a very natural move. The engine appears to dislike it for very concrete reasons. As I mentioned, we are generally interested in this, and I think also just move by move. I think this move knight b3, which is, I think, very missable from afar. But there are ideas of knight a5, and also simply we want to put pressure on the pawn on d6. Queen f4, knight a5, rook c7. Even knight e2 appears to be somewhat playable, but you can also play something like rook h3 and then try to drive it away. Yeah, other options are also available, but I think getting rid of this knight on c4 now makes a lot of sense because we can pretty much rule out getting mated on the queen side without the queen on the queen side, and with black having to constantly think about the h-file, we are very safe on the queen side. So just getting rid of the black's best pieces, it makes sense in those terms. I always feel like white should have enough compensation for such pawns, but obviously, if black's if this is an endgame, you're lost.
Right.
So you do need to prove something while we're still in the middle game, and there is no immediate way forward. It's not like we're suddenly going to launch a mating attack. This is a pretty stable setup with the knight on f6 and queen on g5.
Well, Nazi, you confess that you like sacrificing your pawns for dynamic play here. You'd have to prove it still.
I'm missing the dark square bishop.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, well,
Speaking of sacrificing pawns, let's check with Levon. He's given away 2 pawns.
We were not convinced. As I say, when we left it, we thought that the position after queen d4 two pawns, because the problem is the very, very desirable bishop to d6 is being met by queen c3 check, reminding white you haven't castled yet. On a number of previous occasions, somehow white had gotten in the, as compensation. Lev castled. Obviously, Alireza would love to castle, but bishop d6 would cost an exchange. Hence, knight d5. And
nice inclusion.
Yeah, white and black is just one move away. You castle, maybe you play e5
F6,
or
E5,
not.
yes,
Yeah,
yes. Develop
and
the bishop finally.
you're done. You're golden. You got the game basically on tap. Queen d2.
Well,
I don't.
Well,
believe
we're
it.
kind of,
I like F6, E5.
yeah.
F6 looks like.
6 is very logical. One thing I'm curious about, and I figured it out. I was wondering if queen d2 is now creating a threat of a perpetual on the king side, and I was wondering why c5 doesn't stop bishop takes g7, but this is not a perpetual because the queen on d5 takes away
G5.
the check from the g5 square.
Right.
So the engine is choosing right now between f6 and just simply c5, bishop a1, and in this position, among other things, the machine says, why not just improve? We go b5, we go rook a7, d7 perhaps, then we can develop the bishop to b7. You have to, here maybe rook e1, e4, g4 might be something. You can't completely ignore the fact that there's nobody home on the king's side. Like if white actually manages to create a threat on the king's side, it might be quite unpleasant.
That rook a7 plan made sense.
So that's
too.
why in the current position, queen a2 doesn't work because bishop g7 would be.
Yeah, queen a2.
No, it's
a
the
little-
Well,
rook
we can
b3
cut
first.
it off for now. Yeah, creating a threat of mating the queen first, and then we do have some bishop takes.
This
No,
is
queen a2 I
interesting,
don't think
though,
is
still.
playable.
Well, how do you get your queen out?
e5, bishop f5.
yeah.
That's not my moves. I saw the engine.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, e5, bishop f5, or if rook a1, we are reasonably happy with this. Although, I think it's pretty clear that we've given up much of our advantage. I don't think queen takes a2 even enters the conversation very much for Alireza.
But I like the pawn on c6, defending the knight on
let's
d5.
go to 6,
I like f6. Rook e1?
Feels like the only way to continue for white at all is to play f4, because I think if you allow e6, e5, you really have nothing to show for the two pawns. Like if you,
Okay.
I didn't consider f4, but that looks like the best move, yes.
Cristian and Bucharest had drawn our attention to the dragon. Sure.
Yeah, sitting
They're-
across from that chart is a bit intimidating.
Exactly. Staring at this dragon, your opponents come to play. Very nice.
and Levon blitzes out f6, f4.
F6 on the board.
He's already
F4.
played f4. He knows he cannot afford to allow
No.
e6, e5.
No.
But then there are no rooks on the fourth. I think in that respect,
That's a success for
we've
black.
improved for black, because
Yeah.
we no longer have to worry about any of this nonsense.
And you
can play
don't even
b5,
have
we
to
can
worry
play
about
c5.
bishop g7, queen g5 as well.
As well, yeah.
Now you're really just 2 pawns down. Now prove.
Rook d8 is playable, b7, b5, of course, is playable. The queen on c4 is a little bit off base, but
I'm a little bit worried about rook f1 to e1 and bishop,
Bishop
f1.
right? Yeah.
That could be.
you,
I could
you
get
do need to
kicked
pay
into-
attention to that. Maybe rook d8,
Okay.
creating, I'm guessing, a threat a threat of knight c3. So maybe
So
rook
you
f-
play c3, protecting the bishop. c3.
yeah. Rook f d1, and now maybe we can play b5, bishop f1, queen a4. I think it might be useful to include b5 so that white doesn't have c2, c4 here.
Right.
Still not too happy with the queen
Yeah,
on
it's
a4.
not. Yeah, you can see. It's precisely because this queen is here that white has anything at all. If it was on
Right.
f7,
Yeah.
you really wouldn't have
Any play.
much for the pawns at all. You're still worse though, like a5, and then we run. And if rook takes c4,
Queen b5?
so a5, rook c4, knight b4 with bishop a6 to follow. But this is.
Yeah.
It's not that easy. Actually, the further you go in these lines, the more you realize this is not technical conversion just yet. You still have to
Right.
solve some problems with black.
Right. Huh. It's funny because I wanted to play b5 and rook a7, forgetting the fact that the bishop actually is patrolling
Yeah.
the
Still
ace.
there.
I mean, I was so focused on the g7 pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, b5, I guess we go rook f1. And you still have to figure out a way to get your pieces to good squares.
Is it okay to just sack one pawn, go e5? Yeah, just to develop quickly.
Yeah. But I think
Still bishop f1, right?
once this happens, I
Right.
think white starts thinking maybe we will actually get out
Yeah.
of this alive.
Two bishops, yeah.
Yeah. We're not playing for a win here with white, but we do feel like maybe we'll survive today's encounter.
All right. Thank you, Peter, as we'll keep an eye on that one. And
Should we check with Nodirbek? See how he's doing?
absolutely. When we left it, yes, this was the game where we had seen rook to d1 with ideas of
We're looking
e5, d4 takes e5, and
Right.
then knight a6 was played. Knight a6, b2, b3, eventually a move that white had been resisting
Right.
for what seemed like forever. b3 takes, queen d2, knight d7,
Did black get to play d5?
Yeah, black gets to play d5, but white gets
d5, cd, knight d5, knight a4. Okay.
Let's go to c5.
yeah. The question for you, Yasser, are you taking on d2 here or no?
By the way, Deac has
I think
10
so.
minutes against
think so.
55 right now. Big
Oh,
time
that's
difference.
that's
In the current position,
usual.
not here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight b4. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's ambitious or if he was
Yeah,
worried
I think
about
he
the
wants
ending.
queen h5 and some play on the king side.
Queen c3. Well, queen h5 here. I've got knight f4. Oh, you got knight a2. What? Rook d1. Ah.
Opinion.
This was a bit
This-
fancy. Yeah, it feels like he was trying to do something
Clever.
something clever, but in fact,
Yeah.
what he did do is relinquish control over the one open file on the board, and
Yep.
he is currently surprisingly in quite a lot of difficulty in the current position because
Is Deac.
yeah, Deac, because
Yes.
his initiative on the king side has come to an end. We no longer really have any serious jumps, and white is in full control over the d file, and then also, I think, kind of ready to start pushing in the center. If we talk about plans in this position, let's say white goes knight c3, black goes knight c3 and queen a5, which appears to be the best. If we don't have anything along the g file, and if our knight is not on c5, the way to improve in these positions is to go e4, e5. And we are actually ready.
By the way,
ready to
with the
do it.
tempo, right?
Yeah, bishop e6, we probably throw in h3, not to have to worry about knight g4. And then we go.
Yeah.
And this is a very typical Reti middle game / endgame, which
Majority.
at first glance might appear to be very little, but in fact could get quite dangerous for black if you're not careful.
White's mobilizing his majority and black is not
King
mobilizing.
h2, and then we want to play e5, knight e4, knight d6. These positions deteriorate extremely fast if black waits for one
Yeah.
move
Yeah,
too
the space
long.
advantage is so pleasant to play with.
Exactly, and this is a big game for both of these players because Nodirbek needs to leapfrog
He
our
needs
wild
to catch
card.
up, absolutely. Because
Yeah.
he's playing for the GCT points.
Precisely.
And Deac is a wild card, so
Yes, you need to, and especially to score with white. And now, if Deac's going to do me the favor of getting the time trouble, which he
8
usually
minutes
does,
for 20 moves, that's going to be a huge time trouble.
yeah, that 30-second bonus is going to save Daniel. I'm going to stay with the game of Wesley and Fabi for just a moment because I'm more than curious how much time Fabi used.
Fabi also down to 12 minutes against 52.
And that sounds like he did use 30 minutes to get
More than that, yes.
to make that decision. G4, Peter, you've mentioned it before, but just to refresh, that broke up the team in the middle of the board, put a lot of pressure on Fabi's position.
Yeah, he did eventually go for what probably is the strongest defense, but white has a number of ways here of maintaining pressure. We did mention knight takes f4 and then knight e6. Another cute way to continue here is bishop takes e4. Looks like it's a blunder of a full piece, but it's not. f3, knight takes f3, and king f2. And the bishop survives. I don't think this is as good as the other line, because after knight h4, rook he1, and perhaps rook e5, it seems like black will survive. I just wanted to mention that the option exists. It still feels like the strongest line here for white is just knight f4, knight e6, after which you are genuinely struggling to keep everything afloat. D6 is hanging. Maybe you can go. Maybe you can go for some position like this and hope that the opposite color bishops will save you. But this is
not a joy.
Incredibly unenjoyable. Yeah.
Even with rook f8, can I maybe force you to defend f2, or does white get out of it?
Yes, but I do have rook f1 for now, and a6 is hanging.
Oh,
The engine goes for immediate counterplay with bishop h6, not bishop g5, of course. Bishop h4, and yes, maybe this is a draw.
Maybe.
Judging by how the evaluation appears to be dropping, maybe this is a draw. But unless he's already decided to do it, like if he suddenly needs to make a committal decision here without having decided on something before, he's on 12 minutes, and this is move 25. So for his sake, you would hope he immediately goes knight g2, knight f4, or anything else, frankly. Just he can't afford to start thinking again.
This looks like a bad middle game position. As our friend Jan Timman would say that Wesley has the sunny side of the torture. And it really looks very sunny indeed. I like the positions that Peter's been showing. I mean, playing on one goal with rook takes d6, that's very, very nice.
And absolutely no risk for white.
Exactly. No risk at all.
One
World champion.
Yes, we haven't looked at as much as Gukesh against Duda.
Both Duda and Gukesh are both really need victory. They've got to get back into the tournament. At first blush, you would say, "Oh, split pawns. This is very nice. I've got, well, split pawns, yes, but passive." Yeah, these pieces are not great. Yeah. F3 and
where's
G3.
the white pawn headed?
Towards the usual squares, yeah.
I mean, what is that? The magnet that draws the H pawn up the board. There you go. Well, in this particular case, I don't know if I'm going to H6 so much as I'm trying to build,
G6, right?
yeah, to build an outpost.
I
for
am
my knight.
somewhat surprised by the move e5, e4 that Duda played very quickly, but I guess he just decided he needs to play concrete chess.
Because it opened up white's bishop, right? On
Yeah.
G3.
Right.
Unsealing the bishop on g3 doesn't seem like the most obvious choice in this position, but it's not bad, and there wasn't anything immediately much
And
better.
he got an outpost on D3,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
it's something.
As Bobby Fischer said, to get squares, you got to give them. In this case, you've given the bishop new life, but hey, that could be a big knight. By the way, is that Peshki hanging on A2? Something we're not taking.
It is, but maybe we can ignore it.
Bishop B6. How does the engine evaluate
Around
this one?
equal.
Around equal.
Almost slight edge for white, just tiny bit.
Okay, just a time.
And it plays
clock-
H6.
And it plays
It does play h6, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, clock time's around 30 minutes for both, so no time trouble here
For the
in this
moment.
game.
Okay, great. Well,
Let's
keep
go
that.
back to Prague. He played this move, knight e2, that computer didn't love
Didn't love, but the response from MVL wasn't
the best.
maybe the sharpest, yeah.
Rook
G2
D.
specifically, the reason the engine didn't love it is that we have removed our knight from d4, removing pressure from the pawn on b5, which means that black can now play a5 and then b4, actually opening some stuff on the queen side. Best move appears to be going back, which is not entirely pointless because we are, you can make an argument that we've created weaknesses we can play against, but this is very concrete, like knight e3 now, with ideas of knight takes e2 and queen takes b5, it becomes very sharp. And also, you never really enjoy opening the A file for black.
Right.
It might go badly for you. But all of this is sort of beside the point now because rook f d8 was chosen. And now if Prague takes on c4 and goes queen g3, the engine is back thinking this is at the very least playable for white and maybe even somewhat attractive. The best move appears to be e6, e5. And then we can switch to...
That's wild.
We really aren't playing for mate for the time being. We're saying this queen is misplaced, your queen side is kind of bereft,
Right.
and I can try doing something about it. Maybe even rook d3, rook hd1, abandoning the h file altogether and trying to pile on the pawn on d6.
All this time, I've been thinking, how is white making anything along the H file? And you're just ignoring the H file. You're
really-
playing on the queen side with
we-
knight back to d4.
For the time being, we don't really have attackers on the king side very much, so we are kind of
seems like
combining all these
The
plans.
idea of bishop g5 was not just to open up h-file, but to get black's queen to the king side, so it's not attacking our
and
queen
weaken
side.
the d6 pawn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
As
as
is
we can
often
see,
the case,
queen
yeah.
is out of play.
Yesterday we had a rather shortish round.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what the longest and shortest games of the tournaments have been.
Well, longest game at the Superbet Romania was Deac against Nepomniachtchi. Last year, it was
The
a draw.
century. We love the century breaks in chess, right?
9 moves. Wow, we had the 14 move draws twice.
Twice.
Both of them queen d4, queen d4.
Oh, the Berlin.
The
gotcha.
Berlin draws. Yeah.
It was Aronian against Rajabov and Nepomniachtchi against Wesley.
Yeah.
So Jan holding both records.
Longest and shortest, yeah.
Nice. I'm still not sure about the evaluation, though.
Around zeros, yeah.
Despite
being seemingly a healthy pawn down, yeah. Rook takes much stronger than b takes, which I think is not a surprise. You would prefer to have an active rook and a semi-open file here. Queen g3 is strongest. e5 is not forced, but appears to be the best move. Like the second best move is rook cc8, and I don't know if many people actually do that. And after e5, queen f2 seems logical.
And just to be clear, if black plays d5, you're going to play e5 automatically, or
this is bad. Yeah.
And then rook h5, and then
now
finally
I will put the knight on d4, and then I will actually maybe give mate on
exactly.
h5.
Okay,
this
finally, so that was why we're playing e5.
e5, queen f2. There is an option of playing d6, d5 straight away, or you can play that move rook d7 that I mentioned. There is some very strange repetition on my screen. It goes knight g1.
Knight g1?
And for some reason, black... Yeah, I don't really understand what's happening here, because I sort of understood why after queen g6 we go back. But it's also going back... It's also going back here, which I don't understand. This is just a very mystifying position to me. If they get here, let them play it out. I don't really understand what's going on, because like what I would like to do is knight g3, knight f5.
Everybody wants to put the knight on f5.
It keeps on forcing me to go knight g1 here. I guess the idea is to play knight h3 and then g4, g5, but yeah, I don't know.
Counterintuitive for sure.
Very.
Wow. I want to check in on Levon and to see how Levon and Alireza handled their business. After f6, we saw immediately Levon playing f4, not allowing Alireza the opportunity of playing e5 and bringing the bishop to f5. Makes perfect sense.
And
now we switch.
Right.
Levon is fine now, because...
Bishop,
Alireza's giving away the b7 pawn.
I thought the idea was to play b5 and rook a7.
So did all of us.
b6, maybe b6 and rook a. Bishop d7. Can we munch a pawn? May I ask the salient question?
Does he want bishop c6 or b5? Or a4?
Well, if you go...
Or rook fd8.
Does he want? Yeah, bishop. Well, bishop b5, rook e1.
Yeah, starts feeling a bit...
A little loosey. Yeah. Okay, I understand a2.
And white rook on b7 has no moves, but we have no pieces to attack it with.
And by the way, f5 can undermine this knight. Okay, now I'm confused. He has 2 pawns up. He gave 1 pawn back, and I don't know for what reason.
Just to, I guess, finish development. I think he probably wants to play rook fd8 with the intention of playing bishop c6 and then moving the knight away and trading the bishop on g2.
Okay, fair.
And the main line appears to be something like rook e1, bishop c6, just drop the rook here, and if black does play knight b4, we're going to make a draw in a slightly worse endgame like this, is the intention from white. Because after everything gets traded, black is a pawn up, but black has a bunch of stuff hanging on the other side. Might fizzle, which would be regrettable considering how much Levon invested into making this a very sharp game. But now that this is Alireza's choice, it feels like white no longer really has particular options for having fun, but you are now only 1 down, which is of course an improvement. And I feel we've short-charged our audience a little bit, because Wesley did something I saw and was always on the verge of mentioning, but since the engine doesn't like it nearly as much, I never got the chance. After queen h4, apart from queen takes h4, there's also this very beautiful geometric idea of going knight e7 check. Queen takes e7 strictly the only move. If you take with a knight, of course, you lose the queen.
Oops.
And then white goes fg. Of course, you have to play h6 otherwise you just get mated.
Bishop b3.
And then queen d5, queen e4. But the thing is, the engine says, yes, you're a pawn up, but you've given me a lot of counterplay. Queen f6. Now you have to castle. Rook e8, queen f3. And I think specifically, maybe, the reason it's not as strong is that the engine goes rook e2.
It has to be rook e2.
Which
Otherwise,
is very missable, yeah. And if you don't find rook e2 here, you are in trouble.
Yeah, I would think that this is just winning. The pawn on g6 is so powerful.
So in that case, we definitely short-charge our audience by not showing it earlier. Yeah. Rook e2, of course, with the intention of meeting queen takes e2 with check first, and then f3, which wins a lot of material, meaning that white has to play something like bishop b3, allowing rook takes b2, bishop f7. I'm guessing we're still taking white here. But now that the chain is disappearing before our very eyes, and the king on h8, it looks awkward, but it's actually quite safe because, I mean, the mating idea is something to h7.
You're not getting there that easy.
And that seems to be illegal, yeah.
So we get this after queen f6.
But yeah, Fabi needs to find that rook e2 move, and he doesn't have too much time on the clock.
No.
Forgive me, again, I'm a pawn
9
rubber.
minutes.
I'm just thinking, you know, on a very good day, if I could ever go king d2, king c1, but I think king d2 might...
Before, right?
Before will happen somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get... So I actually have to castle, and you go rook here, and if I go... I didn't know how big a threat f3 is. I figured if I go...
Check and f3? Or here, maybe immediately f3.
I'm going to go king to g.
Take on d6.
Oh, thank you. I didn't... Wow, I thought I was going to go king g1, but you taking on d6? Well, no. Then there's a bishop g5. I could... No, what's going on? Hold on. So I go here. And then you go here? But I have g7. No, you take on f2. Sorry, I'm getting confused.
Bishop b5 is not a threat, though.
There's always g7.
There's always g7. The bishop stays on g7
so
forever.
You don't have to play rook g1.
Rook e5, h5 is a threat, I guess, but...
Rook e5, rook h5. Oh,
well, now I could play maybe bishop e5.
Yeah, but we still have g7.
I still have g7.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty solid
King
option.
Takes?
Queen g6.
Oh, it's still counted to g6.
I missed it too.
I was looking at rook g1.
In the meantime, Fabi did find queen f6.
Yeah.
So,
and Fabi did find queen, yes.
I'm assuming Wesley castles post-haste, because other options appear to be...
Unless he wants to go king d2, but that's...
Well, one last look, just a second. King f1 stops the rook e2 idea.
I would like, if you want to play king f1, my argument would be start with queen f3.
Okay.
Because king f1, I think I'm playing a 4 f3.
Fair.
Queen f3.
I take away your choices.
Right.
Yeah, I think
check. And then
check king f1. Yeah.
And then my argument is
it's
that
safer on f1 maybe than it is.
Yeah, the rook can use the g file. I didn't like having to put the bishop on f7.
Unless queen h4, rook e3 happens.
We avoided rook e2, but now rook e3 is available.
Yeah.
Wait. Well, rook e3, just a second. I'm going to get two rooks, but I might get mated as well, right? Rook e3.
Yeah, with the pawn on e3, yes.
Yes, with the pawn on. I was looking at rook takes d6, rook e3, but...
this rook e2 is such a strong idea in the current position.
Remarkable. And again, the clock times between these two...
45 for Wesley.
45. That's significant. And for
9
Fabi,
minutes.
Yeah.
Not
still 14
Bogdan
moves to go.
Deac like
not yet.
Crazy, but
not yet.
9 minutes. That could
be decisive, yes.
Yeah, for a position that's really difficult.
Yes, there's 3 players that are in time trouble. Fabi's one of them, Bogdan, and Alireza is getting there as well. He has 11 minutes against 35.
Let me check in again with Alireza. He played bishop c6. It's sort of like you played bishop d7. Your opponent took your pawn. And it wasn't like he was ready for rook takes b7. It took him a few minutes, it seems, to play.
Probably leads
bishop
to very
c6.
similar positions after rook b3, rook fd8.
Right.
There is an additional choice of going rook d3, so as not to allow any knight jumps, but maybe we can even take on h. No, take on a2. We give up on c5. I don't know. There's bishop b5 there. It's a bit confusing.
Hello. That's a skewer. Something you might want to.
That is very much a skewer.
But f5.
Did I not
I'm
have,
trying to undermine the
after
protection.
the skewer, did I have rook a3 or?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yes, you
I
did.
spotted a little too late after rook
Right.
one.
You might trap my queen too.
Yeah.
That could be
Oh,
a little
rook
bit
b2,
awkward.
Rook b3
We
play.
do have rook b3 on the board.
Also, I want to say, maybe, what's more natural in a blitz game, rook fd8 or rook a8?
F, just to keep rook b8 as an option.
Maybe.
But
On the other hand, e6
king
pawn.
protection.
Yeah, exactly. I was
E6 pawn, yeah.
having played f6. You would like to keep a one piece
A little
king, I
closer.
don't know.
Yeah, it's easy to get nervous.
And I just wanted to mention that
Yes.
maybe the fact that he's down to 10 minutes maybe informed his choice to return some material to finish development. If he had more time, maybe he would have played for quote-unquote maximum by keeping both and trying for some kind of a blowout.
Only because it occurs to me the rook is on b3. You start to look, how can I attack your pieces? Bishop a4. Why did I go bishop d7? Bishop a4. You could take on
The c5 would hang
d5.
at the end, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You-
c5 or d5.
Yeah, you could do that as a way of getting out of the dangers. Again, 5 full-blooded games going on,
Yeah.
and Prague versus MVL.
We have
We
couple of
do
moves there.
have queen, by the way, check it out, queen f2. And
E5.
queen,
Yeah, we
H2,
got
yeah.
a position we were discussing with the queen on h2 instead of f2.
rook to d3. Makes sense.
Finely balanced position. The engine thinks it's time to play b5, b4, but the difference between b5, b4 and h7, h6 in terms of evaluations is not massive.
But b5, b4 makes a lot of sense to me.
Is white
Before-
still playing for
No, I
on the
think
king
we're,
side, or are we doing rook
no,
d1
I think we're
and
playing,
switching?
we're playing in the same.
Yeah, we're switching, right?
Even positional ideas of like knight g3, we're probably not allowing knight f5, so g6, knight f1, put it on e3. Yes, we're a pawn down, but we definitely have compensation everywhere. Including the typical dragon idea of putting something on d5, trading away the knight on f6 and taking on h7, which you don't see in the Nidorfs very often.
So how is black not worse here? Because my 2 knights are coming to d5. How do you defend h7?
Machine says you don't have to. Machine says you can have it if you want.
Oh,
I'm safe on e7. And I, not only am I safe on e7, now that the knight is no longer on c3, let me introduce you to my,
Let me show you my
battery of rooks on the b file. It's actually an incredibly messy position now. After b3, like you have to be really worried you might be mated after queen e3. This loses to rook e5, but if rook e5 didn't exist,
Yeah, you would be
mated.
I suspect you'd be in a lot of trouble. Okay, rook e3 still holds somehow, but yeah.
Wow.
No, this is going to be a fun game. And 17 against half an hour. This is move 24.
Maxime's got the half hour.
Maxime still has half an hour or so. But this is a very difficult position to navigate. So we might be in quite a sharp time trouble.
Also, I see 3-result game in the Gukesh versus Duda affair. I mean, geez.
Nodirbek's the one who's nursing his advantage.
Yeah, Nodirbek is much better.
Yes, now this is, I mean, you start to, I do this all the time, is I compare pieces. You know, how does my bishop match up against your bishop? How does my knight? And so forth and so on. And I look at this position and I just say, oh my gosh, I'm really happy with the white rook versus rook. I'm also happy with the knights versus knights. The reason is because I see a majority where I can go like e5, and my knight can jump, and I don't see your knight jumping anywhere close.
And black can't stop e45 really from coming.
Queen's a little offside, and you're not using your majority. So I really like this position for white. And just before we go on break, I just wanted to, there's a game I'm missing, Wesley.
There's no moves made. He hasn't castled yet.
He has a lot of time, and I think it makes a lot of sense for him to consider.
He probably just spotted rook e8, rook e2 idea. So he's reconsidering castle maybe, seeing if he can do something else.
And then that move, queen f3. Queen f3, queen h4, rook e3. That's just rude. I mean,
a little bit, yeah.
You're gonna go rook e3 on me. We're gonna sneak in a break, but before we do, we didn't get a chance to check out Q Boutique. We missed our ad. Well, let's take a look. What's your special today? Well, here it is. The club roll-up board. Your favorite color, and hit the road with these flexible, easily cleaned, and always lay flat screen-printed ink on vinyl. Don't forget the chess pieces and the travel bag that goes with it. All your chess shopping needs are available at qboutiquestl.com.
We also have the question, a
feature.
Yes.
I've been doing so badly. I'm not sure I like this anymore.
Only winner we have is Brian.
I know.
Which player has ended the tour in second place in 6 of the last 7 GCT years? Whoa. We had a player.
I think it's Fabi.
Fabi's been doing incredibly
I think
well.
it's Fabi.
I mean, he's winning.
He won one, and I think he's been second consistently.
I think it's.
MVL finished third last year.
Yeah. Well, we'll know
see.
after the break. We'll find out.
Brian cannot play. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, as we go to break, Anastasiya, ask the players the lessons they have taken away from the Grand Chess Tour. So take a listen, and we'll be right back.
What lessons and insights have you gained from the Grand Chess Tour that improved your approach to your chess game?
In general, it's been 10 years of fighting against the best players in the world. So, of course, I'm learning something. And, some of these players I've played for a while. Like I said, there are new younger players who are with a different approach to the game as well. And, I try to learn from them as well. Like, I know they rely much more on calculation and on computer lines that they study at home, and in general it's quite fun, and it's always good to have a challenge as a chess player.
Yeah, last year was a great experience for me because I was doing well till a certain point, then didn't go my way, so it shows that you have to be consistent throughout, not just in few tournaments, but you have to give your best in all the tournaments. Especially in Bucharest, I was doing well. I missed a few chances, but I was always trying for the top spot. And then we had this tie break where I played quite poorly. I lost all 3 tie break games. So I guess it was due to some fatigue and tiredness because I had a long 9th round as well. So that's because you play these tour events, some tour events are back-to-back like Warsaw and here, so you have to be physically also in good shape for these events.
Yeah, last year I played not very good in Bucharest. I scored 8 draws and 1 loss. It's been a tough tournament for me, and I made some conclusions, and my results were better in Sinquefield Cup, where I shared 3rd place. In this year I really hope that I can score a few wins in every tournament, so I'll fight for 1st place. I learned that it's very important that you don't lose a game in this kind of tournaments, because it affects your chances very much, and by not losing and just by making draws and waiting for your chances, I think you increase your chance overall. And also in this year's lineup, I think it's a bit different compared to last year. We have new players in face of Duda, Aronian. So I expect that they will have some troubles. And yeah, we'll have more chance to have to win a game against them.
Yeah, the previous year I was also a tour participant, and in the lead up to the World Championship I was playing a few of the Grand Chess Tour events, and some of the games I played against Deac in Incr field, and some of the games I learned quite a lot. And each game against these top players is a lesson. So and specific lessons, I guess a lot, but overall improvement, it has been very useful.
Probably I learned a lot of things playing against the best players in the world. It's helpful as a player.
Well, I think I started paying more attention to rapid and blitz thanks to Grand Chess Tour. I did some training in that regard. Understood that you need a different opening repertoire, because after all, it's one thing to have one separate blitz tournament where you just win it and that's it. Here, it's all about being in the chase and trying to finish in top 3 to guarantee the participation for the next year. So therefore, every single blitz or rapid game is very important. So that, Grand Chess Tour helped me to work on my blitz and rapid.
That people tend to bluff, especially in blitz segment. It's quite amazing actually, because even this year in Warsaw, I got once completely bluffed my opponent. I thought he was, he knew what he was doing, but he wasn't. He was just playing fast because, okay, we were playing on seconds, yeah, but somehow I misread his body language. And in faster time controls is about, getting flow, getting momentum. It doesn't matter, what is your name. It's just about, sometimes, somehow getting in this vibe, like Fedoseev did.
From the games in Grand Chess, mostly I play in Grand Chess Tour, so maybe most of the things I learn in general is from Grand Chess Tour, and I think the most important is that you always have chance, and even if you don't do somewhere well, you can always come back.
It has taught me a bit of general strategy when it comes to trying to figure out the best way to try to win a long tour, with many events. And I've still only managed one time, but I have gotten more and more close as the years kind of went by. And even last year, I think I had a good performance. It was just that Alireza had an even better one. So I think that I learned some lessons throughout all my participations and found a strategy which works a bit better than if we were talking about 10 years ago when I wasn't getting too close to winning.
Well, just the experience of playing in such a prestigious tour is a big deal. But I think most important is that you keep your motivation strong every single year, every single season. Competing against the top players in the world requires good preparation, requires high motivation, and yeah.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after round 4 as players are fighting in round 5. We have 3 leaders, Fabiano, Caruana, MVL, and Praggnanandhaa with 2.5, and then 4 players are only half a point behind.
No results yet, but let's take a look at the pairings.
We have exciting matchups. Levon is playing against Alireza, Pragg and MVL, 2 leaders facing each other. World champion Gukesh is playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Nodirbek playing against Bogdan, and Wesley against Fabiano. This has been a very entertaining game so far.
Indeed it has. Our feature Stump the Commentators. I'm going to go with the obvious answer, Fabi.
I think we're all going with Fabi.
And it's going to be Wesley then.
Either we're all wrong or... Why did I change my answer? I said MVL.
Jeez, really? Oh my goodness. We're going to change this feature to Stump the Cameraman. They do much better than us. MVL, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, no.
Wow. Okay, jumping into the game.
Demanding a recount here.
Yeah, exactly. Levon, he's managed to win the pawns back.
They're following the line that we were describing.
Actually,
yes.
Do you mind if we go to Wesley Fabi because he didn't play Rookie 2?
Let's jump to the Wesley.
Yeah, but that's a second best line, I think, what he's done, and it's not.
It was Castle.
It's not that bad. Okay.
No.
So we're expecting Rookie 8, Rookie 2, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, he went f3, queen g4, rook e8. Now the way to continue would be, I guess, to play rook f1. You don't want to allow rook e2 so easily. Black goes rook e5. And we end up
I don't mind changing
in a position like this where, yes, white, of course, is going to be better because white simply has more pawns, but black has some counterplay. You can play d5, king h1, and judging by what the machine tells me here, the biggest issue for white here is where is the progress coming from? Black, I think, no longer has any real claim to any counterplay against the white king. There is this move b5, b4, which might be playable with the intention of meeting queen b4 with queen g5. If rook g1, we have queen g2, and if bishop f1, we get rid of the pawn on g6, which makes high life easier, I guess.
Tolerable.
Yeah. I think the way to describe this position is white is always better. White is always has a certain degree of control, but because the black king on h8 is pretty safe, this pawn is actually doing a good job blocking any kind of an attack along the b1 h7 diagonal. It's not going to be easy to convert, but half an hour against 9 minutes, healthy extra pawn. Many endgames are quite dangerous as well, despite being opposite color bishop endings. Wesley is in good shape here.
Once again, Peter, rook e1, rook e5. Can I just king h1?
A lot of rook g5 is maybe not great.
Not
it lands
great?
on g2, and even in this position, weirdly, it's not that great because f2 is hanging and bishop b5 is coming. And I mean, we're not worse yet, but we're definitely not.
So rook
definitely
takes
not
rook
better.
takes f2. Yeah.
Yeah, rook d6, rook f2. We are slightly worse now. Yeah, because we're just collecting everything along the second, and there's still no particular play on the other side of the board.
Remarkable. Yeah. Okay.
We'll see. Wesley hasn't played rook fe1 yet. He has other options. You can go rook d5, which I think leads to similar positions anyway. So we'll see. We'll see how he does. In the game between our two leaders, there's been a lot of things happening. We left it here, rook d3, h6. In this position, knight g3. Interestingly, it begins by suggesting this move and then starts saying a6, a5 as a reply. Would have been very, very strong, which I think both players missed. I think, I'm not entirely sure what they missed, but maybe they thought knight takes b5 just works, where, as a matter of fact, after bishop a6, you are in tremendous amounts of trouble. Knight takes d6, rook c6, you just lose material.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back to c3, after rook c5, you suddenly find yourself in a situation where your rook is hanging.
You don't want to allow
If it drops back,
yeah,
you kind of get mated.
Oops.
This is not going to be good. It's actually mate in 6. I was somewhat joking, but it's not a joke. Because it comes over to c5, and once it lands on c5, you run out of ways to protect your queen side. So yeah, if you get here, you are in a lot of trouble. The engine suggests as your best option just playing this position a full exchange down. Instead of that, MVL played g6, and here the engine was suggesting bringing the other knight to e3, which allowing d6, d5 is never an easy decision for white, but seems to be playable. In fact, on our low depth, it even maybe prefers white a little bit. Instead, Pragg won the pawn back, but now knight comes to h7, then g5. This is a kind of an endgame which should be around equal, but
I would find it easier to play black.
Yeah, I think you pick black because this is a more vulnerable pawn than d6, and also if this falls, your entire king side falls. Whereas if you lose the pawn on d6, you lose one.
Yeah, right.
Like trading d6 for f3 pretty much always will result in a position which is much better for black, is the point I'm trying clumsily to make here.
But also,
we're still not helpless at all. I think white should still be able to equalize, but you're taking black here.
Yeah, but also once you get the knight to g5 and you start to think about, well, I can even play for b5, b4.
Absolutely,
and, feels
if the
more
knight departs
active.
from g3, f7, f5, with the knight on g5 will become a topic. This is not easy, although like specifically after knight f1, maybe you're okay, because we're trying to get some kind of a setup with like rook h2, d2, knight e3, maybe put something on d5.
So you're saying knight g5, rook h2?
Knight g5, knight d2 for some reason, king g7, we can drop back, rook c8. It actually wants it doesn't want it on e3, it wants it on b3, aiming it towards a5 and then rook h d1. This is not, I don't know, this is tricky. This is tricky. King c1 chosen by Pragg. Now he is kind of worse after knight g5. You might not be in time with all of those transitions. I guess he wants maybe the king over on e2, which I understand very much. He would like to support it with everything you have, but it's slow. I think maybe Pragg is getting, in this particular section of the game, he got slightly outplayed, I feel.
Thank you, Peter. And by the way, the times between those two, Nazi, who's on?
22 against 9. So
22.
Last couple of, oh, sorry, I was looking at a different game. Pragg against MVL, it's 8 minutes against 23.
Who's got the 8?
Pragg. And he is maybe a tiny bit worse
as well on the
position. Yes.
Position.
Another game where black has equalized is Bogdan. Last time we talked about it.
He equalized. And I loved Nodirbek's position.
Right?
So we left it. No. We hit, yes, right here. And, and I thought, oh, knight d5. Oh, sorry. I liked white's position and I didn't want to trade knights.
Yeah, knight d5 was completely unnecessary. The best move in this position was maybe not entirely obvious, although I think you can get to it by thinking about the position a bit deeper. You want to secure the king. You want to maybe rule out any kind of bishop h3s for the future.
Right.
It's a kind of an investment. And also, black doesn't really have very much to do. And if, let's say, if the bishop drops back, we can start
Asking questions
about, about the queen side here. Because weirdly, I think black's position looks a lot healthier when the pawns are on b7 and c6. You would like them, like with a light square bishop, you are taught to put your pawns on the dark squares. But it lengthens the diagonal for the white bishop wonderfully, and it also gives white those knight b5 ideas, which weren't there presently, and what you spoke about as well, Yasser.
Yeah.
Taking away potential squares from your own knight on f6.
Right.
But knight g5, I think what happened is maybe g5 was underestimated by Nodirbek. Maybe he thought queen g6 is kind of forced, and then we play bishop b4, we play f3, if bishop h3 we play g4, we lock it out, maybe we actually, on a good day, we might win it.
Collect it, yeah.
Yeah, but g5 is very strong with the idea of meeting queen f6 with queen g6. And
we do have some moves.
Queen a4,
let's see.
I think queen came off.
Yeah, and this is also a miss, actually. Bishop b4, I think, is just a mistake, because he may have blundered b5. I don't really see how he allows it, if he sees it, to be honest. And now it's going to be a draw, but it's a kind of a draw where black is just more comfortable. You can play rook b8 here.
White is the one making it.
Yeah, I think you're lucky you have rook d6. With the king on g7, I would maybe make an argument this is like significantly better for black.
Right. Well, you never lose the 4 versus 3, and maybe you get something on the queen side.
Yeah.
Could be argued that Nodirbek was playing on Bogdan's clock?
Yeah. 8 takes b3 was already played. I don't know why he
that's what happens
this so much. But it's very similar anyway. AB, rook d8. Rook d3, rook c3, I guess, is a draw. It's interesting that the engine just gives up on b3 and says, I will draw all of those rook endings very comfortably. It goes f4, let's say, takes. Bishop b3, takes. It doesn't even start attacking anything at first.
Wow.
The point is,
I wouldn't be feeling that comfortable about making a draw.
Like, I think it aims for this setup and says, from here you will, or maybe even, king e3 first. Yeah, but very understandable that Nodirbek is not at all interested in giving up on b3. He's gone rook d3.
Yeah.
Do we throw in g5, g4 here?
That looks very good, yes. Take control of the white squares on the king side as well, yeah.
It's still a draw, but it's a pleasant draw for black, especially considering where this game appeared to be heading 10 moves ago. Yeah.
Well, exactly. I mean,
big turnaround.
He's on a minute.
Wow.
Which maybe makes him find some kind of a forced draw and take it. Like c5, c4 here is basically a draw offer.
But he's been on a minute for
but he's on a minute always, yeah.
And he's reaching for his rook to b4.
Yeah, the idea is the bishop ending is genuinely unpleasant.
No, we
rook
don't.
c3, c4, bc4, rook c4, you might lose.
Exactly. I'm beginning to understand why the computer likes f4.
Yeah, we play f4 here.
Yeah. And just to avoid those positions where you have a pawn on g4 and I can't play h3 or f3 comfortably, but f4 looks like the way to go. I want to go to the game of Wesley So and Fabiano for just a moment.
There's been one move made since we last looked at it, just rook e1.
Rook d1, we were playing rook f1, he's gone rook d1. Rook e5 is still seemingly the best move. You can make a bit of an argument apparently for just simplifying immediately by playing queen g5. I don't know if Fabi is interested in defending an endgame like this, but the machine says now that the d6 pawn is not hanging, we could just do this and say this is probably a draw. I can maybe get behind that. We want to play g5, g4, we want to play bishop e5, king g7.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get behind that. In particular when we're on 8 minutes. You're not going to be playing for a win
That's
anyway.
a good point. That's a good point.
It's
the 8
unlikely
minutes
we're
is a
going to be playing for a win.
consideration. Yeah.
He's played something.
He played rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5 is, I'm pretty sure he was just planning to play rook e5 against anything and he's not deviating.
Right.
Okay.
Should we check Levon's game against Alireza?
Absolutely.
That is headed towards a draw, it feels.
Even material.
Yeah. Well, white will probably be a pawn down again next move, but
maybe not.
Well, you can try holding on to rook c1. I think is
knight a2.
Then rook b1, and the knight on a2 is awkward.
So rook c1 holds the pawn for now.
For now, it holds. Yeah.
Do we have to worry about e5, e4?
That's probably the way to go for black. Try to Like, we want to play knight d5 and then e4, e3, and so on, and push.
Push.
It's an idea to play king f3 and meet e4 with king e3.
Ooh, living dangerously there. I don't know why, but it seems like you're living a bit dangerously.
It is scary.
Just rook all the way back and knight d5 check and d3 maybe, I don't know. I don't know, d8 or d7, one of those squares. But the king will be okay on e2 actually. Maybe you're just right. Yeah, maybe you're just completely correct. a3, knight d5, king e2, e3, bishop e1, why am I worried? In fact, if you play e3 here, I will argue it's a weakness. I will argue I'm now interested in playing for a win maybe.
What, wants to trade rooks and win, right?
Yeah. Blocking.
If you give me rook d1 next move, I will genuinely start playing for a win maybe.
So we do have the position, and the clocks between these two players.
And seems like the game between Gukesh and Jan-Krzysztof Duda will end in a draw soon.
Yeah, maybe we should switch right there. They're about to repeat because Gukesh gave up a piece to give perpetual check.
Okay.
So we can watch the handshake.
The handshake is coming. A result that will leave neither player satisfied because both of them came into the game trailing.
Well, Duda was with the block pieces, so I'm sure he's happier with the draw than Gukesh is.
And this is where we're expecting.
Interestingly, if you play king g8 here, you've lost.
You've lost.
The bishop d6, yeah.
d6.
Queen f7, queen c8, I guess, and you lure the king out and give mate to it. Queen f7 first. Queen c8, king g7, bishop b5, and you have to come out.
Mate somewhere.
Walk,
King g6,
walk
queen
the plank.
Queen g4 and bishop
f4.
Yeah. They have that delightful competition here, ultimate moves, where you get to play 5 moves and your teammate is rotated in. And we were always rotating in Gary when he had to resign the game. It was always
it was never on purpose, but it felt like it was. Yeah, it really did feel like it was. And
Gary, come on in. Give the handshake.
He must have been very happy about
that.
Very
happy, very happy. He loved it. Current situation, you have to avoid king g8.
Everything else is a draw. I think I go king e8 because if king e7, white can actually take on h7 with check, and I don't really feel like I should be giving stuff with check.
Right.
Doesn't change the evaluation though.
But king e8.
King e8 is fine. Yeah, just keep on the light squares.
Much more sensible.
Queen c8.
And then we go back and forth. That's the perpetual. Don't want to see the bishop landing, white's bishop being invited with a check.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see a handshake.
Well, we'll see.
Well, they have plenty of time, and I guess Jan-Krzysztof will think for a little bit. So maybe, where do we want to go from there?
Maybe we should switch to Firouzja since he's down to his last minute and a half before time control.
Okay, when we left it, we didn't see the
Levon did not play rook c1. He played for a much simpler. Well, it's not maybe equality, but it should be a draw. Rook e2 more or less forces the trade. Well, he's gone knight d4, but okay. Now he's going to get 4 against 3. We're going to have another one of those. Rook c6, rook a4.
Oh, the extra.
Yeah, but this is a draw. Yeah, we take on a6 with whichever one you prefer. Doesn't really matter. Black takes on a2. We play h4, I suppose.
Makes sense.
Yeah, although allowing h5, but it shouldn't matter a great deal. Even g4 here, I suspect, is a draw. Or rook e7 first.
Yeah. Bring the rook behind the pawn. I think that's a draw. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on Duda's game, and we don't have to switch, but yeah, he did play king e7, allowing.
Queen takes h7 check. Interesting. I'd like to go back to our tournament leaders, if you don't mind. Pragg and MVL, because I was curious what Pragg's intention was, and he did like the idea of bringing his king into the center. He played king to d2. Peter.
But he's not doing it in the most clean fashion, I would say. The engine actually suggests it might be useful for you to include b2, b4 somewhere, just to make sure
the wedges,
the king side is locked up. And here in particular, black has the option of playing a5 with the intention of meeting knight takes b5 with actually d5. I thought knight f3 was very strong, but d5 is even stronger, and everything starts crumbling. As I mentioned, like if we lose one, we lose all three of them. So getting to them is very important. You can still play b4. The difference is, now after rook c4, your position is a bit awkward. You play rook b1, bishop c6, now f7, f5. With the rook gone from the king side, you might run into some f7, f5s. And maybe even more relevantly, we have exactly the wrong knights to do anything about the rook on c4. It just cannot be challenged. So black might even do something very slow because white is completely tied up. Yeah, if MVL finds a5 here, it starts getting a bit awkward. On the other hand, if we do get time to play king e3, perhaps rook h-d1, we are more or less safe. Yeah, we're more or less safe. Well, I mean, black also, like once the king gets to e7, all of this doubling on the g file does absolutely nothing. Black is always completely safe.
Neville might decide to put some pressure on Pragg, especially now, because he has 6 minutes for the next 9 moves, and a5 makes most sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, if you see you can play it, you should probably play it. Yeah.
Well, I think as such an experienced Najdorf player like MVL, he's looking for those opportunities to play a5 and b4, and especially when your bishop on b7 is kind of stuck. a5, b4, bishop a6.
Yeah, it's very logical.
Yes, that looks like a very good plan. And I'm just going to check in on Wesley. Fabi, I know
Fabi actually offering a queen trade here, and not a bad one at all. It feels like this should hold now. He went rook e5, king h1, queen f4. White absolutely has to take. Actually, everything else loses.
Wow.
Because the threat is also rook e1, queen d2, picking up material. So you have to take. And then black wants to play bishop f6, king g7. You want to play b5, b4, perhaps in some positions to lengthen the diagonal for the bishop. It's just not very much.
Yeah.
Despite
bishops of opposite color, an extra pawn.
A healthy pawn up. Also, rook e2 is constantly very annoying. You would like to play rook d1, but it instantly allows rook e2, and your position starts crumbling. Bishop b5, rook h4 coming in. Looks like it's headed towards a draw, maybe.
Yeah. I was going to suggest rook e3 as a way of...
Rook e3, one of the best moves, yeah, absolutely.
You can, if we're going to trade rooks, I might as well try to do it on my terms.
Yeah. Bishop
f6. You don't even trade rooks?
Yeah, just bishop f6, king g7 for now. We're not forced really to react to it just yet. We're still
So bishop
waiting.
f6, sorry, bishop d1? Bishop f6, bishop d1? Wesley's...
Yeah, it goes rook e5. It kind of says...
Rook
That's a little bit awkward.
Looks
placement.
awkward, but... I mean, the bishop is going to come here.
Yeah,
one of the rooks is going to...
If I get bishop e5, king g7, I will start thinking that... Why am I even worse?
Why am I worse?
Yeah, why am I worse?
Okay.
MVL did not play a5, which I think is a bit of a relief for Pragg.
So, clock times between Wesley and Fabi?
15 against 6.
15 against 6.
This is move 30. Actually, 32 already.
Oh, he did play rook e3. It's on the board.
He did play rook e3, yeah.
So one of our, again, Fabiano, those joining us late, we have a 3-way tie at the top. Fabi's one of them, but MDL and Pragg are playing against one another. So that game is going to be decisive for our tournament lead. And
if there is
there is a win. Rook e3. So the idea is,
by the way,
any trades opens up
by
this
the
rook.
way,
Yes. By the way,
this is no longer perpetual. White is now, yeah, very interesting.
You mean in the
Gukesh game? Yeah, black allowed white to take on h7. There is no longer perpetual available because the king will run away, but the engine actually prefers white. It goes in the current position, it goes queen f5 check and just starts pushing the g-pawn.
G-pawn, right?
Because the knight on a2 is unbelievably,
million miles away.
unbelievably far away. Just g4.
It just says...
What about white's king? There's nothing here with 3 pieces I can do about the king? With bishop
you
c7,
would
queen c1?
think that the knight might be able to do something about the king.
But I guess we're defending f2 and maybe king can run at the right moment somewhere.
Yeah, but obviously this is a very welcome development because we were expecting the game to be over by now, and instead we have this really unusual endgame. We only have 1 pawn for the piece.
That's crazy.
But Duda wouldn't voluntarily go into the position where he's worse, right? So he thinks he's better.
For sure, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a curious one because it looks like we're going to give a check from C1 and then we're going to give...
Big mistake by Gukesh, G4, 2 question marks.
Yeah, allowing Queen E6 is a very strange decision.
Now Duda is better after Queen E6.
Yeah, I have to say...
That will come automatically because you can preserve perpetual checks for yourself.
You calculate check first and G4 and then your hand makes the other move first.
Right.
That's the worst feeling.
How many times has that happened in a player's career? You played the wrong move order. You know that the proper set of moves that you want to play. You just play. It's almost a dyslexic condition, you know. You make the wrong move first.
I'm standing here trying to figure out how much...
Why you wouldn't play Queen
No,
F5?
from the other side. I'm trying to figure out how much our sharp criticism of this move is influenced by the fact that we see the evaluation. I don't think it's unfair what we're doing here because I really do think allowing Queen E6 is wrong.
But Queen F5 check kind of dominates, and you kind of shoulder the queen to that side. Unless he's thinking, no, he can't be thinking that. I was thinking, okay, from H7 we are escorting the pawn home. We do cover all the points, but the problem is after Queen E6, we're just
going to get mated, actually.
Yes.
Because now with the Queen on G4, you're actually going to get mated. Queen H3, Knight C1, Knight E2,
yeah.
It comes incredibly quickly. Also Bishop C7, Bishop H2, which you will see. I think the best move after G4, Queen E6 is Queen H5.
Queen H5.
And I thought maybe we're too critical, but actually, let's say you play Queen H5, I play Knight C1.
Okay.
You go G5.
Yep.
I have Bishop C7, Queen H3.
Which
is very, like G6 I think just straight up loses to Queen H3 on the spot because now you're getting mated again. Queen H2, Queen H1 simply. You don't have the E2 square.
Why did Black spend time on Knight C1? Why didn't we do this right away?
We were trying to checkmate on E2.
But Queen's on H5.
I suspect those are interchangeable.
No, I mean the knight protects the king from running.
Also, maybe you don't want...
But do you need it?
No.
You don't? Okay. I believed you.
No, I think maybe the reason
Jedi mind tricks work.
Maybe the reason is if you play Bishop C7 straight away, if we could scroll back to that position.
Okay. From the current position, Queen E6.
Queen H5.
Give me the pawn. Queen H5.
If you play Bishop C7, maybe I play Queen takes C5. Maybe I realize how bad my position is.
Queen G4?
And I go Queen C5, Queen G4, Bishop G3.
Okay. So we wait for G5.
Yeah. And I'm claiming that this
you
is
can make
an
a draw.
improvement.
Yeah. The knight stuck on
okay.
A2 as well.
So Queen H5. I loved our King B7, Knight C1.
I like Knight C1. Yeah,
okay.
The knight needs to be
now I'm waiting for G5, and then
once C5 is not hanging.
Yeah. Then we go Bishop C7.
That's it.
And Queen H3 is a deadly threat. If you play in that position, if you play King G2 there, I suspect some kind of 93. 93, 91 might be very painful. Yeah?
That's very
checks. But the
knight will be so well placed.
This is risky. Duda now looks pretty interested.
Well, for those of you who followed body language in his game yesterday against Levon, where he just like the opposite of California cool.
He looked so defeated. Yeah.
Now he's looking sharp. I mean, he properly senses that this move G4 is giving him chances. Queen E6, pardon me.
And both players have 8 minutes for the next 7 moves.
Minutes for 7 moves. That's getting interesting. But again, across the board, I have to just keep checking in on Levon and Alireza. Okay, that position is heading for a draw. It's 4 versus 3. Yeah. Prague, that's got a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of maneuvering.
E5 wasn't played by MBL, so.
As you said, Peter, bringing the king to E7 to defend your only weakness makes sense. Bringing the king to E3 to defend the F3 weakness makes sense.
Nobody really wants anything.
No.
One maneuver I see on my screen, which I don't think I've ever seen before in a Sicilian, and which I very much enjoy my computer suggesting to me. Knight C1, this is normal. The idea of Knight C1 and either Knight A2 or Knight D3 getting it to B4 and D5, this I very much understand.
Karpov's
in response, it says, how about this?
Oh, the knight on c4 will be very pretty.
Wants it on b6, yeah. Says the way the pieces
Provoking.
are, yeah, you
can't
would
play
like
d3.
for your knight to stay on c3, but then maybe it lands on c4.
I agree. I've never seen
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't really change the evaluation. I just was very, tickled by the idea of spending. Like, it was on g5 a moment ago.
Where it was well placed.
Yeah, where it was really well placed, we thought, yeah. And now it's on a8, and it makes sense. I don't think it will happen, though. For Prague, though, knight c1 appears to be the way to go. You can shuffle, but if you shuffle forever, like you can do all of those things. He's played knight c1 in the meantime. But I think if you give black like 5 moves to create an improvement, maybe rook f8 f5 will happen or something.
But if I'm in Prague's shoes, I'm looking at knight d3, knight b4, knight d5, and I'm thinking my knight on e2 is passive.
Yeah.
Let's
Knight
find
c1 is very logical. Yeah. Another way to react it would be to play rook dc7, and if you go knight d3, I think we are, well, maybe not immediately, but we are going to play for rook takes c3 here.
If you
why not knight a2 though? Yeah, I wonder why not knight a2. Once again, after knight d4, we're kind of stuck, and we don't have particularly useful moves. a5 now is being threatened, and after knight b4, black definitely,
definitely sacks.
Definitely goes in for this. Yeah, and after rook d3, you can just play rook c4. You don't need to take on c2. You play rook c4. You play for dominance a6, a5 coming next move. This is annoying.
Can you please pull up Gukesh's game, because he played immediately g5, and I think he's just going to lose that pawn. Is he losing
He did
again?
play queen e6, by the way.
Yeah, queen e6 and queen g4, and yeah, if you don't play bishop g3, you get mated, and if you play, I guess he wants this, yeah? Maybe he wants this, and he thinks this works out, because
bishop h4.
king b7 is a draw, and king d8 steps into these pins, but it's not a legal move. Regrettably.
He's just down a piece.
Regrettably. And
Doesn't
then,
even have a pawn.
and then I don't think this is a perpetual anymore. Yeah, we go. Although maybe we win the e4 pawn. Looking at what the engine says.
King e7.
Eventually you have to play king e7.
And queen h7 check. Gotcha.
King f8?
Well, that was going, going the other way.
We can continue giving checks, but eventually we will have
King e6 and start running.
or king e6, yeah, and then queen f5, or if you give a check from here, we have queen e7. It's not immediately obvious how you navigate this with black, but you can also make a lot of repetitions, and they will get to move 40, and then you work it out. Yeah, g4, g5, yeah, this seems like Gukesh is really not having a fun event, yeah.
Okay, but all of what you were just showing was very, very tricky. Why aren't we starting with bishop c7 with that whole idea of queen?
Then you actually make a draw after g6, queen g4, bishop g3.
Really?
And we put the king in the corner, and the knight is too far away to give a check.
Be
and
serious.
this turns out to be a draw, because I'm not putting it on g1. King g1, knight c1, we probably lose, although apparently even not here. But after king h2, g7 is such a strong threat that you end up having to give this perpetual. So you have to go in with queen g4 now, or it's back to being completely equal.
Gotcha. So bishop c7, not good. And knight, sorry, okay, so one more look.
Okay.
g5, knight c1?
g6, bishop
queen,
g3.
Queen check?
Bishop g3, knight e2, king h2. Knight takes g3, g7.
And again, I've got to give perpetual check.
And shockingly, you cannot include the bishop in the attack.
g7.
g7. Knight of 1, king
That
h1.
is, yeah. How is there no checkmate?
But I think you do find it, though, because you don't have any choice.
Right.
Probably
else
along the
loses.
way, you never have any choice.
He did play the right move.
Yeah.
Duda has played the best move. Queen g4 check.
Whoa. A lot of
times?
things happened in the Prague game in the meantime.
Also in Fabiano, there's changes everywhere right now, but...
Okay, we are in time trouble, so forgive us for jumping around. I am going to go to the Prague versus MVL game, because a lot has happened, including an exchange sacrifice.
It happened.
So...
he lost the d6 pawn for it.
Rook d1,
Knight's not on d4 yet.
take.
Yeah. This is now okay for white, if he doesn't
didn't
panic.
include
knight d4, so
knight
d6
d4.
No, but that was a different position. We
Okay.
did not have that position.
Now his knight's on d4.
Yeah, and now you have to play rook b6. If you take on d4, you're worse. You might be making a draw, but you're definitely worse. So you
Okay.
play rook b6, black goes bishop c8, and maybe you include g4, g5, just to make sure the pawn on e5 is weak.
So
it looks like mate, right?
Right? This knight is frozen.
I'm not sure what my next move is with white, if I'm honest with our viewers. But I'm also not sure how black is improving here. You need to create a threat.
If I check?
If you check, I have knight d3 suddenly.
And
this is a massive improvement, right?
Take on a3?
Yeah, rook c1 maybe and rook c7. I don't know. It's
yeah.
Rook c1.
We are not without our own play
maybe
here.
Rook
Or king
b8 and
f2,
rook c1.
or king f2 maybe, and try to take on e5.
Yep.
Rook a2, I will run towards h4, and then I will still try to take on e5 eventually.
Wow. Okay.
But yeah, this is not easy. This is
so not allowing the knight to transit, you keep the rook on c2, keeping that in. And so you go rook to b6, bishop to c8.
I think g5 might be important, actually, to sort of separate the pawn on e5 from its brethren.
So if we...
Rook g2, rook d2, yeah. And this is another important point. Now my knight on c1 is not hanging, so I have time to play rook d2 and then knight d3. And once again, once pieces come into play, I am no longer that worried.
Exactly.
I was completely stalemated a moment ago. I'm much happier having moves for my pieces.
Right.
This is move 30.
By the way, rook b6. Rook b6, key moment.
He's already played rook b6, but this is move 40. He needs to play
g5.
I wonder if g5 is as important as I was trying to sell it. f4 is also apparently holding, but I think playing f4 is very difficult. Allowing bishop takes g4 with a tempo.
Nobody plays f4.
Yeah, I think that's very, very difficult. I think you kind of need to play g5 from a human perspective.
Yeah. I mean, f4, if you lose after bishop g4, why did you collapse? Why didn't you play g5? Everybody wants to know.
Let's check in with Wesley and Fabi as well. I think Wesley has a very, what you said earlier, sunny side of torture.
Sunny side of the torture.
He
is a pawn up.
Yeah.
It is bishops of opposite color.
Fabi didn't play rook e5, move 33, which is why the sunny side is now in play.
Yeah, he got to take the f3 pawn.
Yeah, he just gave up on f3, and then, there's no counterplay. You're just hoping one pawn, it will not be enough in a opposite color bishop ending.
Unfortunately, that's now a boring technical position.
Well, boring. Maybe not technical, absolutely yes.
Right. Daniel, Deac, he's
8
enjoying.
seconds.
He's what? 8?
Oh, no. Okay,
42 moves already.
They reached the time control.
Yeah,
He's safe.
But I mean, he has he's
outside pawn,
the one with the outside pawn, and I would prefer his position.
So the critical position right now we have is between Gukesh and Duda.
And he has to play king d8 because king b7, among other things, just gives up the knight on a2. Apart from it allowing a perpetual, white can restore material balance.
And they still have 4 moves to go, so let's stay with this game until they reach time control at least. You can update the board. We actually have a couple more moves.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So this was they're following our analysis up to and including queen h3.
King here goes king d8,
king
draw.
d8.
We're staying with this one. I will just say that Pragg did find g4, g5, left himself a minute, but did make the correct move.
And now king.
We were walking towards the center.
On black square, e7, f8, and so on. But he can also repeat few checks just to get 30 minutes to think about it.
Yeah, if he wants, he can absolutely wait until they get to move 40 before committing to anything.
Right.
Yeah, queen h3, queen h7, queen e7, I think loses on the spot.
Clear piece, not even a pawn for it.
Right.
But yeah, it's that bishop on b6. It's not even the knight on a2, it's that bishop on b6 which is really not participating in the game at the moment.
Yeah.
For the world champion, Gukesh, this is not the coming out party that he wants.
No.
You know, he's the new world champion, and
barely scraped by with white pieces against Deac.
Exactly.
Lost a very poor game, frankly, by his standards, or honestly by any standards, to MVL yesterday.
I thought it was a strategic, masterpiece by MVL. I mean, he played a really, really good game. Okay, a little slip here or there, but at the end, just finishing touches everywhere. Detail here. Queen h8 check.
Yeah, we've been here once before.
I suspect they're here to make the time control.
Yeah, this is move 39. So.
We see Duda there just checking to make sure he's not going to allow a 3-time repetition.
He can still play king d7 if he wants. That's only the second time. But after queen h3, it has to go to a different square.
Right, e7.
King e7 here makes more sense, though, to avoid.
Yeah, we're going to get that position anyway eventually, so why not now?
So we had been looking at king e7, queen h7.
And then
king
either
f8.
king f6 or king f8.
Okay.
And then he'll reach his 40 moves.
And now the
Then he has
idea
to
is I'm
figure out.
not taking on e4. And,
no, we're trying to give checks. I don't
checks.
think queen e4 gives much.
We have another king d7.
Yeah, and now after queen h3, he'll go to e7.
Both players seem to be paying more attention to their score sheets exactly at this moment than they are at the
It would be a disaster for Gukesh to miss a claim.
Yeah.
Like if you play queen h3 and your opponent finally plays king e7, then later you find out you could have written it down on the score sheet and called for an arbiter.
Right.
That would be bad.
Bad. And certainly it has occurred.
Yes. Levon versus Alireza will be a draw, and I think pretty soon.
That was the rook ending. F. Whoa.
Whoa.
How did that get
Rooks
happen?
came off in Nodirbek's game.
Whoa, I thought the bishop...
I would be so nervous about this.
I thought the bishop ending was...
Yeah. But I guess black played h5 and g4, so now you have to worry about weaknesses on the other side of the board as well. So.
This looks
So
like it's a draw.
we're talking about Levon's game right now, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about Levon. I'm going to go to the Nodirbek game. Whoa.
Yeah, rook a4 is a
surprised.
decision of somebody who is unafraid.
Very confident.
And also not superstitious about this. I don't know how to describe it. Like, has no preconceptions about
Okay,
things.
so the idea is that as black, you need to push the bishop. So you bring your king to e7, and then you play bishop d7, and you get worried that the pawn is going to cost you the game.
Yeah, but in the meantime, white, I guess, plays maybe either f3 or maybe even king f4, king g5, and...
Okay, so let's imagine king f4, so it becomes a bit of a race, right?
King g5, bishop d7.
Bishop to...
I'm still worried.
I would be worried.
Bishop d3, a4, because there's one tempo short, seemingly. If I take on a4 and I take on h5, I have a feeling I'm lost after bishop d1.
Right.
Or at least very, very close to being lost.
But black king doesn't manage to come that fast. So bishop b3, maybe a4. Oh, they have bishop e6, never mind. Forgot about that idea.
Let me show you what you might
yeah, maybe
missed.
this is what we do, actually. Bishop...
Is it still bishop e6, though?
Bishop b1.
a3, and now we take
You don't have bishop d1 here. I think that's actually an improvement. Weirdly, it's an improvement for white, because you no longer have bishop d1 in the final position.
Yes, and I take on g4.
But this
Whoa, you guys are like 10 moves ahead of me.
Sorry,
After
just king h5. King
take
h5,
on h5.
And we take that
and we take on g4 even. Yeah, this is actually a massive improvement.
I see.
We get 3.
I see. May I? You play king h. How are
you planning to win this if I just stay on h4?
I can't out-tempo you.
You can run towards b2 though, yeah? Like king h4, you go
king
bishop e6, bishop b1, and then you just run towards b2.
Haha. Happy.
Isn't this winning?
Yes, happily. Because your pawns...
Wait, king... Oh yeah, I can't sacrifice
on
the bishop
f2 and on h2, the pawn on g4 dominates all three of the pawns. It's a little study.
Yeah, I mean,
I can still trade king g5, king f4, f3, but then I can't sacrifice my bishop anymore.
No, I don't let you.
Nodirbek has done this incredibly quickly.
Like as if he's got it all worked out.
The bar seems to agree with him. The bar is not saying black is
But
winning.
we easily lost just now.
Easily. Yeah, those bishop endings can be tricky. King f8 to e7 is the way that... Bogdan just played f6. That's kind of helpful, I think.
Yeah.
For
that I think is
Nodirbek's cause.
That I think is very helpful.
Yeah.
Wow. And sorry, but Nodirbek very quickly played the move e takes
f4. Yeah, he just wants to get stuff off the. Yeah, I think they basically.
They're both.
I think they draw kind of.
They have.
They kind of agreed to draw here.
Exactly.
I'm very curious about King of8 though. King of8.
How does the?
Yes, it doesn't go towards g5. Let me ask it about this position. Steal a draw, but you have to go back. King g5, bishop d7. We lost.
So that's how you lose.
Yeah, we lose. Yeah. So after King f8, it just goes like King d4, King e7. Ah, this is what it wants to do. It wants to defend this bishop ending, actually, simply. Like, we no longer really... We play f3, and we have enough play on the other side. King e6, bishop b3, check.
Ah, and then you want to take my
King
pawn.
e4, king f... Oh, h5's hanging, yeah.
We're about to see a handshake, I guess.
Yeah, it's not far away.
Yeah, I think they found
far away.
the repetition. But yeah, Nodirbek won't be happy because he had a very pleasant advantage earlier.
He did.
If he included that h4, not allowing g5, yeah, he was close to converting.
95 was just trading a very good knight for a knight which had no moves, which from that viewpoint just seemed wrong and proved to be wrong, actually.
Yeah.
So, Peter, sum up the missed opportunity in this game, if you will.
You can't really claim he was winning by force or anything like that, but Nodirbek got a small edge out of the opening and then increased it by move 25, I think, or maybe 23. He had a position where he had the control over the one open file on the board. He had better pieces. Pretty much every single white piece was better than every single black piece. But then he went for a forcing continuation with knight c3, d5, which threw most of the advantage away. And Bogdan even pressed for a little bit from that moment onwards. But as we're watching on the screen now, pieces are coming off the board in double quick time.
Everybody wants to sacrifice their bishop.
Give up a bishop, right?
Yeah.
Just go king a1.
Everybody wants to give up their bishop as quickly as possible.
Yeah. They're looking for ways to just trade the pawns.
Yeah. And while we're watching this, the Aronian Firouzja game is also very, very close to being done. There's not much going on there.
Yeah, after this we'll
Levon, Desperado Rook now. Please play h2, Alireza. No.
Waiting for the handshake here. And there it is. Our first result of this round 5.
Wait.
What?
Why?
Let's jump to Levon's game.
Levon is showing a way to draw this position, which is still artistic, a draw, but wouldn't have been my choice, I don't think.
What? Why did he play that?
You have rook f4, rook f3. He is showing off his knowledge of technical endgames.
The Verduda.
Yeah. That thing. Yeah. But King g1, I think, was completely fine. So I don't know if I would have done that in his spot.
And they've made the time control.
Yes. No worries here.
And again, I'm checking in our tournament leaders, Prague and MVL, and the last move I see is g5 in that game.
MVL still needs to make his move 40, and he has 2.5 minutes to do that. He's probably considering rook g2 or bishop e6.
Yeah, he has a bunch of options here.
Yeah.
Even bishop e6, weirdly, with the idea of
Bishop
meeting
c4,
rook takes a6 with rook c3 check, knight d3, bishop c4, tying everything down completely. White probably never kind of frees himself, but black doesn't have a decisive blow there.
Let me put that on the board. So bishop e6.
We take on a6.
Give me the pawn.
Check on c3. We have to play knight d3. Giving up on f3 is not attractive.
So we can't drop the rook in the way that hangs the knight. So knight, and then after this move, bishop d3, our pieces are stuck.
Our pieces are very, very stuck.
The king can't
There
move.
is no real threat. I think the engine was even playing a4 before rook b6 here, allowing you to push the pawn forward, but also creating a passer for white, which is finally something to look forward to.
Not after bishop e6.
No, in that final position you had on the board.
Yeah.
It was going a4 before rook b6, I think.
a4.
Yeah, just... Would you like a passer to go with your
normally speaking,
pieces?
yes.
Yeah. Rook b6, and I guess we always meet knight c2 check with king e2, and there is no way to exploit the pin. We have king d2 as well in some positions.
Right.
It looks
strange
kind of
position.
scary, but then you start looking for a way to exploit this for black, and you're probably not finding it. At least I'm not finding it. So.
Wow. Okay.
Down to his last minute, MVL, and needs to make one move to get 30 minutes, which I hope he knows.
I'm sure he does. Bishop e6, rook g2, rook c3.
It is kind of a critical moment because if you go bishop e6, you're giving up a pawn.
Right.
And if you play rook g2, you're missing that.
You're allowing.
Yeah, you're allowing knight d3, rook d2, knight d3. So.
Ideas, yeah.
30 seconds, and he's gone for
bishop e6.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I think everyone made the time control now.
Yeah,
looks like it, yeah.
Normally in those situations where this last move, you go for the variations where you're tying your opponent up. You've got your opponent in all kinds of pins. So bishop e6, good move.
Good move. So let's go to Gukesh and Duda. Duda refused the draw and is running with the king. Can he actually avoid the perpetual checks?
Looks like it.
Because
I feel like that's a cliffhanger question.
If he
Join us.
If he can't, we might have the first round of all draws.
We have been treated to 2 wins per round. There's kind of a rhythm I've adjusted myself to, you know.
We expect nothing less.
Nothing less. We have not had 5 draws, obviously.
If Gukesh takes on e4, I'd be worried with white because then black comes with the knight back into the game, knight b4, and I don't expect any more perpetuals.
No.
And this is tough to play. Maybe
Exactly.
engine still says white has enough compensation, but for humans, not easy.
No, not at all.
So let's check all the checks then.
Let's check the checks.
We
By the
have a
way,
draw.
draw agreed.
Between Levon and Alireza, it's just king versus king.
Let me just see how they did it, by the way, because this is...
Levon showed his technique of knowing this rook endgame.
Munch, check.
And then checks from the side.
Yeah. Oh.
Alireza didn't even test him.
But yeah, so the idea is that if you play a2, then we check, and we keep checking you until I drive the king far, far, far away, and
So
then
like b7, and then you can drop back to f2.
well, I keep checking until you allow my rook
Oh, to go from...
to come behind, and you don't have the classical skewer because the king is on h2. A draw, 2 draws. Prague, bishop e6. I want to go to Wesley so.
This will be the longest game, probably.
Probably, yeah.
What
Feels
move
like it.
are we up to?
They just reached time control, so it can't be too far from move 40.
Who?
Move 42.
Was it in Poland where it was bishops of opposite colors? Somebody pressed. So it must have been a...
Just now in Rapid Influence?
Yeah, somebody pressed a bishop.
I think Firouzja was winning all of those drawish endgames, so
Right.
it's probably him.
Probably, yeah. Probably Vladimir, yeah.
Yeah.
That's an interesting arrangement of pieces, Peter.
Yeah, after bishop e6 in the Prague game, if you don't want to tie yourself in such knots, you can begin with f4, rook d3, rook c3, knight d3, and then we can take on e5 next move. The engine goes bishop c4. I'm curious that it doesn't play rook takes a3 here. I would be interested in that, but unfortunately for you, for this one moment, the knight doesn't really have good squares. And after, let's say, knight c2 check, king f2, we're about to play knight f4, and then the black position will start collapsing. So that's just straight up bad. Machine goes bishop c4, fe5, and then just drops it back on e6. And the pin is still plenty good enough for equality. Unsurprisingly, black really isn't really playing for a win here, but knight c5 is an annoying enough threat that, let's say, after rook a7, king f8, you might need to be, actually you kind of need to be precise with white. The engine goes a3, a4. If knight c5, we play king d4, and we say, if you want to take on d3, you can. You might regret it later because now your pieces, like the king on d4 is now very safe. And we have our own play with the 5e6, for instance. And if rook a3, using the pin along the a file now, this is still tricky. Rook a check, king g7, a5. I think the theme here is we have to allow knight c5, but we're not that unhappy about it because after king
playing
d4,
for a win?
Yeah. Probably nobody, because once this constellation appears on the board, the best move pretty much always will be to just give this check back, because if you take on d3,
e6,
suddenly after e6, fe5, and e4, e5, maybe a rook a7 check first. Like, white is never risking anything. This is a very poor king. If you allow white, let's say, you play rook a7 check, if you play king f8, I'm wondering why this is what e4, e5 is all about.
Yeah, that's why you have to include. Yeah.
And then rook h1 is a massive threat, and black actually has to be a little bit careful.
And who's playing?
This is still a tricky position, actually.
Yeah.
Still a very tricky position.
And I've got the wrong position up on my screen. Apologies. And that's the game between our two of our tournament co-leaders. Fabi being our third, but Fabi pawned down in a bishops of opposite color ending. He's looking to draw, whereas I'm not going to say 3 results are possible, but it feels like 3 results are possible.
Yes, they are. It's just that it's an endgame. Variations have become manageable, and the lines I'm showing on the big screen, they seem tricky. But many of the moves I'm showing are strictly the only moves in the position that don't blunder something. Right. So we expect these players to be able to find them.
Right. And Nazi, for those viewers joining us late, what are our results thus far?
We've had 2 draws so far. That was between Levon Aronian and Alireza Firouzja, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
That 2-pawn sacrifice by Levon, it was very creative.
And risky.
But very risky as well. I think he's kind of happy. I think Levon likes.
I think he is very
such
okay
games.
with this.
Yeah.
He tried something in the opening. He, expressed himself in the opening fully.
Right.
And he got away with it.
Right.
He would be less happy if it didn't result in a draw. If he actually lost a position, which I think we can say was objectively worse.
Right.
But now that he's gotten away with it, I think he'll be okay with what he did today.
Exactly.
Let's go back to Gukesh and Duda and figure out where does the king hide. So let's look at queen h8 check.
Okay.
Do your best to hide your king.
Yeah. Well, king f5 allowing queen e5
Yeah, queen
check.
h8 played in the meantime. King e6, maybe?
That looks like a good...
An ideal scenario for me is running towards like c4, b3, those squares.
Queen e8.
Queen e8.
Now,
we might have to do queen e7,
Unfortunately, the desirable, I get skewered. And oops.
Right. Which is why I think we have to include queen e7.
Right.
But then, okay, so if queen g8, you want queen f7.
That's an easy one.
Queen g4, and then you go to d5.
And then we run,
Queen d1, and you can go to c6.
But I can.
So I don't think you're.
But I think I can go to c4.
Why can't I go to c4?
I think I can go to c4.
Because
now we can cover, right?
Yeah, I can block. Over to you, Peter.
So king e6, queen c8 also exists. The point about queen c8, I think this is what we want to achieve. We are suddenly shifting white away from the kind of the established perpetuals that white was trying to give along this diagonal. And now after queen c8 check, among other things, we have bishop d8, and the checks have completely run out. So this is one setup we're aiming for. And after queen e6, queen e7 is the only thing that does anything. Queen c8, queen d7. And eventually white has to allow the queen to appear on f7, I guess.
But that's real progress.
Yeah, but once we've connected ourselves to the knight on a2, it feels like the conversion has to become a lot simpler. Queen c8, we just run forward as we were talking about. I don't, how were we posing? There were more problems on your board than there are currently on mine.
When black played queen f7 check, queen f7, go back to the line you just had on the board, and queen g4 check. And then queen d1.
Yeah, but we're just running forward.
Queen
What we showed is correct. Yeah,
yeah,
this is
king
winning.
c4.
And specifically king c4, but it's minus
winning.
4 now.
Yeah. But we do have Cristian with Alireza Firouzja.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am indeed with Alireza after a very tough game against Levon Aronian. Alireza, you were a bit upset when you came in the studio. You felt you were better as well. What's the story of this game?
Yeah, because I know this e5 move is not correct, and I thought I'm much better here, but yeah, maybe I underestimated his potential, but yeah.
I think perhaps he could have taken the b7 pawn after knight d6, right?
Yeah, but I thought this is very unpleasant for him, this endgame.
It's mostly play on one goal, yeah?
Yeah, it's one way, yeah.
One-way street.
Yeah, I go knight d5 and I'm pushing, but I think it was interesting what I really underestimated here, that he has even counterplay. So it should be checked with good engine, but
you felt you were ready, you know,
yes.
2 pawns up.
Yeah, but it's very like direct. Like you cannot say I'm better here. If I make it, I will win, or
exactly,
or it will be draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he was trying to make draw whole game, so but he managed.
When did you feel like perhaps you had some better alternatives, or during the game without the engine? When did you feel like he's probably going to make the draw?
Here I was thinking here how to get the pieces out, but I couldn't find it, and always there are plan rook e4, rook e1, rook e4. So at this point it was low on time, so I was trying to bail out even. So, yeah.
Now, you're entering the second half of the event. It's been a bit of a frustrating event for you. You started out very well,
yes,
but then a difficult loss against Fabiano, and yesterday, you know, you missed a chance against Wesley. How will you approach the second half of the event to change?
No, I think
things?
I'm playing good chess, but just like the result didn't go well, and there's still 4 rounds to go, and anything could happen.
Absolutely, and you were in contention last year as well, and you made it to the tie breaks last year. Definitely still plenty of things can happen in the next 4 rounds. Thank you very much, Alireza. We'll see you in a couple of days. Yeah.
Thank you, Cristian. And yeah, I understand that feeling of frustration that you know you have something and your opponent is pressed a little bit too hard, but you just don't have your finger on the answer.
He underestimated Levon's conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Still, world champion Gukesh trying to make a draw with the white pieces, trying to find a perpetual check. Will Duda allow him? Queen c8 check, Peter.
You have to play king e7, and I think from the white side you have to realize perpetual chances are gone because of that bishop d8 move, so you have to grit your teeth and just take on e4 and claim that these pieces are still very ugly looking and
out of play.
Until they're back in play, you still have some chances. You can start giving checks, drive the queen to a worse square, maybe put the bishop on e5 and pretend. But yeah,
it's a piece for a pawn.
Yeah, we are down almost a full piece, and you don't save them very often. But of course, because of how the black position looks for the time being, you never resign here. You still, if they were on good squares, you would be sort of excused in considering resigning, but not here. Here you still you give these checks, you wait for the queen to come back, you go queen g4, and you say,
let me make your life as irritating as possible.
Yourself, put them on good squares, and then we'll talk. But black should be able to consolidate. You play bishop d8, maybe you try to aim the king towards like b6, b5 squares. You start playing a5, a4 to win faster once the b pawn disappears off the board.
White's missing an h pawn or something.
You would very much like to have a passer on the king side here. If you put the pawn on h2 here, I suspect white isn't even worse, despite still being a piece down. Yeah, and it all comes down to that strange decision. I guess it was just a miscalculation of some sort. Because really, it does look like you should be doing it this way.
Yeah, this is where you have your passer.
This is
a very good one.
Such a beautiful
queen on a 5. Could even include queen d7 check and then go g4. Right here. Move it go. Yeah, queen d7.
Yeah.
And then go g4.
Yeah, I think the other one is slightly stronger, but yeah, even here, white has no issues whatsoever. You are always equalizing. You're not really playing for a win. Here, in fact, it begins by giving white a slight edge, but not really. We haven't really. He played g4 so quickly that we didn't really get a moment to analyze this. King g2. g6 is also playable with king g2. Knight g3, g6, knight e1 check. And the king just starts running forward, actually. We're allowing queen f1. We're getting it over to h5, and then h6, h7, and it's quite safe on those squares. And in fact, in this position, the only way not to lose is to play knight f3. g7 is playable, bishop b3, bishop g3 is also playable. In this position, the only way not to lose is to play queen e6.
Whoa.
This would have been quite a challenge, actually, for Jan-Krzysztof, yeah.
Wait, after king g4, am I not winning if you take the queen?
Yeah, queen f5 loses, Queen f5 loses, but queen e7 somehow holds.
Yeah.
But if you imagine having to play this position with black on what you would assume is little time, and this is still move 36, by the way. This would have been move 39, 2 to make, and you have to play queen e6. So yeah, Gukesh making a very uncharacteristic decision there. I think, I mean, he didn't have much time, but he had some. And
well, actually, if you pull up the current position, he made a mistake. Now it says a draw again. Now he has perpetual.
Oh my goodness.
Duda allowed it.
So just in this moment after queen c8 check, we have been focused,
king e7,
razor focused on king e7 and these ideas of dropping the bishop back on d8.
I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened.
What happened?
I think after king f7, queen d7 is in the game.
Yep.
I think he thought, okay, I'll go king f8, who cares?
Right.
King f1, and the bishop rejoins the game.
Is it dangerous?
F1?
No, it's still zeros.
Still zeros.
It's still zeros, but once the bishop starts giving checks together with the queen, you kind of understand why this isn't all that bad for white anymore.
Right.
Yeah. And if not king f1, actually even queen d6 check is a draw, but king f1 is a kind of a safe draw.
So Gukesh survives.
Did not even treat it as a single victory. What happened?
Yeah.
We were talking at the start of the show about this idea, the day before the free day. Everybody goes all out and, you know, takes too many chances and 5 decisive results. No.
But
the
results didn't come.
The least decisive day as Prague and MVL are
they found
repeating.
they found a repetition of some sort.
So bishop e6.
He gave up on f3, and black isn't taking on f3. This is a bit surprising to me.
Didn't twice. We'll see.
Yeah,
now.
I guess rook f3, knight d3. You have to worry about losing the e5 pawn, and you don't feel like you're playing for a win. Not really.
Yeah, MVL has accepted.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. So this is 3 out of 3, potentially 4 out of 4, and then we have the joy of joys, the opposite color bishop ending, which doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
But nowhere for 40 moves. Okay. Well, in that case, pull out the Red Bull. we may be here for a while.
This is
either of them can claim the draw now, but yes, MVL's going to do it.
This is a very strange mistake by Duda. I'm talking about a different board, but I'm still kind of trying to understand how you don't play king e7 there.
Yeah.
Rook c3 and... I mean, this player, they both tried, but there were no mistakes made in this game.
But that was a very complicated position. Those types of positions where you give up a pawn on the king's side and you're trying to figure out if you're supposed to play for mate or for positional compensation because the black queen is misplaced. And then that quite tricky endgame that they were playing out.
I must say that I'm impressed that the bishop c4, a3, Fischer-Sozin, let's call it that, created a game with such great content because people have been hitting their head against the Najdorf and they haven't come to this bishop c4 line.
It's become a lot more fashionable, I think, very recently. I think Vladimir Kramnik, who is
a fashion trend.
Yeah, reinventing himself in all kinds of directions. He's begun playing this against the Sozin. I think he's done it a couple of times against me, even weirdly. And other people as well, I think, realized that this plan with a3 and then just playing this weird mix of Sozin / English attack is... the computer doesn't disagree with it, let's put it like this.
Interesting. And it was a very good, complicated game, so our thanks to the players for fighting so hard. And I'm going to come back to the Gukesh Duda game because is it now Just a draw, Nazi?
Machine
Yes.
says yes, yeah.
Yes.
He-
And I
he
think
can't-
Gukesh knows it. I saw him once he made that queen d7 move. He was drinking
Almost
water.
like a
drinking
kind of a relief,
big
right?
relief. I mean, yes. To king e7, he was in trouble still.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And I think Duda's very unhappy. As you can see, he's realizing now that this is a draw.
You can actually avoid the perpetual, you're just not better anymore.
We can.
Yeah.
Okay, show us
We
how.
can play queen e7,
Yeah.
queen f5 check, king e8, queen c8 check. All of these moves are the only moves. Bishop d8.
Looks
Queen
good.
c6, queen d7.
King f?
Or,
No.
yeah, queen d7. And although queen g6 is probably... But the point is... Oh, sorry. The point is the machine says you're not even better anymore. You've misplaced things so badly that bishop d6 check coming in provides white with enough compensation. So, yeah, it's a bit of a strange one because you generally want to put as much distance between the queen and the king so that you have a lot more flexibility as to where you will run. And in that respect, forcing it to b7 seemed like such an automatic decision to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like here you can actually see them run out in real time. We are now prepared to play bishop d8 if we need to any check from the back rank. We're prepared to play knight b4. We're not really worried. Even let's say after king f1, I'm pretty sure we can go knight b4 if we want, because the king will run towards the corner. And oops, sorry, that actually isn't the way. Only king e8 here is winning. That's quite remarkable.
Don't run into the corner, Peter.
Yeah.
He was so happy.
I was extremely happy about it.
Right.
And apparently it throws the entire advantage away in one move, yeah.
Nicely
It's still
done.
a tricky position because of the fact that you have to somehow deal with your extra piece being very, very far away from the action. But it still looks to me, similarly to the conversation we had about the choice between g5 and queen f5, you want the queen as close to the action as possible, which is why we were preferring queen f5 check and then g5 to what Gukesh did. And we were preferring from the Duda side the lines where the queen was there in the corner. Not very, very central.
Far away.
Seems like it's going to cost him half a point. But I'm guessing still scope for this to be
Half a
misplayed.
point and his spot in the Chigorin club.
Of defeating a world champion, yes.
Reigning world champion, yeah.
He's a
defeated
man.
Magnus
I'm pretty sure he beat Magnus.
Yeah.
I haven't
probably.
think he has wins against Magnus in classical. I think so. So he's already a member, but he would have cemented and extended his membership.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. He knows that he missed an opportunity.
Yeah.
To escape with his king.
Exactly.
Let's check Wesley's game. That's the only 2 games left.
Fabi is giving up on d6 to play bishop c1. He's trying to make a very concrete draw here.
What's the concrete draw? Rook d6, bishop c1, b4?
I guess we go rook c3, ba, rook takes a3. The pawn does get to a6, but we have our own passer on the b file. I don't know how happy I would be allowing this a6, but I guess we go b4 and it might actually get to b3 and then b2, and that would be a good development.
I can play rook b6 and you don't have immediately b3 because of the check.
Yes, that is fair. And the bishop on c1 is
awkward.
Not inspiring me a great deal, yeah.
I would feel like I have some chances here as white. I mean, I'm not going to be doing leaps of joy, but, you know, I can put my bishop on. If I can get my bishop to c4, where I'm simultaneously defending the a pawn and stopping the b pawn, I kind of feel like I've got real chances.
Yeah, definitely. It's not that simple, and Fabi has to be careful. And he shouldn't get into time trouble. He's not in that danger yet. It's 15 minutes against 26.
Right.
But if he takes one deep thing, then yeah.
Suddenly it happens again. Let's interrupt ourselves and throw it over to Cristian in Bucharest with Prague.
Prague, a very tough game against MVL. It seems like you expected him to go for the neither of you prepared something. You got some sort of advantage and pressure on the clock as well out of the opening, but it wasn't meant to be after that. What's the story?
Yeah, you summed it up well. I had this
sort of interesting idea to just give up the c4 pawn. I remembered till here, but I'm sure this was in my file, but I couldn't remember the move here. And then there were like so many plans, and I started to spend a lot of time here. I should have gone for g4, but I couldn't make. There were like two things which I couldn't make work. One is queen b6. I wasn't sure about this position. I thought maybe it's
I think the problem with knight e2 is
takes and queen f6.
a5. Maybe d5. No.
I think d5. D5. This I saw, and I thought maybe I'm better here. But the main thing I thought was take queen f6, and I was not sure how to continue here. Rook d3, knight e5.
I guess you have to take.
Yeah, take. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't sure about this position. I should have done it anyways because what I played was not the best. I thought maybe I have something here.
So you have some pressure, right?
Yeah, g4, but I couldn't see a way to continue here. Yeah, I should have probably taken and played knight b3. This was my other option. Yes, queen f4. I couldn't really see a way here. And I thought maybe what I played is sort of okay.
How did you feel about the position at this point? What was the assessment in your mind?
No, I didn't. I was not happy with the way I was playing. I felt like I was missing a few things here and there. So, around this point, I don't think I have compensation, but I'm not the one who's trying for advantage. Black should be fine. Yeah, like there is no problem for him.
What did you prepare after a5? Because obviously it becomes somewhat of a race, right? You're trying to break open on the king side. He's trying to break on the other side.
Yeah, I don't think we both considered a5 here seriously. Takes the bishop a6. Right? Takes bishop a6, yeah?
Yes.
That's why my knight is gone, yeah? I can't go knight c3. And if knight f5...
b4.
Okay, this
is already
somewhat
of a back and
this
forth.
Is already interesting position.
Yes.
But I'm not really sure. Takes a knight b5 or direct knight b5 also. Somehow.
Probably knight d1 for.
There is knight
e4. I think
yeah.
It's a bit problematic.
Yeah, like knight b5, knight e4. Yeah, we didn't really consider it because also g6. G6 is also, from his side makes sense, yeah, because he goes into this risk-free position.
Slightly better endgame.
Yeah, yes. I thought I should probably keep the queens, but I couldn't really see a plan after that. Like he defends the d6 pawn and plays bishop c6, a5. I'm always a pawn down, and it can go wrong. Third here, I'll somehow hold this position. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you held it off.
Oh, these were actually good moves. Yeah, I wasn't sure because I was playing in some random order, and here a5 was possible. This I saw. I think
the idea being that if you take,
there was knight f3.
Some knight f3.
Yeah, this I was not sure at all.
Rook takes
bishop
b2
or
bishop takes e4.
And everything hangs.
Yeah. Rook c3, bishop takes h1 after rook takes c3. Yeah.
But okay, I thought I have b4 at least, if it actually works. But once I get my king to e3, it should be okay. Oh, these were actually the best moves, yeah? Okay, maybe I didn't play so badly.
No, I think you defended quite well.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's not an easy position, right?
Yeah, here I was thinking about knight d3, but I didn't think I was playing for a win here. If someone is in danger, I think it's me, so...
How would you assess your performance? Obviously, you wanted more out of the opening, but then you defended very accurately. Are you happy with the play this game?
No, after a point, I think I defended well. But yeah, I think I could have used my opening prep well. If I could have remembered a few more moves or could have played better after the opening. But it's still a okay result for me. defending was important today.
We're entering the second half of the event. Tomorrow is a rest day. What are your plans for the rest day?
Just
play some sports, rest, walk. What's the routine?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to ask my second because the first day we were here one day earlier, so we went to play pickleball, and then yeah, it was fun. But I'm not sure if my second is up for it.
Don't get injured. Don't let your second get injured. Thank you very much, Pragg,
Yeah.
for joining us. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
That's
Sure.
back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Good luck with the pickleball there, Pragg. Gukesh, it looks like
there might be a handshake coming,
right? Because I don't know if this is second time for
this
sure.
This is maybe two, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if it's
after
not.
queen e7, or Duda could claim now, or Gukesh can claim after queen e7. Duda might try something else, but as we already know, he doesn't have a winning advantage.
Not anymore, no.
Yeah, he let that slip with that move, king f7.
The body language tells me he has given up on trying to do anything
Does
in this
seem a
position.
bit like that, yeah.
Certain players wear their emotions openly, as we saw yesterday. Duda, really against Levon, he kind of collapsed, but not by the position.
What is happening here?
Why? What happened?
Before rook c7?
Oh,
Peter's
you're talking about a different game. Sorry. I was like, okay. But yeah, certain players where, and then there are the poker players.
Yeah.
That you don't know what they're thinking.
And there are some players, like Hikaru, you never know. It's the reverse.
Yeah,
reactions.
and that is it. Gukesh is calling the arbiter. He's going to make the draw claim after queen f5, and Duda is accepting the claim.
And that's it. Both players going into the rest day with -1, hoping to come back in the second half of the event much stronger.
No, for Gukesh, our world champion, this has really been not
a bit of a struggle so far, and
truly
really not the event he was expecting, and not the event we've come to expect from him. I would say,
yeah. So that will be our fourth draw. We're just going to check in on the Wesley game before we take a break. We saw the move bishop g5, and well, I want to say Wesley believed him.
Yeah, Wesley believed him, and Wesley went for a different version. And very interesting option here by Fabi, saying I don't need to take on b4 and allow you perhaps maybe to take with the c pawn and fix my weakness on b5.
Right.
I want to still have the option of playing bishop c1, and if you go ba, I want to play rook a5, rook a7 takes a5, and hope that the entire queen side disappears.
So ba, rook a5.
Rook a7, yeah. I don't see how white refutes this.
So if I do
I can still take, I guess, c4, rook takes a3, c takes b5. Yeah, still not pleasant, is it?
White's there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
luckily for us, you don't actually threaten b6 yet. So I guess I can play king e7 and then rook b3.
Right. So you will have a pretty nice blockade. But okay, you've got to.
Game continues.
Game continues.
Game very much continues. And Fabi is down to 5 minutes again.
I
seemingly.
think that might be wrong because
that
on
might
my
be wrong,
screen it says 20 minutes. We need to zoom in on the clock to actually see their time.
Our viewers.
Yeah,
plenty of time. Yeah.
Plenty of time. 4 out of 5 games drawn. We're going to take a break with Fabi trying to maintain a tenuous grip on first place.
Our streak is broken. It's not going to be 2 out of 5.
It's not even close.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army. with Commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and we were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're nearing the end of round 5, so let's take a look at our current results so far. There's still 1 game going on, but we've had 4 draws so far. Levon and Alireza drew their game, Prag and MVL, Gukesh and Duda. That looked like it could have gone a different way. And Nodirbek could not manage to convert his advantage against Bogdan and also ended in a draw.
Interesting draws to be sure, but there was chances for results in those games. At the moment, Fabi is busily defending the bishops of opposite color with rooks ending. He's a pawn down. Any chances?
Well, seems like
Wesley?
it's an improvement for him because we had this position after b2, b4, and Fabi played rook c5, c7. And Wesley went for rook d6, or rook c3, ba, rook takes a3. We were discussing this line on there. a6 and b4, and in this position the engine is very insistent that you have to start with bishop b2. b3 is still not going to be possible because after bishop c4 check followed by rook b6 you just lose the pawn on b3 for nothing.
Right.
And getting the bishop over to c4 I think improves White's chances a great deal. Instead rook b6 immediately was chosen by Wesley, and now for instance bishop d8 I think might be an important move. What we're trying to achieve is to shift the white rook from those better squares, and then I think very importantly we want our bishop on c5, which we probably weren't getting, or at least not getting in a comfortable way in the previous line.
Gotcha.
And the evaluation kind of bottoms out. It's now around 0.20, which for an endgame with an extra pawn probably means a draw. Whereas after bishop b2, I suspect it's still a draw with absolutely perfect defense, but those are not easy in positions like this. If you do this, and once again, what we already talked about, not allowing bishop c5 seems to be a very important motif, and bishop d8 here strictly the only move. None of this is comfortable.
Right.
In the game, if Fabi plays bishop d8 or even bishop b7 immediately, bishop d7, bishop b7, bishop b2, bishop c5 straight away, we don't really care about the pawn on h6 because once we get to play b3, our defense becomes a lot simpler. Let's say check rook b7, but we do get to play bishop d4 and b2. And of course, once it reaches the pawn, the b2 square, we are immediately feeling a lot more comfortable about life. And Fabi still has time. It's 9 minutes for Wesley against currently 12.5 for Fabiano. He's been thinking for a bit in this position. I expect him to figure out what's going on because he's a good defender and also material is very reduced now.
Right.
Quick question. After bishop d8, can white take rook h6?
The training is working.
Yeah, you lock out the rook. Bishop f6, I think, is oops. So yeah, that would be unfortunate.
And I want to play a7, but you just cover it.
I can take, yeah. I can take on bishop g7.
Yeah. So then it shouldn't be difficult for Fabi to play.
Yeah, it's definitely an improvement. I think the endgame was more unpleasant to begin with, and once pawns begin to disappear off the board, your task becomes more streamlined and frankly simpler.
So the main idea, the best defense for black is to put the bishop on c5.
Yeah,
right.
Huge improvement.
Looks like it, yeah.
So if we once again,
could also start with bishop e7 then, right?
Yeah, he
by
does
the way,
play bishop
he
e7.
did.
He does play bishop e7. Good move as well, yeah. Bishop e2, bishop c5, and we should be holding on.
We get the bishop. Well, Fabi gets the bishop to the necessary square.
If we give bishop e6 check, you're not going to the last rank, are you?
No, even king f6
King
is
f6.
playable, yeah.
King f6? Or
I think so, yeah.
You wouldn't reach for the g7 square? King f6.
King f5.
You're not getting your bishop to c5.
Not
now.
immediately, no.
No.
Yeah.
You're not
I'm a
taking
bit worried
now.
about rook takes h6 here, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
You
Rook
could
takes
take on
h6
h6
was
now.
playable, and although I guess we pretty much always meet this with bishop f6, and then we try to play b3, b2. But this is a bit concrete. Yeah, maybe we play king
Okay,
g7.
try.
Maybe your instincts are just correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just put the rook.
But then I take on h6,
A6.
and that will be a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But yeah, I don't know why I'm disagreeing with your
No,
years
no,
of
no,
experience.
no.
I think king g7 is safer, frankly. I don't know why I'm doing all of this to myself.
King f6. That was.
Yeah.
Just displaying that you can even do that and black is still fine.
It's like, styling across the finish line and splat. King g7, let's say.
Yeah. Seems to be completely fine. Bishop c4, bishop c5, although, yeah, seems fine. Rook b5, we can put it back on d6, I guess. Bishop e2 chosen, yeah.
Probably see bishop c5, and if rook c6, just bishop d4.
Yeah.
Wonderful bishop in the center, controlling
Doing it.
everything.
Yes, exactly. Supporting the b pawn, and maybe even on a good day, coordinating an attack against f2 pawn. So bishop c5.
As long as you don't blunder the rook on a2.
Right.
Yeah. It's 8 minutes against 11. Bishop c5 played.
I must say that in all of the endings, the ones with bishops of opposite color really has the most opportunities for the defense. I mean, I've seen, positions with bishops of opposite colors. I was absolutely sure the superior side was going to win. And it was a very easy blockade, in
Yeah,
fact.
there's always a lot of opportunities for defense.
Exactly.
Yeah, sometimes you think, oh no, I'm about to lose a second pawn. And then you say, oh, it's still a draw.
It's still a draw.
I mean, there's theoretical endgames where even 3 pawns are a draw.
Exactly.
3 extra pawns.
Remarkable.
So all the leaders coming into today, Prague, MVL, who they already drew, and Fabi about to draw, maintain the lead?
Yes.
Nothing will change.
Nothing
All
will
draws
change. We'll have
if this ends in a draw.
the Trinity atop. For Fabi, by the way, this will be his 3rd black out of 5 games. So he will be finishing the tournament with equal number of whites and blacks. The tour participants have to play in both classical events. So for the Singfield Cup, Fabi will get an extra white.
And this is current GCT standings after Poland. We know that MVL is leading the tour. He finished 2nd in Poland. So now he has 10 Grand Chess Tour points. Praggnanandhaa has 8, Levon 7, Alireza 6, and Jan-Krzysztof 3.5. Fabi, Gukesh, and others don't have any points because this event is their first Grand Chess Tour tournament. After this, the tour moves on to Croatia, where we're going to have a superstar wildcard.
Yes.
It's going to be 5-time world champion Magnus Carlsen. After that, the tour comes back to St. Louis for Rapid and Blitz and Singfield Cup.
Right.
And then the top 4 will play the finals in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Nice. Grand Chess Tour is
Considering what's on our screen, I wonder if it's a version of a question we were discussing quite a bit during Warsaw. But if Magnus wins Croatia, will this be? Probably will be, right? Will be the first time 2 tour events were won by 2 different wildcards.
Right.
Because wildcards have won some events, but they were mostly named Magnus Carlsen.
I think Hikaru got in a flick or two.
Yeah, Hikaru and Duda, I think, once. But
Yes,
maybe Magnus
Duda
did
won.
not play in those years, so maybe that's the distinction.
Yeah.
Bishop c4 check. King e7 appears to be much stronger for some reason than King g7, I guess because rook c6 is awkward. And we don't really care about, as we keep on saying, even though it's not obvious, we don't really care about the pawn on h6. I don't know why. Why don't we care about it? Explain this to me, Yasser.
I think it's got to be connected.
But then rook h7, rook b7.
Okay, so let's do this concretely.
Yeah, king e7, rook h6.
King e7, rook a. I've got rook f3.
That does make a lot of sense.
Do you? A7?
I'd go back.
Yeah, but what if...
You tricked me.
That's just unfair, yes.
That's just mean.
You were committed to taking on f2. Yeah, you're breaking the social compact.
Exactly,
Let's
that is
play
true.
Bishop a6 is probably not winning, but... Because you have b3 later.
F and h, yeah?
Yeah.
Welcome. Another 55 moves of rook and king f6 here.
Oh no.
Rook a7, b3.
Oh no.
Rook b7. Pure F and h.
Pure F and H. I've never had to defend this, and I've never gotten it either.
Yeah.
How about yourself,
Neither
Peter?
have I, no. I don't believe a single over.
Never.
Never. Good. just forget that it exists in that
Let's
case.
just play king g7.
But king g7, rook c6
Bishop
is
d4.
somehow awkward. Rook d6. We continue chasing this bishop around.
And if I go back?
Rook d5.
Oh, you want rook b5. That's the idea.
Yeah. And then it gets, like, you have to start putting it on squares you don't necessarily enjoy, like bishop b7. Maybe you have to start calculating rook d7, a7, which currently doesn't work.
But you start to feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Yeah, you're not happy about any of this, actually.
7 against 8.5 on
but
the clocks.
I like king e7 for the idea that if you do harass me rook b5, I can maintain it nicely.
Oh yeah, if we can secure it on c5, I think we will make a very comfortable draw.
And you were saying rook h6. Let me see, because this bishop bothers me. If I chase it,
maybe simply b3 is the best here. For
Rook
black.
h7, b7 though.
Rook h7 what?
Rook h7 and b7. So he wants to bring the rook
And then rook
behind.
a2?
Yeah, but
okay.
Trading b for f2 and leaving white with a and h might still be a draw. Honestly, there's a lot of... Well, rook takes h6 played instantly by Wesley, yeah.
Well, yeah, there's no other way for him to improve.
Yeah,
make
b3
any
is still a
progress.
draw. And rook c3 is a draw. Let's check rook f3. I can see on my screen that those two moves do lead to evaluations which I would describe as a draw.
We were playing a7, right?
Nazi had a cute idea of a7.
Rook f7, king e2, king d3 apparently is a bit of an issue.
Oh, we forgot that there's just rook f8. So you can just take on f2 and go rook f8. Completely forgot about that.
Oh.
Well, because it looks like it's losing.
Yeah, yeah.
There's bishop d5 and all kinds of stuff, but yeah, it's not, yeah.
Why isn't it losing?
Because bishop d5, bishop takes a7, and then king d6.
Oh, yeah.
The bishop is now in range of our monarch.
Yeah, that.
And Fabi goes b3 very quickly, which is correct. With the intention, I'm assuming, of playing rook h7, king d6, rook b7, and maybe rook a4 is better than rook a2. Trying to trade b3 for a6.
That's a better trade for sure.
Yeah. I think getting rid of the more advanced passer makes sense.
Peter, if you were to try to sum up this game for our viewers who are joining us late, what has happened?
Wesley played a line Fabiano, I think, did not expect, which led to Fabiano making... In the Sveshnikov, I think Wesley correctly guessed that Fabiano will stick with the idea of playing the Sveshnikov. Wesley came really well prepared, and that caused Fabiano to make a somewhat strange mistake around move 20. And he's been defending ever since, but he's been defending really well.
Mm-hmm.
And as we're watching the game wind down, right now I would say he is likely to successfully save half a point. It's not going to be a particularly enjoyable draw for him, but after having put himself into an unenviable position of having to defend a very unpleasant endgame, he's been doing it for the last, I think, 3 hours with great tenacity.
I think that's one of the great qualities, in fact, of the chess players today. Not only great attackers, they play wonderfully with the initiative, they're dynamic and all of that. Sometimes they just hold bad positions.
Yeah, you need to be able to sit there and suffer for 3 hours.
And suffer successfully.
Yeah.
And Wesley is one of those players, to my mind, who suffers successfully. And Fabi is a great technical player. His endgame
I will say, though, that specifically against Wesley, Wesley wins so many of these.
Yes.
If Fabi saves today's game, it's quite an achievement, because this is precisely Wesley's bread and butter.
Right.
Getting a bit of a chance and converting it more often than not is exactly what he is very famous for doing. The thing about this position, by the way, is that...
Good move.
Yeah, rook a4, good move. The question is bishop d3, I guess, but then we can play rook a2. And of course, an important part of the equation here is that if b3 and f2 come off the board, and we can somehow force a rook trade, we will just play king to h8 and fall asleep.
By the way,
rook a3 also
rook
fine,
a2.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if I can get the construction, bishop d4. But you said you liked rook a2.
Rook a2, because I was calculating, as usual. I try to calculate because I don't trust myself to actually do it using understanding only. Rook f2, and very, very crucially, I have rook f3. This is what brought this up. I have rook f3, and I think I'm forcing either the pawn on h3 to disappear or the rooks off. And if the rooks come off, I will happily give up the bishop for the a-pawn, and the king goes to h8,
right,
as mentioned previously. Takes, and just king e5, f6, g7.
Making a beeline to the h8 square. Makes sense, Nazi.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Yeah. That's the force.
Well played.
Fast and forcing way to make a draw.
Right.
And I don't think Wesley has too many options here. If he wants to keep the a6 pawn, he has to move the bishop. Let's look at bishop e2 maybe.
Okay. The other reason I was about to mention bishop e2, potential of rook f4, and if we put our bishop on e2, rook f4 in this position, we can play f3.
We can give a check and then go rook a2.
Check rook a2, I guess, yeah. King f3, and maybe even just b2. Why not? Why not just put it on b2 here?
Yeah.
Bishop c4,
We have another check.
Rook a4.
Bishop c4, rook a4.
I think we should be okay here.
Yeah, we can't make any progress.
I was actually...
even that, yeah.
But here
we're not forcing the rooks.
But I'm not,
we might have to suffer, yeah. I would prefer not to do that.
Yes, exactly.
I was going to suggest after bishop b2, rook b4, but that might lose. Yes, it's definitely losing.
Yeah, it's, that one.
After
that one
b2,
does
there
lose,
is bishop d3. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Does lose.
It's like you queen, I queen. That's a drop. Nope. Wesley's down to 3 minutes.
And Fabi?
Fabi still has 9 minutes.
Interestingly, Fabi entered an ending where he had 9 minutes and
like
Wesley had 50 minutes
20
or
minutes
something.
ago, 20 moves ago.
Right? So that's that's a big change of
Yeah,
the clock times.
Fabi has been thinking on Wesley's time. But yeah, absolutely perfect defense from Fabi, which is not surprising.
No, impressive.
This is going to be our only day of draws.
No, we've been spoiled with our steady diet of 2 wins per round, and a number of rounds there was potential for 3 and 4 wins.
Yeah. Today, I think there's only potential for 2.
Well, most especially Duda has missed what we think is a very clear win.
And Alireza had chances too.
Alireza, but I was also going to say that Nodirbek, he sold himself short with that move knight d5. He had a very nice plus.
Underestimated one move, and
yeah.
His advantage disappeared completely.
You can't really claim Nodirbek or Alireza were winning, but they were definitely better.
Yes. Significant advantages, yeah.
And Duda, we think, was just straight up winning.
Yeah.
And was honestly one move away from having a fairly straightforward technical conversion.
Wesley's approaching his last minute on the clock.
Ooh.
I think he's probably deciding to just trade everything and shake hands. Well, he's checking if there is anything else.
You
he
can still
do.
sort of pretend after bishop takes b3, rook takes a6, but yeah, those are very, very difficult to win.
Yeah.
Requires probably more than one mistake.
I mean, they absolutely need to be connected to have any chances.
Yeah. And as we have seen last year, I think there was a game between Pragg and Gukesh, right? There was a tournament where Pragg actually failed to win F and G versus 0. Rook and bishop versus rook and bishop, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
There was a...
He was going from +3 to 000s back and forth for a while.
Yeah, there was that very, very dramatic game in which, in the end, he failed to
Those
find...
are the candidates.
From Toronto?
No. Because I did live commentary for it, and I was in Toronto with Pragg, so it couldn't have been the candidates. He allowed... Okay, then the game is over. He allowed rook b6.
All right.
And now it really isn't very difficult at all, yeah.
Yes.
Although,
Just
you
bishop
can't take on f2 just yet, because the bishop is on b3 and it will be cutting off some squares. And you still need to pay some attention.
Tragic comedy, right?
Yeah.
Well, once again, Fabi is making a beeline to the h8 corner.
Okay. If you play h7, then we can take on f2 next move. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we'll see bishop f2.
Yeah. Yeah, Wesley kind of lost interest there.
We're probably gonna see the stalemate. No, okay. They just agreed to a draw.
No, they actually they got new score sheets.
They got new score sheets.
No, at this crucial juncture.
The problem is Wesley couldn't have made the queen because you've played king h8, so you stopped me from playing.
Yeah, and Wesley is not playing h8 either. Like he wants to agree a draw, but in a position where he has a lot of material.
Yeah.
I was the moral victory. 5 draws on the day before the free day. I did not see that coming. I really thought we were going to have our diet of 2 victories.
No, but
at least.
There's not a boring game among them, though.
No,
no. It's just something that happens occasionally. But this was a good day of chess, just a good day of chess which ended in 5 draws.
Yeah. No change in the standings, but let's have a look and see where we stand before the rest day tomorrow.
Right, just like coming into round 5, Fabiano, Caruana, MVL, and Pragg are sharing first, and then 4 players are sharing fourth. That's Alireza, Levon, Wesley, and Bogdan.
Nice. I'm gonna just take a peek ahead. Monday will be our rest day, but on Tuesday we will be back. It was MVL versus Nodirbek.
Well, there's at least no one running away with the tournament at all. Everyone's very close.
Yeah, Fabi is white against Deac, which will feel to him like a game he must try to create problems in. Yeah.
Yes.
It's very unfair to describe somebody who is almost 2,700 as a target, but if there is a target in this tournament,
Here is the pairings.
These are the pairings for Tuesday.
For round 6, it will be Jan-Krzysztof against Pragg. Wesley will be playing Levon, another American matchup. Alireza against Gukesh. Fabiano facing Bogdan.
That's the game where we think that Fabi will say, that's my target.
And MVL playing Nodirbek.
I like the way you described it. My target is a 2750 Grandmaster over here, you know, the wiki in the field. I don't think so.
You have to pick some games, and specifically white against Bogdan. It has to be a game these people are very interested in.
But also in that pairing, I did notice that there's Firouzja versus Gukesh. Gukesh has not played a very good tournament thus far, the world champion. Languishing there.
Last 3 games were very shaky, all 3.
Right, exactly.
Could have lost. He lost 1 and could have lost both white games, which is like really remarkable.
Well, he has a rest day to recover from all this.
Exactly.
And hopefully he does, because we need to see Gukesh playing his best chess.
Right. We are just waiting for some, hopefully, interviews. Last time, I think when we came on the show, it was Wesley So and Firouzja having a post-mortem for 20 minutes.
I think we might be letting them rest for the day. And we do want to know what was happening in Bucharest, though. If Anastasiya and Cristian perhaps have some updates, that would be very welcome. But if not, 5 draws is never something you want to see, but those are all very fighting games. Pretty much on every single board, a player had winning chances. In some cases, great winning chances.
Agreed.
And talking about that Firouzja and Gukesh, Firouzja, although he has more points, he was also shaky. There's a lot of missed opportunities for him as well.
Yeah, including today. Yeah, he was the 2-pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, it was notable how sort of unbubbly he was talking to Cristian today.
Right.
He did not seem...
There was not that enthusiastic.
In the best spirits or particularly enthusiastic.
And let's go to Anastasiya and Cristian for final thoughts in Bucharest.
Well, finally, guys, things have slowed down, especially from a results perspective, and we didn't get any decisive results. Still, the games, well, promised more at the beginning of the show, and even Gary came here in the studio and he said he's seeing a few decisive results on the horizon, and there could have been. Gukesh especially could have easily lost that one. In fact, his dad came downstairs and he was waiting for Gukesh, and he thought that he actually lost. He asked me, hey, what happened? And I said, draw. And he seemed incredulous. He said, oh, but I thought he was losing. He made a draw. He escaped, just like a world champion would, Anastasiya.
Yes, I also was following the games, of course, in the playing hall, and I really like this moment when Maxime decided to go for this sacrifice. He was so sure, he was so happy to play move rook c3, and but Prague was ready for all the circumstances, and the game eventually also finished in a draw. I also expected more from this one. I didn't know the evaluation. I was at the playing venue, and it looked very promising for Maxime, but nevertheless, all the games finished in a draw before the rest day, and sometimes it's quite logical because players are also getting a bit tired. They feel that the rest day is so close, so near, and they want maybe sometimes just to finish it and just have some rest. But I feel that after the rest day, we're going to have, we should come back to the same pattern, right? I mean, 2 decisive games would be really nice to have.
And it's the same for the players, it's the same for us as well. We want our rest as well. I'm sure in the studio you guys want and are waiting for the rest as well. We'll let you get your rest, and we'll see you guys in a couple of days.
Yes, we will. Thank you both. Peter, sum things up.
Still enjoying this a great deal. I feel like every day provides plenty of us to talk about. Today, a quiet day in terms of results, but yeah, everybody will be back refreshed on Tuesday, so tune in and we'll be smiling at you at full blast.
That's our intent. Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and in the meanwhile, enjoy the rest day as well.
Because we definitely will.
We definitely will.
We'll see you on Tuesday.
All right.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.